The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House resolves itself into Committee of the Whole,
Thank you, honorable member.
with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
It's the appropriations revenue account.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the appropriations revenue account expenses 2022-2023 bill 2022 long title be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
David?
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Do we do the other ones now? Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that Section 2, authority for payment of the bill be agreed.
Section
2, authority for payment of the bill be agreed.
Yes. Second, is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the schedule, beginning with Head of Expenditure, Governor General and staff, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't have a question with respect to the Governor General. However, there
One second.
The bill.
Okay, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't have a question with respect to the Governor General and staff. However, we would have a number of questions with respect to the revenue. Now, I do understand that revenue is not voted on and It is not a head. I understand that, and I know the debate with respect to that. But we could either raise it, I would submit, we could either raise the questions now, or under the borrowing resolution, we raise the questions under the borrowing resolutions. I would submit that now would be a more convenient time to raise the questions. I'm sure that the government would wish to be as open and transparent with respect to the revenue projections, and would be prepared to, hopefully would be prepared to answer some questions on it.
No question.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy, line item 2111-101, salary permanent pensionable. There's an increase of over $100,000. Can we be advised how many persons are included in that salary increase?
Can you repeat St. Anne's?
We're under head 1. It has the second line, salary permanent and pensionable. It's gone up from provisional actual expenditure of 2020 of 2021 to estimates for 2022 and 2023 by over $100,000. The line item ends in 101.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Deputy, it's a matter related to the reinstatement of increments for the staff of the Governor General and some employee transfers. We'd be happy to get specific number of employees, as I understand the question to be, and we get that information back to the member.
Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also have a question on line item 2112102, overtime monthly employees general. That's gone up by over $5,000 from 2020, 2021 to the estimates for 2022, 2023. That is item 2112102. Wondering how that figure was arrived at, please.
Mr. Deputy, we contend that during the upcoming year, there might be events related to the 50th anniversary, leading into the 50th anniversary, and thereby making provisions for those. But this is rather unusual that we are delving deeply into the Governor General's head for the benefit of the new member.
And it's a statutory expense. Not really.
Yeah.
The new day.
Yeah.
You put the question up?
Okay. All right.
As many? As many?
Okay.
As many?
As many? As many are in favor that head 1 be agreed, remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 1 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 2 be agreed.
Head 2. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Under line item 2112199, other allowances, this amount has been increased. There was an allocation for 9,400, and it's been increased to 13,000. There doesn't appear to be anything. Well, it was only 1,200 was spent during this year. So maybe we'd like to understand what is the reasoning for the increase.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Deputy, the matter is in relation to allowances due and payable to eligible officers, notwithstanding that there may not have been amounts paid in prior year. It's the undertaking of this government to resolve and pay all of the allowances that's due to the members of that staff.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that Head 2 of the schedule, The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, under supplies and materials, line item 224105, food, ice, and drinking water. It appears as though there has been an increase from allocated amount of 4,420 to 7,500. Maybe we could understand the reasoning behind this this increase.
Okay. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Deputy, no doubt the member will understand that we anticipate that the Senate will meet more than it did in prior years. You see this as a working, productive government.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that Head 2 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 2 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that Head 3 of the schedule be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that Head 3 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, under Head 2251302, Building Maintenance, I note a figure of $7,600. And the reason why I'm saying that, I'm not sure if that is sufficient. That was probably looked at because even right now, if you go down to the male restroom, there's a leak. So I'm wondering if an adjustment can be made to that number to ensure that proper maintenance is had of these buildings.
Wonderful.
As well as the maintenance of generators. Head 2251307, I don't believe that those numbers are sufficient. We want to make sure that the house is in better condition than we are budgeting for. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy,
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
I wish to thank the member for Central Grand Bahama for those observations.
Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that Head 3 of the bill be agreed. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
International travel and subsistence. The amount has been, House of Assembly. The amount has been increased from 5,000 to 15,000 for air transport for persons outside of the Bahamas, and then also subsistence from 3,000 to 15,000. Could the government give an indication as to the additional conferences or the additional travel that this will accommodate?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The member from East Grand Bahama would appreciate that for the past 2 years, due to COVID, there have not been travel or attendance at any seminars. You would also be aware that there are numerous training, development, CPA programs that's put on every year. And it's certainly the intention of the Speaker to ensure that members attend these seminars and conferences.
The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, under the Fiscal Responsibility Council, 2821261 on page 49. 49. Page 49. Fiscal Responsibility Council at the bottom. That amount has been decreased from 200,000 to 150,000. And if the government can give a indication as to why that has been decreased and whether or not the Fiscal Responsibility Council will be sufficiently capitalized with the 150,000.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Exum and Ragged Island.
Mr. Deputy, the member who would have had carriage for the Ministry of Finance as Minister of State would recall that for several years, the Fiscal Responsibility Council had not met. I believe this is a recalibration of the expenditures related to this line, and I'm certain that it will be adequate to cover all of the costs associated with this.
Say they had not met.
We never got a report.
They may not have reported, but reported in terms of the report being brought to Parliament. But I don't believe it's accurate to say that they did not meet. So that's the point that I'm saying.
I'm happy to hear that the members now answered my question from prior sitting of the House, Mr. Deputy. But we're satisfied that this amount is a recalibrated amount and it's adequate for covering all of the expenses of the Fiscal Responsibility Council.
Thank you, honorable member.
With the question.
Oh, okay. Let's go. It has been moved and seconded that head 3 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 3 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 4 of the schedule be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 4 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 4 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that head 5 of the schedule be agreed.
Head 5.
Yes, sir.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 5 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to line item 21113-102, so that's 211102, salary and contract workers. There is an increase there, a substantial increase, I believe, of somewhere in the vicinity of an additional $3 million. Wanted to find out exactly how many persons that covers and in what particular areas these persons are contracted.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Deputy, the increase includes all active contract officers and the college and high school graduates that would have been hired during the 2021-22 fiscal period. And I want to note that 87 of those high school and college graduates were recruited during that period. And these were, in fact, some persons who were engaged as a result of the cabinet conclusion that we have of 87. This also includes the strategic planning and task force units that are engaged in the public service and active contract officers. These amounts cover that cost. Marcos.
Thank you, honorable member.
Just a question, the active persons, would they not have been captured in another line, but not in this particular one?
No, we have the labor relations unit that we re-engaged. We also have special projects teams that we engaged. Grand Bahama is included in that. That wasn't included prior. And also, like I said, our task force that we brought on other contracts were active and engaged already in the 2021 period.
Okay. With respect to salary adjustments, there's an adjustment of somewhere in the vicinity of $400,000. Wanted to understand the particulars of that.
Deputy, those represent increments that have been restored.
With respect to overtime, item 2112102, what accounts for the increase in overtime in that particular area?
Mr. Deputy, we have engaged on ameliorating long-standing matters that have been going very well in the last 9 months. We have budgeted for the overtime payment to our technical teams to continue the process of ameliorating these long-standing matters as promised.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Under office rent, which is item 2221102, there's an increase of more than $3 million. Can you identify which properties that this refers to, or has there been an increase in rent on any of the existing properties that the government is presently renting? And if so, which ones are they, please?
Mr. Deputy, we have executed leases. This will cover for executed leases that were not budgeted in the previous budget period to the tune of $6.1 million that we are attempting to account for. Also, the continuation of our leases that are already engaged.
Is it possible you could identify what those buildings are, please, just so we can be clear on that?
I will get back to him on the list of those leases.
Okay. With respect to the lease agreement, with the lease agreement for NIB, there seemed to be an increase of another almost $2.5 million. Can you help us understand what is the nature of that increase?
This is allocation for current lease agreements with NIB, sir. Government leases that the government hadn't paid in the previous fiscal period.
Okay,
so the provision is being made to finance these operating leases with NIB that was underfunded.
Sorry?
Pico.
Yes. Mr. Deputy, security services contract, there is an increase of somewhere around $50,000+. I'm wondering whether or not this is outsourced. These are companies that we have outsourced security to, and what would, if it isn't, what is the nature of that security contract, and what accounts for the increase?
Mr. Deputy.
That is, you have the figure, the number, 225. Okay. 2251111.
Mr. Deputy, we had some security contracts that were engaged in the last fiscal period on a temporary month-to-month basis. We are attempting to ensure that we are able to continue to provide the services to the various government offices where they were procured for, with now coming into a proper agreement with the security firms.
Is it possible that those particular firms that we would have access to which companies you're referring to in this regard?
I can bring the information, but they were secured under the last administration.
Yeah, we're going. Okay.
That's it. Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that head 5 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 5 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 6 of the schedule be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that head 6. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, under supplies and materials, we have ceremonial events at 224-1207. Previously at $750,000. This new budget predicted to be $5,235,259. Can we be advised, can the public be advised on the reason for such a large increase?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. As the member would be aware, next year is the 50th anniversary of our independence of our country. This is a big, big deal for us, and we are going to celebrate it thoroughly.
Okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
So we were wondering if the member would be so kind as to indicate if this is the only place then in the budget outside of, obviously we have already commented on the Governor General's budget, where figures have been allocated to take care of what would be expected events.
But Mr. Deputy, that would be a fallacy to assume that other ministries would not occur expenses.
No assertion was made, a question was asked.
Mr. Deputy, that would be a fallacy to assume that other ministries would not incur costs as it relates to the 50th anniversary. The answer was that this is related to the actual celebration. There is a secretariat that's been set up for this event. There will be many, many events leading up to the actual 50th celebration. We happen to be very excited about this. And this is going to be a great opportunity.
Mr. Deputy, we're not trying to be cute here. We're asking a simple question. We are trying to find out, are there other ministries in the planning, Minister of Finance, if there are other ministries that have also made similar allocations relative to the celebration? That's the question. So we're not trying to be cute.
Answered, Mr. Deputy, and there's nothing cute about it.
Yeah.
Thank you, honorable members.
So there may be other ministries added to the $5 million. I take your point.
It has been moved and seconded that head 6 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 6 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 7 of the schedule be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 7 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Under salaries for permanent and pensionable, it has gone up from $4,600,000 to over $5 million. Wondering what the cause for that increase there is. That's at item 211101.
Yes, 5.6 and 5. It went down. Went down.
They gave you the wrong questions.
Under expenditure provision.
There's no more questions.
The chair recognizes, St. Anne's, 1 minute. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I just want to point out to St. Anne's that he looked at the expenditure from July to March 2021 to 2022, and that was the 4.6 million, but the actual revised estimates for last year was 5.6 million, and we're actually coming down to 5.07 million this year.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
What is the reason that that's gone down?
The chair recognizes. No? That's.
Just to facilitate the question, we had numerous transfers from the Office of the OAG to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Straightforward.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, under salary contract workers, in 2020, 2021 provisional actual expenditure, it was at $1,007,562, and it's predicted for 2022, 2023 to be $3,150,300. Can we be advised why it's gone up so drastically? It's, Mr. Deputy, when looking at the third column, it's gone up by approximately $2 million from $1,398,862 to $3,150,300. Can we have the answer for why that's gone up by well over $1 million, almost $2 million, please?
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Sanderville.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are serious about tackling this backlog that we have in our judicial system. And we have a number of contract workers. That number has increased significantly in an effort to do the same. That's the reason for that.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy, thank the member for mentioning specifically the backlog. We would like to get a sense of what type of staff. Are these attorneys? Are they researchers? Is he in a position to just indicate?
Attorneys and
Thank you,
support
Member.
staff, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Member.
As these are attorneys, can the member advise if these are Bahamian attorneys that have been engaged?
Mr. Deputy, I can most certainly advise that they're all Bahamians.
No Africans.
No Africans.
Then the next mic too, because I cannot leave. Yeah, do the tour. Yeah. Thanks. That's it. It has been moved and seconded that head 7 of the schedule be agreed. Oh, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, on page 59, under legal orders, on page 59, legal orders 2821631. It looks like we've paid in the first 9 months $7 million. We allocated $3.5 million, but we're decreasing it to $2.4 million. Is that sufficient to cover? And I heard the Attorney General speak about the amount of outstanding judgments and so on that the government owes. Is that 2.4 sufficient to cover?
Mr. Deputy, at this point in time, it is in fact sufficient to address the outstanding legal settlements. At this time, for now,
Thank you, members.
yes.
Mr. Deputy, we have seen a decrease in salary permanent pensionable persons because persons are being relocated to the Department of Physical Planning. We have seen an increase of almost $2 million for salary contract workers who are attorneys, all Bahamian, Eugene DePuch Law School. But then on page 58, under services, line item 2251115, we have consultancy service that in 2021 revised approved estimates was $1,500,000, but for 22-23, it's $2,250,000. Why do we need to be paying consultants almost an additional $1 million when we've already engaged more Bahamian attorneys to do the work at the Office of the Attorney General? Mr. Deputy, that's,
Members,
that's line item 2251115, consultancy services on page 58 under services.
But the reason for that, sorry.
No, I didn't get an answer yet. I was referring to the line item.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, the reason for that increase is because we have to allocate for what is known as the beneficial owner's secure site system, the maintenance fees, the BOSS system that I spoke of previously at one of my contributions in the House.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that head 7 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 7 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 8, Office of the Judiciary, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Just for higher education, special projects has moved has gone down. I'm just curious. Sorry, 2251134. So special projects have moved from 1 million to 500,000. Just wanted to get a sense on what's that.
Mr. Deputy, the special projects, 2251134. Special projects. 2251134. Yes. Mr. Deputy, it is determined that this provision will adequately fund the required special projects for the Office of the Chief Justice after consultation. Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded that head 8 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Section head 8 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, we now move that head number 9, Court of Appeal, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that head 9 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 9 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 8, Registrar's General's Department, be agreed. Sorry, number 10, pardon me. Number 10, Registrar General's Department, be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that head 10 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 10 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 11, Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, with respect to line item 2251108, tuition training in service awards, it has moved from 8,000 to 190,000. What accounts for the difference?
The Deputy
The
Speaker,
chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
the previous administration did not take training very seriously at all at the correctional institution. As a result, the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services is not currently certified as a correctional institution. This administration intends to have this correctional institution certified as a correctional institution, and it will require the training of the officers.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I may have missed it. I was looking for the communication system at the correctional institution. It's my understanding that that we have a service where the government facilitates inmates being able to yes, correct. I wanted to know where is that reflected? What are the costs associated with that?
I'm pleased to announce that the government pays $0 for the communication system used at the prison. It is provided by a service provider, and the persons using it pay for it. I can also advise that the new video visitation system that was adopted to permit visitations during this time of COVID is also zero rated to the government, where the participants pay for it.
Also, sorry, Mr. Deputy, I know that it was mentioned in the presentation given in Parliament that there is a vibrant agriculture project being launched in the Correctional Department, which is an excellent idea and continuation of something that BAMSI was doing previously. I'm wondering, where is that reflected in the budget, or is that being sourced by another ministry or being paid for by another ministry?
The budget communication spoke about land being cleared for use and cultivation by prisoners who basically being outdoors is a privilege. There's going to be communication and cooperation with BAMSI over not only the chickens that are at the prison, the pigs that have been sent to BAMSI, but this project as well. The payments would be reflected in inmates' accounts.
Including the clearing? I don't see anything for it.
Yeah, they work. They're sentenced to hard labor.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Chair, under food, ice, and drinking water, 2241205. You had a $1.9 million allocation, and it has now been reduced to 10. It does look like that has been consistent throughout a number of the agencies, and there's an increase in finance. I saw that. But the question that I have is if we could get an understanding of how this is going to work, and if previously ministries were able to purchase their own food and they had the discretion to spend on what they want to spend on, would this not be an added bureaucracy, an added step for bureaucracy if they now must go to finance to get an added approval from finance in order to spend? And if all of the ministries now have to go through finance in order to spend money on food and drinking water, does finance have what it needs to be able to manage that process? It just seems that it may be an added step of bureaucracy, which will cause challenges for the ministries if they now have to go through finance to do so.
Deputy Speaker, I wouldn't say as a man of faith, I just leave it to faith. But I understand there was a central purchasing unit previously. This is a restoration of it. I'm quite certain that any mistakes in the previous system would have been learned from. Certainly, the BDOT finds itself having to go for approvals in any event, as when we came in, some of its bills were not paid on a timious basis, and so there was an outstanding bill of somewhere in the order of $40,000 for bread, I think, or the Purity Bakery. And so any bureaucracy that relates to centralized purchasing can relate to individualized purchasing as well. But the head is lowered because there's going to be central purchasing to get benefits of economies of scale.
The chair recognizes the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yeah, and I know concerns have been expressed about centralizing the purchasing, but those concerns do not outweigh the savings that we'll have in respect to the central purchasing. What is truly happening is that there's a lot of commonalities in purchases between ministries. With those commonalities, once they're lumped together, because you're buying more, you could get it for less if you buy it in bulk. Instead of one ministry going just to buy a packet, you could buy the buying power. Now, like I said, there are some concerns, but I'm advised that those issues will be worked out. And one of the things we did, for example, you spoke about water. We are leaving some funds with the ministries to take care of these minor purchases that could cause a hiccup, because that was one of the challenges they had in these things. And so we're not just denuding the line from the ministry, but rather ensuring that the bulk of purchases is done holistically for the whole government. And then there'll be a central distribution center from which ministries will make their requests, and then it'll be delivered. Yeah.
Cat Island. I just wondered for, especially places like the police and the prison that buys in bulk on their own, whether, as far as I could recall, they would get a sort of an approval for their year spent with food, and then obviously the finance officer and the permanent secretary then would manage what they've been given approval for. And I guess my question is that added step of having to get another approval, and I know that sometimes the folks at finance, it's less. I don't follow how it'd be less if.
It's under control, but let me just give you the example. If a ministry is buying, they have to generate within their department, or to generate, right, the process of looking for vendors, right, and that's a process. Yeah. Once they identify the vendors, they then have to seek permission to buy, and then once that permission is gotten, then that permission requires finance clearance finance. So you see all those processes. Right. Now, if you need, say, computer papers, you just go to the central distribution center and say, look, we need 4 cases and that's the only approval you need. You just have to have the recommendation to get it. So you're not buying anymore. So the procurement you don't have that procurement exercise to go through. All you have to do is collect from the central agency. And as I said, some funds are still left in there to deal with what I call the minor acquisitions and purchases and procurement.
Wouldn't that though take the power away from the ministries themselves? Because
which power?
The discretion in terms of what they need, because it now means that they, rather than them going and having the ability to purchase and spend their own money to purchase after they've gotten the cabinet approval, you now have to go to finance.
I'm concerned. We're concerned about costs and efficiency, not the distribution of power. Right? No, because you're saying taking away the discretion from the ministry. That's where you put it.
And that may be. in terms of the wrong word that I use in terms of power. Okay. But and seriously, because there have been experiences when, and we know the finance officers, their concern, and rightfully so, is on the bottom line in terms of the least amount of funds that can be spent, and that's rightfully so. That's their job to make sure that you control spending. But when it comes to the ministries having the discretion to be able to get approval, spend their monies in terms of they know what is needed, they know what is required, they're able to do so. It just seems to me that you now have this added layer that you now have to get approval from.
No. There's no added layer. And it's an economy of scales. And what I started off by saying, there are a lot of goods, materials, supplies that are common to all ministries, right? And so one ministry will go and buy 2 cases of a supply of items, right? And that will cost them more than if I buy 100 cases of that supply, and they just need to go and then share it out. And that's the idea behind it all.
Department.
Yeah.
When I assumed the chair, they had spent all of their money for food. And so it was a headache of getting more allocation. This system doesn't require them to do that. They've said how much they need. Finance will take that into account when they set the head there. And as the prison requires, they will then, as the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador said, put in their request. From where we sit, from where we sit, it is not the Department of Correctional Services money. It's the Bahamian people's money. It's the Bahamas government's money, and the Bahamas government is spending the money of the people as it should.
Let us hope when you put the request in, that you get a speedy answer.
I hope, let's hope. That's how the system rated to work.
Along the same line, I understand the process. I understand the single window. My only question is the number, because for instance, under cleaning and toilet supplies, you're going from 160,000 to 2,000. I understand petty cash, and it's a learning curve, but I just question whether that number is sufficient. So that's my only question, whether the petty cash is sufficient to carry the load until the central processing unit can get it. That was my only question, just the numbers.
I'm not certain that this is an appropriate place to talk about the MO of something. I would think that all of these public servants who manage this process have a degree of sense. Certainly the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services public service servants wouldn't want to tip their hands to say how they're going to maneuver the system to ensure that they have what they have when they need them. And I think it behooves us as politicians to question the ability of public officers to discharge their jobs, which is really what we're doing here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. With respect to the amount of funds that are spent by corrections on food, the member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador has indicated commitment, along with the Minister of Agriculture and other ministers, to food security. There is a policy requiring us to purchase from local producers, spending 75 cents of every dollar. I'm wondering whether or not the items presently being purchased through corrections are purchased exclusively from Bahamian vendors. So we have multiple bread companies, one juggernaut in particular, and I think we're spending with $40,000 a month or roughly on just bread alone. There's water and all these other items. Can we say that we are spending this money with Bahamian vendors?
The vendors are, but my directives to any procurement exercise would be that Bahamians vendors would be the ones engaged. And that's what I'd be expecting.
Because that you could measure.
As a follow-up to the Marco City, because finance is doing it in this way, it means that there is a huge amount of huge amount of money that may be spent with one or two or however they decide to divvy up the amount. But what will be the procurement process for the spending of monies by finance on food and drinking water? Is there going to be a public bidding process that anyone in the Bahamas is able to bid on contracts for food and drinking water, since this is going to be a significant amount of money that's going to be spent where one centralized purchasing order? So what is the procurement process for that?
I'll say this. Best practices that attend to procurement will be engaged.
So now that we have, Mr. Deputy, a centralized agency purchasing structure, where is the centralized agency that's going to be holding the food and water for all of these departments, not the paper, but the perishable items? Does the government have central agency warehouses that it currently uses? I understood that was an issue social services had with the last food distribution program.
Yes.
Where is it?
So the Gladstone Road vicinity.
Gladstone Road?
Yeah.
And another question, how did this government determine which heads would still have their water and food and beverage budget and which ones would not? The Senate and the House of Assembly still have theirs. Why wasn't consideration given to those departments to also allow them to save on their budgets?
Mr. Deputy, he asked about the good member for Sinan's question, the allocation of the autonomy of the House. I think that's in a roundabout way of putting it. We all support the House of Assembly in particular having more autonomy, as we've discussed time and time again. So if you were to look at these in silos as an example, that would be the answer as it relates to the House of Assembly. Surely the member is not asking for a justification of all of the ministries or departments as to why they get to keep their food budget and others is centralized. So I'm just going to take the House of Assembly, and that's the answer to that specific question.
Deputy, follow up to the comments made by Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador, mentioning that best practices will determine whether will be employed. Yeah, would the member please indicate, because we are only familiar with one set of processes, so we're just trying to understand, will they be sent out to bid so that the public now can get a sense of the opportunities that you're creating for them? Can we know exactly what that process is?
There will be in certain circumstances, and then there will be best practices employed as a result because of the exigencies of the circumstance. There'll be times when there will not be the availability for bidding. Right? And there'll be times, because of the exigencies of the circumstance, other practices have to be engaged. That's why I covered it by saying best practices will be engaged for the purpose of procurement. In some instances, the best practice will be going to bid. Others, it may not. There may be emergencies.
So, Mr. Deputy, at times we do single source in the ministry, so we understand that. But Prime Minister, it's safe to say to the public now they can begin looking out for notification of bids from the Ministry of Finance relative to water, food, and other items, so producers can fully expect to engage in this process. There will not be a select group that's being contacted to supply these goods and services. As required under the Procurement Act. Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that head 11 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Head 11 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 12, Parliamentary Registration Department, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 12 of the schedule be agreed. As the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, you see here in line item 2111102, salary contract workers. You see an increase of some $250,000. We'd ask the government, is there a specific project or projects that will account for the sharp difference in this line item?
The variance here is accounted for by the contract workers the previous administration hired leading up to the last general election. These are your peoples in Barnabas.
Those are Bahamian people. They're not our people.
Bahamian people aren't your people?
For the record, they are Bahamian people that were hired. They're not our people. All our people.
It has been moved and seconded that head 12 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 12 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 13, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Public Service, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 13 of the bill be agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Wow.
This is serious business. This is serious business.
Madam, sorry, Mr. Deputy, item 2111102, salary and contract workers, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Public Service. First, I wanted to find out which portion, whether or not the contract workers, the figures have moved in 2021, 2022 from 1,500,000 to 3,485,797. So just two quick questions. One is, what is the division between foreign affairs and public service? And then secondly, what is the breakdown of amount and types of contract workers that have been hired?
So the public service has already been addressed, the issues related to the public service. So the ministry is called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Public Service. But Foreign Affairs has its own head, which has already been dealt with adequately, I think, by the Minister of State. As for the contractual workers, the justification is that there's an increase for additional staff in various missions, and in particular, we seek to open a new consulate in Toronto and one in Los Angeles. And so it's anticipated that this should be able to cover that. We've also, over the past year, had to roll over the contracts of contract officers who were hired prior to my coming there. And I think they even got an increase in salary as well. So that's also included in this.
What would be the division between the capital work, rental, et cetera, and actual personnel? So this additional $2 million, how is that divided between capital work or rental and?
This is not capital.
So none of it. So this is all personnel?
the contract, it says contractual workers.
Right.
So, yeah, there's not cap.
Okay, but you're saying you're opening 2 offices. You're talking about the staffing of those new offices.
Yeah, staffing. I
Okay.
think under these rules, expenditure also includes rent and stuff like that, but there's even a subhead, I think, for that, for rent and those sorts of. Yeah, this line is personnel, yeah.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
About Dubai and, several other places, but that's what it's intended to do.
Mr. Chair, under 2251112, Operations Passport Office, there's a increase of a little under $4 million. If we can get an understanding of what that increase is for, and then on the digitization of the passport office, we pressed that issue with respect to persons being able to apply for the renewal of their. Oh, sorry. We had pressed the issue for persons being able to apply for the renewal of their e-passport and so on. And I think we were able to get it to where adults were able to do it. Children were still not able to do it. Various issues with having somebody come and sign for it and so on. Have we made any progress with expanding the ability of either children or those other persons who were not included to be able to have their e-passports renewed? And then have we made any progress in terms of persons coming for new passports? Because I believe it will only apply to renewal of your passports. And I know that there was talks about the voting process being, sorry, not voting process, the registration of voting, that process being done online, so that persons would be able to register to vote, new persons would be able to register to vote online. Now that was I guess what I would call a touchy subject, obviously, when we're looking at registration for voting. But I believe there was a committee that was working on it. Any idea in terms of what the progress is with respect to that, or whether there's any progress being done with respect to that?
Well, let me answer the last one first. I would leave that, that's the bailiwick of the Home Affairs Minister, so I'll leave him to answer that. In terms of passports, things are essentially where they were in September, the 16th of September. It's a vexing consumer affairs issue. People are still quite impatient about the pace at which the services are delivered. There is new leadership coming in the office. There's been a turnover. Just within the last 2 weeks, there's been new leadership. The remit or the instruction that new leadership has is to actually improve the service, the level of service, in particular outreach to the islands. For example, there should be one in Cat Island soon, North Andros soon. So it's a work in progress. The line item relates to Canadian banknote. They're responsible for the software, its upgrade and maintenance. And the maintenance contract needs to be signed and executed because the systems need to be upgraded. As you know, with these things, you have to keep going. So I'm advised that this was approved by Cabinet last week, and this reflects the payments which are due to Canadian banknote.
I have a question generally about the opening of new offices in different jurisdictions. I think you have a couple that you are opening. Where would that be reflected in the budget? So we've had some discussions over the last 2 nights about expenditure under the previous administration for an office. I wanted to understand as we go forward, obviously this is a matter that you will seek to address, where in this budget it's reflected your allocation for the opening of these offices? And I'll have a follow-up after that, but I want to understand. I don't see
You
it.
know, when I spoke at during this debate, I spoke aspirationally. In the sense that some things may not in fact be budgeted, but we have to put finance on notice that this is something we intend to do. And they then, in the course of the year, will provide the resources to support it, assuming the cabinet determines that that's what they want to do. As far as I listed here, what finance has told me is that they have in fact anticipated the Toronto office and Los Angeles. The rest I was speaking aspirationally, so you may not see those reflected. But as you know, having sat around the table, it is possible if the cabinet decides to move in a particular direction, then finance is asked to employ its resources in order to move it behind the government's objectives. So that's the best answer I can give.
I have a question, Mr. Deputy, and this may come off as something that I shouldn't ask, but I'll ask it for the benefit of the other members. There's a line item here on page 71 under allowances, duty allowances, number 2112-114, gone from 4,800 to 38,800. What does duty allowance cover, and why is that increase necessary?
Because I'm not sure what duty allowance actually covers, but what it is intended to do is to reflect cases where people have come into the service and at a certain expect a certain level of emoluments, and you are unable under the existing scales to deal with it. So what you try to do is in order to attract people of quality to the service, is to provide some additional benefits. And so a duty allowance helps with the additional expenses, for example, that an officer, let's say in New York, there are now 10 states which come under the jurisdiction of the Consul General. And we have given a remit, the Prime Minister's remit is to reach out to the Bahamian diaspora. That's going to require considerable travel, some form of receptions and those kinds of things. And this is intended to support the work of those officers in doing those things.
Isn't that covered under 2112108 under special allowance with additional qualifications attached to it?
Yes, but it also is covered in the, yes, right. So, but there are other officers who, how should I describe it, who have come in under special terms, and that item that you're now talking about deals with that.
Deputy Speaker, there's a line item on page 71, line item 2211101, air transport of persons within the Bahamas. It's going from 4,400 to 14,400. Is that due to an increased expectation of flights to Grand Bahama, or for the opening of Cat Island and Andros offices, I think you had mentioned?
I'm not sure how to respond to that. But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Public Service is the ministry for the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and the monies are there to support the movement of officers and the directorate around the country.
It has been moved and seconded that head 13 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 13 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy. Yeah. I now move that head number 14, Office of the Prime Minister, be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that head 14 of the bill is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
I have a question, Mr. Deputy, on line item 2251348 under debris management. I note that you went from $3,038,000. You have it? I slow down. Page 289? 77 of 289, yeah, 77, right. You went from 3,038,428 to 5,158,528, and then the zero on the debris management. Why was that item cut out completely in the ensuing years?
To the Department of, what I call it the Department of Emergency Preparedness and Response.
Okay, let me get
That sum has been transferred, yes. 6 million has been passed in. Yeah.
Okay, I accept that.
I'm not a competent authority, see, so I.
But you're competent, right?
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, we're seeking to find out with respect to the contract workers. This is 222-211102. What type of workers are hired under contract relative to the Office of the Prime Minister that accounts for the difference reflected in the budget? Is this from a previous period or this is presently?
Well, this would be persons that were peculiar to the office, personal to the Office of the Prime Minister, that we have engaged to deal with matters relative to special projects that I may assign to them. And that's what this was covering.
Mr. Deputy, we have a line item on page 76, 2241201, office supplies and stationery, previously at 56,788, now at 2,000.
Repeat the number.
Central supplies.
Under supplies and materials.
Central supplies.
In that instance, if the difference is due to the new central supply or revitalized central supply system, what would the 2,000 be anticipated to cover the first week? The year will be covered by $2,000 in the Office of the Prime Minister for office supplies. What work's getting done for $2,000 in office supplies? Miscellaneous? How many C's in miscellaneous?
The chair recognizes the member for South and Central Andres.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I heard the member for St. Anne's ask what works is being done, but this is actually for office supplies and stationery, any emergency stuff that has to be picked up right away, not because we plan properly. We'll make sure that it's stocked out. So if anything comes up short, then we could just spend a few dollars. But this 2,000 is not for work being done. This is for the actual paper, pen, paper clips, and etc.
Thank you very much, member.
Mr. Deputy? Please finish. Oh.
Can the Prime Minister say how many persons are being hired with respect to the delivery unit, and what are the functions that they are likely to carry out?
When I assumed office, there were about 12 persons in the delivery unit. We now have 5.
No, you are moving from, and just a line item for everybody to see, 225-1114. So the delivery unit, according to this budget, says in 2021, 2022, there's a zero figure, as in it's not reflected. I'm not sure why, but now in this budget, it's 1.4 million. So I'm just trying to understand, to reconcile with what you have just indicated. How many persons are you hiring and for what purposes in the delivery unit? And why are the consultancies not reflected, or are those persons permanent and pensionable who were there previously?
No, first of all, those who were there were not, I think there's about 2 persons who might have been permanent and pensionable, and they went back to their various ministries. In respect to that 1.4 you see under that head, that is the proceeds of the CDB loan that's been allocated. The fact that the funds have been allocated don't necessarily mean it'll be used. But we will we are now revisiting that unit, and we are looking at how we could repurpose the funds for that loan.
Again, what is the purpose of the $1.4 million in that case? Because you're saying it's not paying the two persons who are there presently. Or what is the purpose for the $1.4 million? Because it's under the item delivery unit.
The delivery unit was set up for the purposes of looking at procedures and projects, procedures and processes to ensure that what the government would wish to have delivered in accordance with their plans is follows through. And so we are now reviewing structures and processes as it relates to various ministries, what they have to deliver in accordance with our blueprint, because that is the roadmap for our delivery, and that is an ongoing exercise. Right now, we may not need the 1.4, all of it. Right, and so if that which we not use, we'll seek permission to repurpose. But that is an ongoing exercise.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on page 77, under services towards the bottom, there's actually two headings for services. This is item 2251348, debris management. It was previously at $5,158,000.
Yeah, that's answered already.
Asked and answered.
What was the response on that?
Asked and answered.
That was moved to the department. You know, my office ain't can collect garbage, man. The office of prime shouldn't be collecting debris.
My constituents complain that the garbage doesn't get collected all the time.
It's moved to head 75.
75, okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Prime Minister, as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on page 78, there is 2821412, Clifton Heritage Authority. That's seeing an increase of over approximately $200,000. Is there a special project that the public can expect to see out there at the Clifton Heritage site?
Since September last year, Clifton Heritage has now reopened, and that would be, the cost would be reflected in repairs and operation costs.
I see Prime Minister, sorry, Mr. Deputy. I see that the disaster and reconstruction and let me just, for ease of reference, 2821420. The figure previously was somewhere in the vicinity 1.3 million. It is now not at all reflected. I'm just trying to get a sense of how the Minister of State with responsibility for that particular area, how... Okay, no problem. We're good. Good stuff. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, on the same page as I previously raised, line item 2821413, the Antiquities, Monuments, and Museums Corporation, which has now been taken over by Dr. Curry, it has no increase. Are we not expecting anything to improve under this New Day government at these various antiquities, monuments, and museums, historical locations? In particular, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a historic site called the Fort Winton Battery in my constituency, the great constituency also of my fellow West End, Grand Bahama, and Fort Charlotte members of Parliament. It's actually in quite close proximity to the member for Fort Charlotte. If there is no increase in this Antiquities, Monuments, and Museums Corporation budget, I'm expecting that there's no plan to improve that site, which has been neglected, I think, since Blackbeard was here. But if there is no specific increase reflected in there being no change in numbers, may it be advised? My constituents have probably accounted for a great portion of that increased travel expense. But can St. Anne's Fort Winton Battery be given some attention under this line item for Antiquities, Monuments, and Museums Corporation, as well as the location there on Potter's Key, which many people are around but don't even know exists? Thank you.
28214008, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Looks like we've added close to 2 million. Yeah, Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, 28214008. We've added close to $2 million to that. What? Let me ask a question. What are the plans? Because obviously the ZNS, Bahamas Air are considered, these state-owned enterprises that the government is continuing to give, and not being sort of self-sufficient. What is the government's plans to ensure that ZNS becomes an entity that would be financially self-sufficient?
In answering that question, East End, since September, I have met with the executive on the board of the National Insurance, the BCB, with regards to increasing our advertisement. That will be reflected in new hires and with bringing on new shows and soliciting new sponsors to defray those costs. The BCB has had an increase, if you're going to go there, and that would be due to the insurance premiums and other operation costs.
Does the government intend to continue, given that we have a number of television stations and radio stations, does the government intend to keep ZNS as a fully government-owned entity?
Only the sun covers the Bahamas, brother. ZNS is the preeminent station.
Yes, eh?
That's right.
Just to follow up, Mr. Deputy, on the same matter, it is a substantial increase to one of our state-owned enterprises, notwithstanding that the government signaled that it would have been reducing by some $100 million the allocation to state-owned enterprises. So we're trying to, in a little bit more granular sense, what would account for that substantial allocation of 1.8? I mean, what would be some of those line items?
Operational costs, and in particular, insurance premiums also.
Sorry, the insurance premium, roughly what is that?
I don't have the exact figures with that. Even with this subvention, the BCB facilities would require some $3 million in upgrade and equipment. And some... Yes. There's also an issue with the arrears of copyright for artists of Bahamians that have been back to, yes, royalties. Okay.
It has been moved and seconded that head 14 of the schedule is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 14 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 16. There is no 15.
What kind of budget?
Just a, no,
What's the reasoning for that? What's not being shown?
just, Mr. Deputy, just to respond to the question, I have just been in contact with the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance said that this is what they introduced in the previous years, and this is how they've done the numbering and the matters, the heads that have come up for discussion, and they have done the same way for this time. That's the reason. We've inherited what has been done by the previous administration.
It has been moved and seconded that head 16 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 16 of the bill is agreed.
And now move, Mr. Deputy, the head number 17, Government Printing Department, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 17 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 17 of the schedule is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that head number 18, Department of Local Government, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been. The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. A matter that I raised yesterday, I wish to follow up on. There are several island administrators. I've raised this matter at the highest level and have raised it in this house as well. Island administrators who have gone through the appropriate training and are now been sent back to the departments where they came from. My understanding from the public service standpoint, and certainly we would appreciate some clarification on it, that if a public servant is being sent back to a department that they came from, and they object, that there's a requirement in the law that they are then promoted if they are then to return. I'm unclear on why there is still an issue with those administrators who feel that they have not been dealt with fairly, and has in the section on 2111101 whether or not any of the figures that you have here reflect their increase for the promotion before they were sent back, or have they not at all been promoted or their salaries adjusted?
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if you transfer, one of the things that I found very strange about the public service is that when a public servant has lost the confidence of the directorates, I'll put it that, they're not disciplined, They promote it. So I'm trying to understand, and so public servants have this probably, and so that's what we have to try to correct. Right now, what I understand, you say that because they were seconded to the Department of Local Government, trained as administrator, and if it's decided that they should go back to they should be promoted? Is that what you're saying? I don't know that to be the case.
Okay. Mr. Deputy? I'm sure it was not the intention of the member of Kent Island to suggest that this particular group that I'm referring to, which I think is fairly well known to several of us, that they lost the confidence of the directorate.
Pardon me?
No, you were not suggesting that the group that I'm referencing lost the confidence of the directorate of that area in any way. Because I'm just pointing to general orders in terms of what is required if you're transferring someone.
Yeah, well, I'll point to general orders.
Yes.
And if you want to interpret what I said before you get the interpretation of what I'm saying, I can say what I want to say. I was talking with the principal.
Yes.
That about moving from one department to the next.
Yes.
Nothing to do with this
particular individual.
Right? That's good. Because there's much to be said about the process engaged in that.
Yes.
And I don't want to get into that. But what I want to understand is, your question is whether they were promoted. And I don't know whether they were promoted, but you're suggesting that they may have a right to promotion.
Correct.
And I don't understand that
yes,
either.
Yes, so I'm asking for, again, was asking the minister, person are being sent back, and what I'm understanding, have been sent back, and what I'd like to understand is whether or not there was an entitlement to promotion under general orders prior to doing so, in the event that they issued an objection, and my understanding is that an objection was issued. So that's all I'm seeking clarification on. That's all.
The matter's under review. So, but is your question asking why the increase in contract workers? Was that your question?
Have they been promoted?
The matter's under review. Matter's under review.
I have a question and a comment. A comment first. On the hardship allowance 2112117, that number is, in my view, hardship allowance 83. That's 2112117. Yeah, that number looks kind of low. Yeah, it looks kind of low in my view. That's just a comment. It looks kind of low. But my question really relates to item 2231202, second to last item from the bottom. Street lighting. Is this for the maintenance of existing street lightings, for new street lightings, or 2231202, almost to the bottom, street lighting? Is that for the maintenance of existing lights, or that's new street lights, and are we solarizing the street lighting in these communities? Maintenance or new?
Existing. So in some local government councils, they cover street lighting for their districts.
It's maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker, on page 84, there are a number of line items, and I'll go through each one, that have gone down. The first, 2241101, gasoline, gone down from $1,470,000 provision to $1,215,000. That's more than $200,000, while gasoline has gone up in the Bahamas and even more so in our local government Family Islands. I'd like to know the response for that, but that same is reflected in item 2241106 for diesel. That's gone down by $20,000, while the price is going up in all of our local government Family Island locations. Can we have an answer as to what reasoning would be behind reducing the cost of petrol in today's climate?
Right. So yeah, it's adequate. So under previous expenditures, that seems to be adequate.
Are we at previous gasoline prices right now?
No, but we're in previous usage.
So, yeah, so you're at previous usage with the same previous price, but the price of diesel and fuel has gone up.
Yeah, but
So
if you use 50 gallons last year,
you're looking at it with previous eyes, and you need to look at it with today's eyes.
Just to member from St. Anne's, perhaps you should spend some more time with me, like the member from Central Neutral. What Central Neutral is showing you, what it's demonstrating to you, is if you look at that same line item, okay, so that we can understand what you're saying. The second column, you see expenditure from July to March, 2021 and 22. They spent $365,668,000. That was the actual expenditure for that period. Okay, so why would you want to increase the gasoline approved estimates when you spent less than 50% of what you allocated in the first place for the first 9 months? And let's think about it. We took into account now. We took all that into account, right? And when you look at the actual expenditure in 2020, 2021, see, look at these numbers. You see what you spent. You see what you actually spent the year before. Then you look at what you're spending to date. And then you come up with a reasonable number for what you can spend next year. And that's all, as he said, as the minister said, what they have allocated, they feel is adequate, having regard to the history of the expenditure in this column. So you want me to start again? Less than 50.
I've heard it, but PM, I've heard it. Thank you.
Taking into account
you've determined what is adequate, and the people in these local government jurisdictions are well pleased.
Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you. There's a line item, and this probably comes under the central agency idea again, except how central agency concepts don't really apply as easily in local government and family island jurisdictions, because they can't just get it from Gladstone Road, which La Rota thinks I don't know where that is. Pinewood doesn't think I know where Gladstone Road is. But my good constituent, the member from Fort Charlotte, is throwing a few million into building another lane out there, which is needed. Coming back to this centralized agency issue, you're applying it to the family islands, and for cleaning and toilet supplies at 224-1211, you have gone from $55,000 to $1,000. So say you're using a centralized agency concept. How many local government offices are there that are depending on this $1,000, and what are they getting? About $100 each in case of emergency. And when you have an emergency in a family island, you don't have the same conveniences as you would in Nassau.
We do have budgets for local councils where they're able to use funding if necessary for emergencies.
Where's that reflected in
It's a different ad. It's for each council. Each council has funding individually. Yeah.
Okay. Other contractual services, line item 2251399. Other contractual services have gone down by almost $100,000 or $200,000 from $342,937 to $160,000. So for all of our local governments, they're having a significant reduction in their budget line item for other contractual services. Are they also happy with that?
Right. So it's the same as the gasoline. It's according to what's been used, and we've adjusted to allocate for this budget as well.
All right, and then for this one doesn't explain itself as you're saying, but we went from miscellaneous family island capital projects, a budget of $1,800,000 to $750,000. And if your justification is, well, we're doing it but the same as they were doing it before, are you saying that these capital island local governments are not interested in having the abundance of $1,800,000?
No, that ain't an explanation. So, in previous,
you're basically freezing them to what they did last year.
No, sir.
That's not a new day to me.
Let me give you the new date.
When I sit down, I think that's when people stand up.
So, so saying that the funding there that's allocated for the $750,000 would go mainly to small capital works and then to clean up projects in the family islands. We then took $900,000 and we put it in capital works under the ministry in the back, which would go to more significant capital works repairs for administrative residences as well as offices. So we understand for many years, many years, these administrative offices, the residences have been left in disrepair for years, and we're going to fix that. So it's the same funding.
I'm not sure if it's reflected, Mr. Deputy, in another section of the budget, but I don't see any allocation to the expansion of local government in New Providence? Is it that that is not a part of the agenda for this this fiscal year?
We have hired 2 consultants on the contractual services to look at local government in its entirety, especially in the Family Islands. We understand that there's many inefficiencies and deficiencies for a long time, and we're looking to fix a lot of those things that is in our blueprint for change. One of those being to provide them with revenue-raising powers and other things. So we're going to make it happen. We already hired the consultants, and hopefully we'll have the new legislation here before end of the year in regards to that. Yeah, and we're looking at Nassau as well. We're looking at Nassau.
So the 2 consultants the 2 consultants will address that expansion throughout the country. Are there anything else relative to creating the ecosystem, whether it is laying out what that particular plan is, if there's collateral that has to be done, have to be created, all of this is being addressed by the consultants?
So the consultants, along with a 19-member team, has already started their consultant services throughout the Family Islands.
Yes.
And they're meeting with administrators, they're meeting with community members, they're meeting with the councils.
Yes.
To get their advice on where there's been failures. We're including persons in civil society as well. So hopefully within a few months we have their report and we could make it happen.
Follow-up question on, I know that there are some costs associated with rolling out the local government in New Providence. Were those costs taken into consideration in the preparation of the budget at all?
No, sir.
None of it? So we could say then that local government is unlikely to be rolled out anytime soon in New Providence?
No, you can't say it.
No, I mean, sorry. No, I mean, I'll sit so you can answer on your feet. I just want to understand.
But what I'm saying is that I've addressed this many times in the past few months. We understand that there are deficiencies in the Family Islands. We need to fix those to ensure, and I'm sure, Marco City, you have local government in Grand Bahama, and you understand the challenges that we face. And we're trying to find a way to assist them. We understand that funding is an issue because a lot of things that these councils want to do, they are not able to do in an efficient manner to assist their communities and to help develop the communities where they live. So we're hoping to fix a lot of those issues as soon as possible, which would more than likely be done prior to New Providence.
So for the record, it's not going to happen this year. Local government in New Providence.
No.
It has been moved and seconded that head 18 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 18 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 19, the Department of Physical Planning, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 19 be agreed. As many are in favor, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is another one of these line items appearing in the budget that I won't have to ask the question on next year. Line item 211-2115 on the page 86 under allowances. Responsibility allowance. It's gone down from $34,975 to $5,500. What would be the justification for reducing the responsibility allowance for the coming year over the previous year?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The amount was required for last year, and that amount, the arrears were paid under the previous budget. That is, it was an existing arrears which accrued under the year 2021, 2022. And those arrears were paid, and the allowance for this year proposed is adequate.
Thank you, member.
Okay, so it's not a question of the department having less responsibility then? What would responsibility allowance cover?
Certainly the department does indeed have a national responsibility, but under this head, this line item, it is determined to be adequate.
Thank you.
It is.
I touched on this, Deputy Speaker, in my contribution, but line item 225-1109, licensing and inspection of vehicles. Previously, the department had a budgeted amount of $1,960, but now has a zero budgeted amount. Is that because of reorganization within the Ministry of Works? And the vehicles are now going to come under a licensing budget of the Ministry of Works, no longer under the Department of Physical Planning, or is it something else?
This particular area would have been transferred to Head 21.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It has been moved and seconded that Head 19 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 19 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 20 be agreed, the Department of Lands and Surveys.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that Head 20 of the bill. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Just a couple of very quick questions. One of them relate to consultancy services. This is 225-1115. 225-1115 consultancy services. It is moved from $2,100,000 to $300,000. Wanted to get clarification on that before doing a follow-up on that item.
That represents the completion of the land mapping registry project. That was training.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up to that, there was left in place a consultancy that was to address the amalgamation of the overall mapping program. Wanted to just get a sense on whether or not that was, is that continuing? Was there a final sign-off on the contract, or that was merely it was merely signaled but not executed? And that was to integrate agriculture, BAIC land, agriculture land, well, land under all of the various organs of government.
No. Yeah. That project is still on the table, but we have formed a land reform committee that is looking into this question of reforming basically our real property laws, which will include mapping, land registration, and the rest of it. I hope to have a report from them within the next Surrounders. We should have a report very soon that will include, and then we'll be looking at this project that you left on the table.
So, yeah, correct. So I recall, Mr. Deputy, that the member for Kid Island, Ron and Salvador included in the speech from the throne and subsequent discussions the priority of making sure we deal with this land question, inclusive of registration, et cetera. I know that having looked at various softwares that were available, systems used in the region and otherwise, that there is a cost associated with the mapping, cost associated with creating a robust land registration system, et cetera. And so when I saw the $300,000, I just thought that it was inadequate to accomplish what you have spoken about in terms of being an important objective of your administration. So is it safe to say, since I don't see anywhere in, at least certainly in this head, funds allocated for that overall transformation of the land registration system, the proper mapping, the amalgamation of lands under every organ of government, that is not on the agenda for this year?
I mean, it's not, I mean, first of all, if a project is going to cost us $2 million, and if it's going to take 3 years to have that completed, you're not going to see $2 million in the budget allocated today. So the fact that you don't see a number that you think should be there, it takes it off the table. It's an erroneous premise. Because, first of all, there's a concept called burn rate. So if we start a project, and in 1 year it's only going to cost, even though the overall project might be X amount of dollars, and for 1 year we can spend Y, well, we budget Y, and then the following year we carry it over, right? But it's not safe to say it's off the table. In respect to land registration, that exercise is not going to be a 1 or 2 year exercise. It's going to be quite an extensive exercise, which may take 2 or 3 years to have it done properly. So we're laying the foundation for it. We have a private sector team on this committee, along with governmental representations, and they've been working for the last 2-3 months, attempting to come up with a report, which we will then look at, and then we'll move to implement their recommendations, which I know will include the matters you are now discussing, and then we'll then assess the amount of funds that we needed to fund implementation of those recommendations. And at that time, allocations will be made. All will not be in this budget, but it'll be going forward.
Thank you very much. That overall project that may be multi-year, what exactly over the course of this coming year, the next 12-month period, is provided for in this budget, and what does that entail? That's the sense I'm trying to get, because I think this is such an important project. It was wonderful you announced that you're working on it, but I just didn't see even the foundation of it being laid with the figures that are reflected here, and that's a very important project.
You know, there's a global sum allocated in the Ministry of Finance and Treasury that will cover matters such as this. But suffice it to say that I don't know what it will cost me. I don't know what the elements of the implementations or what I'll have to implement until I receive the report. Once received, in my own mind, I have some views and ideas of where we should be going. But I want that to be informed, or more informed, by the experts we have put together to review the present state of our land holdings, the present state of our land registration, the present state of the ability of land being used for economic progress and growth. Once I get those, then I will be able to I could intelligently inform myself as to how we allocate resources to implement those recommendations. And in fact, to decide which of the recommendations we will prioritize going forward. But it'll be premature for me at this time to say, and just let me say also, that all government initiatives you're not going to see in a budget line item. Right, you're not going to see it in a budget line item. There are a lot of initiatives that we've been engaged in and we are doing that you're not going to find in the budget line. And I mentioned that during the course of my communication. Yeah. I gave 1 or 2 examples.
Yeah, we did too on housing. We got the 20 million. We didn't see that in the budget.
You come, well, there's an answer for that.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. I'm a part of the committee that the honorable member from Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador is talking about. And as he stated, there are stages that it has to go through, which is why if you look at line 225-1144, there's a survey campaign for $750,000, and that would be the first initial part of it, surveying the entire land. So that's the line item where we're starting from next year.
Thank you, member. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a follow-up to what the member for Marco City was raising. The previous administration had started a process where they were awarding Crown grants. They were surveying out and were awarding Crown grants to persons throughout the Family Islands. It is a huge issue, I know, in East Grand Bahama. Sweetings Key, the settlements out East Grand Bahama, and if we could get an understanding, I know the person that was in the office of the Prime Minister at the time, I understand may no longer be there. But if we can get an, I don't want to say his name, but he was actively involved in traveling throughout the Family Islands and was he's known to all of us, but he's actively coordinating. He was actively coordinating the islands and the surveying and working on it. We need to get an understanding as to what's happening with that process. I know we had started East Grand Bahama, and we need to get an understanding as to what's happening.
Deputy Speaker, I take what the member for East Grand Bahama is saying, but I know with the committee, what we wanted to do is ensure that we start and have our foundations laid and everything, the process is going through, which is why I said we wanted to start with the surveying part of it, where we survey the entire landscape, because giving someone a portion of land, it may interfere with someone else who has that for quite some time. So we're trying to do everything all in unison to make sure that we carry out the steps that needs to be taken. And when it's all said and done, everybody will be satisfied with it. We have looked at some of the reports, what the gentleman has said, and we have issued some of those grants where we were satisfied with the area that was already surveyed.
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, I get that you have to do the survey first. Right, because there were some who have already paid, they've already been surveyed, you know, and
that's why I said some of them, what we looked at where we saw no issue.
Okay.
We've been issuing.
You and I will have a talk on East Grand Bahama then.
Mr. Deputy? Mr. Deputy, with respect to the $750,000 allocated with respect to the surveying, just two very quick questions around one is the procurement process by which those contracts have been issued. I wanted to find out whether or not contracts have already been issued and to whom, and what was the procurement contract in this land surveying. That's just one question. The second reason I'm asking, by way of you to the member for Cat Island, is that the proposals that you presently have on your desk or that was submitted to the government is an integrated system. It looked at the operation of Bingus or any mapping group that would get involved in terms of mapping or surveying, mapping, programming that information into the system. So it is a multifaceted, I know, proposal that's been submitted by various groups. And so surveying, while in and of itself is a good thing, I believe that originally the thought was, why don't we get a system that is integrated, that is those that are doing surveying to some extent is tied in with those who would provide information for mapping, for documenting on the computer, which can then be given to the land registry department, et cetera. So I'm just wondering if you're doing this, if you're having multiple companies at each stage involved in this process, or you're looking for a couple of big companies that will do the overall work.
The recommendations from this committee, all those matters you've spoken to, the committee is in possession of all your reports and all those things.
So how would the 750 be spent then?
It'll be spent. Best practices will be engaged it's not been sent, but the best practices will be engaged following the recommendations of the committee.
So it's safe to say, by way of you, that we will have those persons who are involved in land surveying, that we can expect that lands and survey through the office of the Prime Minister will be seeking bids on persons who could get involved in land surveying. So that's good news, $750,000.
It has been moved and seconded that head 20 of the schedule is agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 20 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head 21, Ministry of Finance, be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that head 21 of the schedule be agreed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a number of questions under the. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a number of questions under the Ministry of Finance. The first is under personal emoluments, 211103, global provision, new appointments, monthly employees. If we can get an understanding as to which employees will be hired, which areas they will be hired, and why are they coming on monthly as monthly employees as opposed to full-time employees. Oh, yes, yeah, sorry. Under 211103, global provision, new appointments, monthly employees, it's moving from an allocation of 1 million to 10 million. So it's moving an additional $9 million for monthly employees. So if we can get an understanding as to how many and which areas these employees will be deployed in.
First of all, the allocation is a global provision, which this will include all the shortfalls in all the various ministries and agencies of government. For example, you would have heard that the police, and you all would have appreciated that they are short-staffed by close to some 600-700. You heard that the nurses, there be a shortfall in nurses, teachers shortfalls. Right? Let's go down the line. There are a lot of vacancies that we need to be hired. So instead of putting them in the various departments, we want cabinet at the end of the day will be reviewing all of these matters, and this is where the sum was put. And so it's budgeted for the engagement of new staff during this fiscal year coming.
So, thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. But what is the reasoning then for putting it in the Ministry of Finance as opposed to the Ministry of Public Service, where I know on a number of these previous budgets, that global figure.
No, we decided to put it in the Ministry of Finance because the rationale. Because at the end of the day,
I was just reading something.
anytime your ministry comes for an appointment. The question is always authorize the Minister of Finance to make provisions for it.
Yeah.
So instead of having that provision now in the Cabinet conclusions, it's already in the Ministry of Finance, and we just need to release it. It's more efficient, we think.
Under line item 211205, employee pension contributions. I just wanted to get an understanding as to whether this was moved from public service as well, or what the
This allocation is for the purposes we would have announced that we are hoping to introduce during this fiscal year a proposed contributory pension plan. And this is being allocated for that purpose. Once we would have worked it out with the relevant unions as to the contributory plan, we're just making an allocation. And again, it's an allocation. If the unions don't agree with us, then it may not be used. But we are making the provision, planning for it.
So this allocation would this only apply to new employees, or are we seeking to bring in existing employees? I know that they have to agree. I mean, I accept that they have to agree. But I'm just asking whether this allocation applies.
So the answer is obvious then.
So it applies to both.
We cannot impose a contributory plan on existing employees.
Right, accept
So this will apply to new employees. Now, if any of the existing employees wish to sign on to this, because they may deem it to be more beneficial to them, it'll be available to them.
I just was wondering whether the you have go.
Mr. Deputy, just to complete this first section under wages and salary. I wanted to know whether or not under salary adjustments, which is 211104, it moves from a little over 9 million to over 20 million. I wanted to understand why that huge jump, and then secondly, are finance officers also taken care of in this element? This item.
This is to correct all of the anomalies that exist in the public service. All right, and if the financial officers fall into that category, it will impact them as well. These funds are allocated to facilitate staff promotions, reassessments, and reclassifications. And that's what it's about.
So you mentioned all of the, thank you, Mr. Deputy, all of the anomalies. So it was, when that figure was quantified, looking at reclassification, promotions, et cetera, this is the quantum, or this is a portion of it, and you're trying to take care of it in tranches?
We're trying to bring.
I'm trying to get real answer.
The answer, no. No, we're bringing relief to the public service,
right?
And recognizing that they are unionized, right? They are unionized. We have made an allocation, and we have to sit down with the unions. And if they don't agree, then we move on. Right, but we have decided and determined that the public service has been long overdue for reclassifications of so many of these of public servants who would have started off as general service worker, improved themselves, and now have master's degrees in various departments and teaching in classrooms, and still only getting general services wage. So this is what it is for, and so that will happen, and so. That exercise, it's difficult to be more definitive than that, because we would expect the unions and the employees to have some input in the ultimate results.
So, Prime Minister, I'm asking a very, it's a precise matter. There are arrears that government owe public servants sometimes we owe companies. We know what the quantum is. So the quantum may be 15 million. What you have done other places in the budget is you've allocated 6 million because in this budget cycle, it's not realistic to cover the whole 15 or 20 million. So all I'm asking on this particular one, when the numbers were crunched, whether this gets you to that finish line, you have your, or you're cutting down on what is likely to be a bigger bill. That's the question I'm asking, because I think it's a move in the right direction. But I'm just trying to.
No, I'm not. This is the government's view that this should get us to the finishing line, but that's our view. All right, but that's not the way we operate. We will share our view with those impacted by the decision. And we would expect them to determine whether or not we were right in our assessment. And if we are not right, and they point it out, we will make the various adjustments. And if this is not adequate, then we will we then negotiate with them and discuss with them. But we understand where we are. We said this $100 would do. You now point out to us that it should really be $150. But in this budget period, we'll do the 100, and maybe in the next budget period, we'll cover the 50. We'll hope that they will sit with us and we'll have that kind of conversation. We're not going to do anything that impacts the lives of people without them having an input in that.
Mr. Deputy, under rent, 222110 rent for the office. It was, the previous year was spent 60,000. It was, I think in 2020, 2021, it was 212,000 allocated. Last year was 220,000, but it has moved now to 700,000. Could the government indicate why the jump? Have we rented additional space? And if we rented additional space, where is the additional space that we rented for that amount?
This is the increase in lease agreements. I'm advised that this is some arrears for rent. There are a number of offices that were rented but not occupied, and no one was paying the actual rent. There's been a lot of claims for rent because we did not occupy the premises. And this is a 490,000 increase. This is to cover some of those claims. And again, as I said, it is an allocation. It may not be the exact sum. It may be more than this. But this is what we are prepared to allocate at this time to ensure that we meet the claims. And if the claims prove not to be authentic, then it will not be paid, and this sum will not be expended or spent.
Under the item right below it, lease of vehicles, 2221201.
Yes.
Lease of vehicles. We're increasing that. Well,
by $1 million.
By $1 million.
Yeah.
Given the climate, and that
which climate now?
Well,
use the right word. Use the right word. Yeah,
given the economic climate.
Well, I said use the right word because it's because of climate and climate change.
Well,
and our contribution to lowering our carbon footprint, we are seeking to swap vehicles, trying to move to electric vehicles. As I say, use the right word, climate. So in our trust that we all embrace to lowering our carbon footprints. And this is what we think will be the adjustment needed this year for the purposes of being able to increase our use of electric vehicles and decrease our use of fossil vehicles.
Any idea, and just to follow up to that, any idea how many new vehicles?
No, I don't have those details.
Okay. Under the, again, on the question of purchasing of these, leasing of these vehicles, are there more than one provider that will be leasing these vehicles from, or is there a particular person or company that you'll be getting from?
Well, I know that discussions are being held with more than one provider. I know that as a fact, but whether any concrete arrangement have been arrived at as yet, I cannot speak to that. What I do know, we are moving towards acquiring electric vehicles and moving away from the fossil vehicles. Vendors, I know they're speaking to more than one, and hopefully we'll have an idea of who they are at the end of the day.
The reason why I can recall in terms of the purchase of vehicles. No, I said I can recall in terms of the purchase of vehicles, when vehicles were purchased previously, that there was a bidding process for persons to be able to submit bids in reference to the purchase of vehicles. Is this also a bidding process that's going to be done for the electric vehicles?
I think I not be able to answer that specifically because the technical team dealing with that aspect. But I would expect that however the process goes, it will not be one. It will not be one vendor because it's always been my mantra. If you have three companies that sell, we'll probably use the three.
Yeah.
And be fair and share it between the three.
Well, obviously we would support that. As many persons as possible to be able to benefit from it would be good. Under 223-1301, water supply, it has been increased from 11 million to 18 million. Is this the arrears payment or payments that for the water corporation, or is this water supplies for the different?
This is water supply for the different ministries.
Okay.
That we've allocated. That
So this is global centralized.
Yeah. So we got
And just that relates to the supplies below gasoline,
yes,
aviation fuel,
zeros,
propane gas,
yes.
that relates to all of those. Okay.
Yes, that's
The licensing and inspection of vehicles.
Where you see that?
Under 225-1109. 225-1109.
Yeah, that's for the that'll be for the centralization of paying for all the licenses.
For all the licenses in one place. Okay, very well. Consultancy services, 225-1115. It has jumped from 9 million to 20 million. Could we get an understanding as to what is the consultancy services?
Well,
whether there was a bidding process for the consulting services and whether the behaviors.
Please, I think let's get to the premise of your questioning. Right. Let's start on the basis that the fact that we have allocated sums of monies doesn't necessarily mean that we have already engaged persons.
Accept that.
So let's start.
Yes.
Once you start from that, okay. So because to ask the question of whether who the consultant is, there are initiatives and projects that the government is contemplating, and they have decided to move it along, and so we have to make provisions for that. Right? It doesn't mean that we have entered into arrangements. These are the foundational steps towards getting to where we want to get. And so when you look at the consultancy services, we have expenses in respect to for the IT and digitization of various aspects of our cyber security services. So that is where the bulk of the consultancy's funds, I think, will be allocated for. But that is where we are headed. We understand we have to be cyber secure, and we need to move towards that. And so there are proposals under active consideration. And when we look at those, doesn't mean we'll embrace any of them. But at the end of the day, we have to prepare ourselves for these things. And so whenever we have to pull the trigger, as it were, we have an allocation for it. Yeah.
100% correct in terms of the threat and needing to prepare for the threat. On that same point, I know we had started a process to create a CERT, the Cybersecurity Emergency Response. We had signed an agreement with the ITU for consultancy services. Would this, and there was also a portion of the IDB loan that was going to be allocated for that purpose. Is this then going to be used to support the CERT and those things?
This will be used to support those arrangements as well.
Okay, very good. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna move yet. Just on that same, again, as a follow-up, because I'm sure that, and you've already said it in terms of the best practices and in terms of procurement and so on. And there are a number of Bahamians who I'm sure would be interested in the opportunity to bid for it. Under the support for digital currency implementation, we support the increase of
what line item?
It is 2251143. 2251143, support for digital currency implementation. I know when we had put this line item in there to encourage persons to use the sand dollar. So we support the increase in this. Could you give an idea as to what some of the plans that are going to be done to implement and to encourage persons to utilize the sand dollar? I know we were thinking in terms of providing some incentives for businesses and incentives for persons who would sign up for the sand dollar to encourage them. You know, if you can give us some indication as to what are some of those plans.
Yeah, I think, well, let me just put this. I will leave those plans to the experts, and I expect and it'll be led by the central bank, right? But I could say this. I think one of the challenges of having gotten it off the ground is that I think we started off wrong in the sense that we need, let me just say this. What we do need to do is inspire have Bahamians have confidence in the sand dollar.
Yes.
And so that requires a sort of an exercise of marketing, an educational process.
Yes.
And that's what I think ought to have been done in a more wholesome way. I'm not saying it was not done, because there were, but it was at such a level that the ordinary man, see, this sand dollar is going to work out well for my cousin in Old Bite, who don't have no bank account, but he has his smartphone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But he has to understand, because we used to say in our dollar.
Yes.
If I ain't seen a dollar, I believe I have money.
Yes.
Right? And if I can, and my cousin who got his shop in Old Bite, when you walk in there and you carrying out his flour cake, he want $1 back for that.
He won't feel and see and touch.
So that is a challenge. And whereas this is a wonderful initiative, particularly for rural areas like the Family Islands, where we don't have banking, and you can just use your phone and pay your bills, get paid. It's a wonderful invention, but we started wrong. We needed to educate our people, and that's what part of this funds will be for. Of course, we'll be deferring to the experts on how they roll it out.
And any way that we can assist in that initiative, we support you. We support you on that. When we were there, we said to the central bank, and we were pushing the central bank to get out and to educate and so on. But finance has to assist.
Yeah.
The building maintenance. Again, equipment maintenance. That would be 225-1303. Again, if this is centralized, we want to get a understanding as to how that is going to work. If it is going to be centralized, is this items that need to be purchased for equipment?
Yeah, no, this is really to pay rentals on leasing of these equipments. Okay. What happened is these were transferred from Head 73 to the Department of Technology, Transformation and Technology from the DT. Yeah, they had that sum, and they put it in the Ministry of Finance now, and it's provision for payment of copier rentals, lease agreements for various other agencies. That's it.
Of facilities and other services, 225-1337. It was previously 1.5 million, and it has jumped now to 7.5 million. If we can get an understanding as to why the significant increase under operation of facilities and other services.
Yeah, this is again, I think. This is what I think. This is an accumulation. It's a provision for all the current operational maintenance contracts for the budget year. So, for example, I don't want to call names, but there's a number of maintenance contracts, like document storage and destruction, multimedia, video conferences. I'm trying not to call the names of the entities to which they have. But that is for.
So it's not a new allocation.
No, it's not a new allocation.
It's just being put into
one.
Finance. Okay.
That's all.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I want to go first to item 224-1205. Again, by way of you, 224-1205. Going right back to food, ice, and drinking water. And again, to just once again raise the point, whether or not, since you're directly in charge of this, member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, if it is your intention, correct, to ensure that this is spent exclusively with Bahamian vendors. So that again, so I just want, so the answer is yes. So let me go to the second point. The Prime Minister indicated, he said that's a done deal. Food, ice, and water will be purchased exclusively from Bahamian vendors. The next point is 225-1115 under consultancy services. Whether or not Ministry of Finance is consultancy, 225-1115. Whether or not I raised yesterday, I don't wish to repeat the name, but I believe the Prime Minister is familiar. We talked about one of the major consultancy firms, whether or not they are covered in this particular figure, raised yesterday concerning McKinsey, whether or not they are included in those consultancy figures and what percentage of it they occupy, if at all.
I can't tell you what I won't be able to tell you specifically what their fees are and what percentage of it is, but they would be covered by this line item. They would be covered by this line item.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. line item number 225-1111, Security Services contract, Prime Minister. I've noticed in a number of the heads that we've gotten through already, consistency in increase in allocation for security services. Is this just are they isolated to those respective heads, or this is a focus of the government in terms of this aspect of government security services? I've just seen a steady increase in a number of heads we've dealt with already. Is this just isolated? Or?
I think in a number of instances, we have discovered that a number of security companies were owed monies. People was providing, and we are trying to catch up. And in respect to this question, in respect to my ministry, we've just added, we're just paying for the CPU unit and the Department of Inland Revenue, which was not included. So we've added their security service to this one.
Take you back, Prime Minister, to the consultancy services where you had indicated that McKinsey was a part of this allocation. Could you give an indication as to what they have been engaged to do, and sort of what are the details of this engagement, and whether or not there was a bidding process before they were engaged?
They're doing some work on what I call, this Bahamas Invest project, and they were doing that, and we had them looking at some other specific projects that I don't wish to disclose at this time.
Maybe anyway, I'll ask you offline.
You finished with that?
Finish with that consultancy, yeah. Go ahead.
It's on the same subject. Was there a bidding process for the scope of works that was given to McKinsey? Was there a bidding process? And if there wasn't a bidding process, under what best practices were they then secured to carry out the services? And does it extend to other ministries outside of finance?
What we did is we compared what was being paid by the previous administration to other persons who they engaged as consultancy without bid. I can name them if you wish.
I don't mind if you do.
Right? And we just followed, and when we look at their numbers, we came right within the range of their numbers.
Oh yeah, you were there.
EY, for example.
So you're saying you followed a practice previously that there was no bid process, and you are continuing the no bid process to hire a company. And are there Bahamians who are carrying out the same service and any particular reason why they were not given an opportunity to bid on those projects or that particular scope of work? And is McKinsey carrying out work in other ministries? I wanted to understand that as well.
McKinsey is not a Bahamian firm, and the matters in which they're dealing with, we deem that matters of conflict could arise if we were to go elsewhere, and that loomed large in our decision to engage them, to avoid conflicts, to avoid some other issues I don't wish to talk about publicly.
And I don't want to press on those matters that you do not want to talk about. I accept that.
I could talk to you privately.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. But on the Bahamas Invest, the work that they may be doing with Bahamas Invest, I recall there was a bidding process on the Bahamas Invest when we left office. I don't recall that bidding process being completed, but I remember that the bidding process had started. Was, as far as you are aware, was McKinsey a part of that bidding process? Or I recall on Bahamas Invest, on that project, that there was a bidding process. And I don't recall whether McKinsey was a part of that bidding process. Did we scrap the bidding process and just decided to go with McKinsey, or was McKinsey a part of that bidding process and won the bidding process?
Was doing some work, and when we, in looking at their work, we thought it, and because of economy of scales and what they were doing was connected to some of what we believe the fundamentals of Bahamas Invest would look like, we thought it prudent to just continue and extend the engagement to include that as part of their mandate.
They were not a part of the bidding process. They were not a part of the bidding process. Mr. Deputy? No, it was no. I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister. On that same matter, they were not a part of that particular bidding process.
Asked and answered.
Would you want to? Can you answer then, Mr. Deputy, on your feet?
Let's move on.
Okay,
It has been moved and seconded that head.
No. We still have questions.
Let's ask the questions.
Maybe the person answering can.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
We still have plenty of questions over here.
2281104, tax reform. It is moved from $5 million to $10 million. Can you give an indication as to what the additional $5 million will cover? And if you can give us an update also with respect to the global minimum tax initiative as to what the government is doing to prepare for this implementation and so on.
Well, the increase is as a result of some things you all left in place. Like the real property tax reassessments on New Providence. Remember the company all have engaged? That has to cover them.
Okay.
Right? Tax administrator, consultants.
I don't know.
No, the tax administrator, consultants, services, that's to cover that.
Okay.
Right? And then, you remember there's a customs electronic single window project. That's to cover that. I have the names of the persons who all have engaged to do that, but I will not call the names. But that is those funds, and increase covers those things.
Could you give us an indication as to what the status is on the global minimum tax initiative?
The Attorney General's office, they have a committee that involves some of the private sector industry stakeholders that are impacted by it, and we are waiting a report from their subcommittee to inform us as to that. So we just await their report.
Do you all have any that's on the same section?
No.
Okay, I'm moving now. Also on the special under 272-1907.
What's the number?
Yeah, 272-1907. To the bottom of page 92.
272.
1907.
Okay.
Special economic assistance measures.
Yeah.
There was 66 million that was allocated. Has this moved to another line item, or if you can give us an indication as to what is happening with that.
You want to answer that for us? You know the answer. Answer.
Quite frankly, honestly, I don't. So maybe you can give us an indication.
COVID unemployment. You want to elaborate on the question and you can answer it?
That's all. Under the CLECO obligations, 2821110 CLECO obligations, we have decreased the amount from 7.4 million to 3.8 million. Is this a
I don't.
what is the result? What is the reasoning behind?
Get back to you on that.
Okay. Under the budget reserve, under the budget reserve appropriations, 2821267.
To what?
2821267. Budget reserve appropriations. There has been an increase from 23 million to 54 million. Now, as far as I could recall, the budget reserve appropriation was this allocation or this line item that was to be for contingencies. So if there were issues that were so on. But why the increase? Is there some particular reason why we've increased it by 20 million? Because it's really just covered for contingencies. So what's the reasoning behind increasing contingencies?
Yeah, well, it is a contingency. And as you said, this is usually reserved for unforeseen circumstances. You remember how many hurricanes we expected to experience this season? Right? This is supposed to be a very busy season with more powerful hurricanes, more frequent hurricanes. And so we just want to ensure that we have provisions to take care of our people in the unlikely event of these things happening. And the allocation, as I said before, don't start off with the premise that because it's there, it's going to be spent.
Correct. Sure.
It's there because we want to make sure that we are looking out and we'll be prepared. We plan ahead. You know,
Under
to wipe that all out.
Well, we hope we won't have to use it at all.
We hope it, yeah, I hope so.
We hope we won't have to use it at all. Under the Bahamas Development Bank, 2821512, Bahamas Development Bank, we've kept the allocation at 3 million from the previous year. Is the 3 million in this line item going to, this is 282?
I see it, yeah.
Okay. Is this provision just for operational expenses, or is this to assist persons with loans or and small business assistance and so on? Is this a part of the 50 million that was?
That would be the complete allocation, Bahamas Development Bank.
So this is for operational expenses?
For all purposes. It's like a subvention, if you would call it that.
But it doesn't cover for the loans that may be...
It covers the complete allocation to the Bahamas Development Bank for any purpose they would wish to use it
for. That, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I don't have any.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We had an earlier response on line item 2111-103, Global Provision, New Appointments, Monthly Employees on page 90, where the budget's gone from $1 million to $9,951,231. So this would get count.
What line?
Page 90.
What line?
What line, the number?
I think the gentleman behind me are trying to speak for me. You guys want to? 2111-103. Global. Yes, if you don't mind, I represent St. Anne's. Like you said earlier, this is a team effort. Now, the response that we were given is that this would cover persons like the Royal Bahamas Police Force hires teacher hires, things that aren't necessarily specifically identified yet, but could arise. However, we are specifically aware that the Royal Bahamas Police Force has said that they need roughly 600, possibly 900 people, depending on which report you find. We know that there's a crime crisis in the country. However, $9 million would only be able to cover approximately 355 new police officers in the force. So is this government saying that they have no intention of meeting the requirement that the police have requested? If that's in the police line, why was the original response that this would cover things like the hires in the police force? Yeah. Aren't they employed by the Royal Bahamas Police Force, which you're saying is in the police line? So this is for the police that's also in the police line, or what's the difference? I'm trying to have clarity.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the Minister of Finance answered this question extensively earlier. And it's a contingency for new hires across the service. And I believe the leader, Marco City, made the inquiry as to why it's here, and the Prime Minister explained it. And it's typically in the public service line. And the Ministry of Finance, the minister determined that it was more efficient, since all of these hires are subject to finance approval, that it be moved over to the Ministry of Finance. So this is a catch-all contingency line, if you will. So it's perhaps not appropriate to pinpoint it to any particular specific agency, because it's a contingency for new hires, if you will.
If I might, Deputy Speaker, my MP, the member for St. Anne's, will see when he comes to Head 31 that we have a set provision. I imagine that's when I come begging for a little bit more than has been allotted to me. When I come and say, you've given me 200 policemen, can I have some more, like Oliver Twist?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've heard the response that we're looking to move for more carbon credits, and as a result, we're going to be using a lot more battery-powered vehicles in the government ministries. But there is a line item on page 91 for gasoline, for diesel, that have both increased. This may be because of a consolidation of all the ministries, but when we're looking to put our green foot forward, I would like an explanation as to why it's gone from $0 for gasoline to $3,001,000, and for diesel from $0 to $3,475,000.
Mr. Chairman, as we indicated earlier in several other lines, the increases provide really a consolidation through the central purchasing strategy. So all of the lines referenced by the member for St. Anne's is covered by that same explanation.
Thank you. Now, I can understand gasoline and diesel for vehicles. Why do we have a line item for aviation fuel? 224-1102 from $0 to $256,000.
The same answer applies, and we do have airlines owned by various agencies, including police and defense. Yeah.
I'm obliged. Thank you. Under the consultancy budget, line item 225-1115, is it known yet whether the recent engagement of Holland and Knight in Washington, D.C. to serve as a lobby firm for the Bahamas government in obtaining assistance from the United States Senate and Congress for hurricane relief and hurricane remediation, is the amount of money that Holland and Knight has been engaged for known, and can that be shared?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The initiative which the honorable member referred to is really a joint venture between the government and a foundation known as the TK Foundation. The TK Foundation, in order to deal with the issue of restoration in Abaco, Grand Bahama, made an offer to the government to fund the engagement of a law firm in the United States for the purpose of lobbying the United States government to get financial assistance to assist with the Hurricane Dorian restoration. Holland and Knight's fees are paid for by the TK Foundation, and the instruction is from the Bahamian government. So the law firm takes instruction from the Bahamian government, and therefore Holland and Knight is acting on the instructions of the Bahamian government, and the fees are paid for by the TK Foundation, which is a foundation based in the Bahamas, well known. It would have contributed up to in excess of $20 million to various philanthropic work, and also in Sweetingski, some of the homes that would have been constructed after Hurricane Dorian in partnership with the Rotary Club would have been funded by the TK Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, member.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I'd like to go to item 2821267, reserve appropriations. 2821267 on page 93. Right. So, with respect to that, we had a few items earlier, and I'll point them out: building maintenance, equipment maintenance, 225-1302, 225-10303. So those items are commitments made by other ministries that your central purchasing now coordinates. What would be the material difference between the budget reserve, between that and the outstanding commitments various ministries and departments have? What would be the material difference?
And I followed.
Let me. You have outstanding commitments by various ministries.
Let me take a stab at answering it.
Okay.
The previous response in relation to this line of reserve allocation.
No, disregard, please.
Okay.
I want you to go to outstanding commitments and of various ministries, 228-2106. Outstanding commitments, various ministries and departments. Yeah, sorry, 92, page 92. How is that materially different than the equipment maintenance, office, and building maintenance, which is on page 91?
Chairman, with the greatest respect, we might wish to take these lines separately. When you look at 228-2106, it's outstanding commitments, ministries, and departments.
Yes.
It's related to payment of outstanding prior year commitment of government agencies for goods and services.
Okay.
Okay. So if you have another question related to another line, I'd be happy to take that as well.
They would be contracts that will run from year to year relative to building maintenance and equipment maintenance, because it was just explained that these are ongoing contracts under building equipment and equipment maintenance.
The explanation given in relation to equipment maintenance by the Honorable Prime Minister was in relation to the transfer of contracts from DTAD to the Ministry of Finance. So what you're seeing is a new allocation of $5.4 million. The explanation was that it's not a new expense, but it's new to the Ministry of Finance. It had been somewhere else previously, and it's a part of the consolidation of all of these contracts. So yes, many of them are existing and have been existing. Building maintenance immediately above it? It's a small line item. It's related to ongoing building maintenance for the Ministry of Finance. I think we're talking roughly $12,800. So if a tap becomes leaky, for example, those types of miscellaneous items. Chairman.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that head 21 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 21 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 22, the Treasury Department, be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, under personal emoluments, salary permanent and pensionable, 2111101. There was $12 million that was allocated, previously allocated. It has now been reduced to $8 million, which is less than the 10 million or basically $11 million that was spent in 2021. And then we see just about $8 million spent in the first 9 months. Can we get an understanding as to what's happening with the, why there was a decrease? Are these people no longer employed there? What is the reasoning for the decrease?
There was no appreciable decrease in the staffing levels. For specifics, we'll come back to you in relation thereto. But I could tell you there has been no downsizing, if that is what you're asking. I would imagine that this would be a reallocation, and we'll be happy to bring back specific details on it.
So meaning these people may have been transferred from one department to the other, or from one ministry to the other?
We'll get back to you on it.
Okay.
Yeah, but that ain't enough.
Yeah. Under 211102, salary and contract workers, there's been a increase from 875,000 to 1.3. Could we get an understanding as to which contract workers will be employed, and how many, and which areas will they be deployed to?
It's related to the engagement of new staff for the Treasury Department. This is the specifics of who and how many. We don't have that specific detail, but it's definitely in relation to contract workers for the Treasury Department.
Do you have any under?
You want names?
We in this head, we know it's for the Treasury. We just want to understand which Bahamians or non-Bahamians is the government employing, and to carry out what particular task. I mean, that's
employment of Bahamians who work in the Treasury Department. And, you know, if you want names, we can come back to you with names and specifics. But
Job
that's
function is more
that's the answer. We can provide that for you.
Yeah, I think functions definitely would be important. There is a significant increase in terms of allocation for overtime monthly employees, general, 2112-102, overtime monthly employees, from 40,000 to 169,000. Is this related to some particular project or some reason as to why we are anticipating overtime to be increased by such a large amount?
Well, in your first question, you made inquiries about a reduction in the overall expense line. So we anticipate there's some reallocation there. In relation to the overtime, I cannot speak to specific projects, but if you looked at the prior year expenditure, there would have been some overtime spent, and it's increasing by 129,000. I can't speak to which specific projects there are, but clearly it's anticipated by the Treasurer that there will be some.
Under under services, on the next page, 95, 225-1122, credit card service charges. 225-1122, credit card service charges. There is an increase from 3.5 million to an anticipated 7.5 million. An additional $4 million is anticipated to be spent. I want to get a clear understanding as to why the credit card charges have been so significantly increased, and does this mean that additional persons are going to be issued additional credit cards?
If you would note in column 2, Mr. Chairman, so far for the 9-month period, it was 5.1 million. As you would be well aware, there has been an active push for electronic forms of payments. And if you would note in various advertisements in the prior administration and this, there's an encouragement to use electronic forms of payment, credit card being one of those. But if you looked at the 9-month spend so far, you would extrapolate and determine that that number is not unreasonable.
Under 225-1337, operation of facilities and other services. Oh, no, sorry. Wrong one. Okay, that's all I have.
With respect to item 229-2011, hedging, wanted to find out what in particular is that related to? Is that at all related to BPL, or is BPL under a separate item altogether?
Well, first of all, there's no allocation. There hasn't been any allocation in this line for quite some time.
Right.
It's there simply for the comparative going 2020 to 2021.
Right.
And we'll have to get the information on that for you. Perhaps the former Minister of State might be able to help.
Is BPL in another segment?
I don't think that would be
It has
BPL.
been moved and seconded that page 22 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Page 22 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 23 be agreed, the Customs Department.
Seconded. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in reference to the global provision new appointments monthly employees, in reference to global provisions new appointments monthly employees, there's an increase from 900,000 to 3 million. Could we get an indication as to how many customs officers you are likely to bring in and when you are likely to bring these additional officers in?
Mr. Chairman, we anticipate that there will be 150 new customs officers brought into the service, and there will be announcement in due course as to when this process will begin.
Mr. Chair, under 2251115 consultancy services, there's been about a $300,000 increase in terms of consultancy services, and we wanted to get an understanding as to what the additional increase is for.
As noted, the modest increase of $300,000 is related to IT and maintenance services.
Also, I'm not sure whether members would be able to answer this, but the Customs Department had brought on stream a online application for the being able to fill out your declaration and be able to fill it out and to pay for your customs declaration online. I know we had completed that before we left office, but in Grand Bahama, there were plans to be able to implement the same at the airport in Grand Bahama. I know that they had kiosks in Nassau where you could actually go and fill it out and pay and so on, so you didn't have to stand on the line. Are there any plans, and when could we anticipate seeing the same in Grand Bahama and other parts of the Bahamas?
As you are aware, we're in the process of making several significant improvements in the Grand Bahama airport. Whilst I cannot say specifically when this will extend to Grand Bahama, I can tell you that Grand Bahama will not be forgotten. You've seen all we've been doing for Grand Bahama. We expect that we will continue this effort to ensure that Grand Bahama gets its piece of the pie in every respect.
I'm done. Leader?
It is being moved and seconded that head 23 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Head 23 of the schedule is agreed.
Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 28, the Department of Inland Revenue, be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded.
We haven't done, we went from 23 to 28. I know 50 is missing, but 24 is there, 25, 26 is there.
Again, these were extracted from the schedule by the Ministry of Finance, and this is in keeping with the format that was introduced, they're telling me, by the previous administration.
Yeah, but
I'm just, we don't have to. We don't have to, we can, because.
But when we have numbers, I just don't know why
because
we do some and not all.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Chairman, if the member look at head 24, there's nothing there. There's nothing there for us to really discuss. And under head 26, this is related to the public debt servicing and interest charges, etc. And those are all approved as we go on an individual basis. So traditionally, customarily, this head isn't approved through this process.
Shouldn't you still move, ensure that it is passed and accepted, that members remain seated if they're in agreement? If there's nothing to discuss, then we won't get into discussion. But just like every section of a bill,
Member for St.
you have a
Anne's,
head in here.
Member St. Anne's, no need to argue further. I do agree with you. And we now move that section 24, Department of Statistics, be agreed.
24.
Yes. It's not on paper.
It's been moved and seconded that head 24 of the schedule be agreed.
There's nothing there.
As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Head 24 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy. We now move that head 26, Public Debt Servicing Interest and Other Charges, be agreed.
Seconded. It is being moved and seconded. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under line item 2411-205, meager guaranteed facility for Banco Santander. I believe this is the loan as it relates to the hospital. Could the government indicate what is the status of the loan with respect to the, could the government indicate what is the status with respect to the loan that was approved for the hospital in Nassau?
We spoke about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Member. Mr. Chairman, in my presentation, I did speak about the loan from the Bank of Santander and to indicate that the loan is progressing quite well. We intend to ensure that the loan is placed in a special vehicle called the Grand Bahama Hospital Development Company. And from that loan.
I asked about the one for Nassau because I know that.
Oh, okay.
Right. I know that there was one that was approved and funds that were allocated.
Right.
What's happening with the one for Nassau?
Okay, yes. The one from Nassau, I did speak to it extensively in the supplementary budget. The government made a determination because of the complexity of the loan and lack of flexibility on the way forward for the construction of the tower in Nassau, that we felt that it was not feasible, and that facility went back. That facility is now closed, and we now proceeded to finalize the total funds associated with the hospital for Grand Bahama. So we are going back to the table to look at that because the way how the loan was structured, it had a component for infrastructural development and a component associated with small and medium-sized business. It was too complicated, and the direction our government was heading in was a little bit different than the direction you were going in. And so we sat to the table initially to try to find out the dynamics, if the loan can be adjusted to move in our direction, but it was cast in stone. And so the best bet for us was to send it back and go through a renegotiation process.
The plans for the Nassau facility, what the loan was intended to do in terms of the plans for the Nassau facility, does that mean that the government is no longer proceeding with that, or does that mean it's going to be delayed, or what's going to happen with the plans for that?
Yes. In our blueprint for change and the speech from the throne, we made it clear to the Bahamian people the direction we're heading in. We spoke specifically about the construction of 2 state-of-the-art hospitals, one for Grand Bahama and one for New Providence. In my budget contribution, I spoke to where we are for the hospital in New Providence, and the feasibility study is near completion with the possibility some sites for this new location. It automatically means that the tower that was planned for the Princess Margaret Hospital was not the direction we were heading in. and we made a determination that we're going to go with a new greenfield site here in New Providence.
Does that also mean that the funding for the new hospital in Nassau, one, can you give a indication as to how much funding is going to be required for the facility in Nassau, and are you seeking to use the same mega facility, or are you borrowing the funds for that? And if not, are you doing it by way of PPP?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The hospital for Grand Bahamas. Nassau, sorry, I meant to say Nassau. We made it clear that we're going to construct a new state-of-the-art hospital, and we have executed medical planners to ensure that the feasibility and the direction we're heading in is the right direction based on the economic models that presently exist. As far as the funding for New Providence, we have made a determination that it can either go two ways. We are now at the table with groups who are expressing interest via PPP, and we have another funding mechanism that we're looking at. I will reveal where we're heading for the hospital in New Providence the minute as the feasibility study is completed and we're convinced on what is the best funding mechanism for us to construct this facility. So I will keep you up to date on it. It's a bit premature to talk about it at this time, but we are progressing and progressing rapidly.
Fine. On the allocation then for the MEGA guaranteed facility for Banco Santander, where we are actually paying for it. Is this then the Grand Bahama funding? Is this the facility that is going to be used for the Grand Bahama funding? And if it is, how much in total are we looking at this facility for the Grand Bahama facility?
Thank you so much, East Grand Bahama. Mr. Chairman, on coming to office, we reviewed the funding mechanism that was in place by the former administration for the construction of the 4-story tower at the Rand Memorial Hospital site. Our planners has indicated that we are best suited to a new greenfield site and the construction of a new plant. And when that's completed, we will have no two campuses. The Rand Memorial Hospital will no longer be a tertiary institution. It will be downgraded to a secondary facility providing secondary care, which is in-hospital care for geriatric and psychiatric patients. The two clinics that are at the Rand Memorial, the two theaters at the Rand Memorial Hospital are interesting assets that is already incorporated in our plan for same-day surgeries. And so we have a structural plan. We're not trying to have two tertiary institutions for Grand Bahama. We are of the view, and based on the direction we were heading in when we were in government before, that we feel, based on the medical planners' advice to us, that the direction we're heading in is the right direction. The funding that you secured was incomplete for the Rand Memorial Hospital when you left government. It was partial.
It wasn't finished.
It wasn't finished. This is what I'm saying. And so what I did is we saw that it was an avenue necessary to accomplish our goals and objectives that is clearly outlined in our blueprint for change. We went with that road, and with the support of the Ministry of Finance, our medical planners, and our architects, we made a determination that we will continue on that road that you left, but expand it to the point where we can complete the construction, not of a 4-story tower, but a full tertiary facility. The details of that facility, I don't want to really get into it right now, but I assure you that it's the same funding with the same interest component, and you know why I say that, because it was attractive.
Very good.
It has been moved and seconded that head 26 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 26 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I'm just making sure the numbers are correct here. And just making sure that it goes along what I have in the book here. No, I'm just making sure that we're not missing another number. Yes. Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 28, the Department of Inland Revenue, be agreed.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that head 28 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 28 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 29 of the schedule be agreed, the Ministry of National Security.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we note in line item number 2111102, contract workers, an increase of some $713,000. Can the government give an indication of why that increase, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, some of it is very simple in terms of there were not even sufficient custodial workers at the Ministry of National Security, but the Ministry of National Security is undergoing a restructure. And so we're bringing on professionals to make sure that the Ministry of National Security can have proper oversight of the agencies that we're required to have oversight of. And so, for instance, we're bringing on occupational health and safety workers to assure ourselves that the ministry and the agencies are complying with the law. We're bringing on persons to design training for all of the armed services that fall under the Ministry of National Security. And that is the nature of the increase in the contract workers.
And when you run that parallel with the line item number 2251115, consultancy services, how does that run parallel with the overall objectives you just mentioned? 2251115, consultancy services.
What sort of consultancy?
Yeah, what sort of consultancy?
Let me just find that. Where's that?
That consultancy refers to the National Neighborhood Watch. That's what that has to do with. It doesn't have to do with the new hires, the employees. Yeah.
That is the consultant who was engaged by the previous administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, line item number 2251353, maintenance of audiovisual integration system. You see an increase here of $650,000. What accounts for the large increase?
It relates to the maintenance of ShotSpotter, the system that detects gunfire, audio and visual equipment of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and the ComStat, maintenance of the ComStat room, which is a command center in cases of disaster.
It has been moved and seconded that head 29 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 29 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, we now move that head number 30 of the schedule be agreed, the Department of Immigration.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that head 30 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The Department of Immigration, by way of you to the minister, to my understanding, have an electronic system that deals with the processing of permits, permanent residence, but primarily permits for renewal of workers, but also there's a dimension that deals with permanent residence applications, et cetera. And that a part of the objective of the system that may have been designed by a Canadian company, and Mr. Minister, if any information is incorrect, I'd be grateful for your intervention. That system was designed to help us in part go cashless, to allow us seamless movement of the application through. I wanted to know whether or not there are any issues with that particular system, and whether or not the minister is satisfied that it's being used properly to ensure there are minimal cash transaction in immigration.
The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, honorable member. The system, which is the vendor is CBN, it's fully functional. In my view and in our view, it is being significantly unutilized, and we are seeking to work with the vendor to ensure that we maximize its use. And so that is a work in progress, but we are quite happy with the system.
Are there any costs in this budget that reflects that particular system, a recurring cost in this budget?
There are some maintenance costs, and that is not under the immigration head. I think it's under the IT head.
No, I mean for sure it's under the IT head.
Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that head 30 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 30 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 31, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, be agreed.
It has been moved. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Line item 2112105. See an increase in risk and hazard allowance. Obviously, we know what that is, but just asking the government any particular things of note, a thing of note, why it was increased to that particular number?
Risk and
hazard allowance.
Yes.
The increase relates to includes risk and fire allowance for firefighters, and we have recruited a class of firefighters to improve that capacity in the Royal Bahamas Police Force.
During the budget, during the midterm, I believe it was budget communication, the minister underscored the importance of taking care of the deficit that exists in the Royal Bahamas Police Force. It's existed under both administrations. I would like to find out how many officers, new officers, are allocated for in this particular budget. What is the total complement over the next year the minister anticipates? And what is the corresponding figure?
The amount for recruitment of new officers, new regular police officers, is head that ends 103, and the provision is $1.8 million. I'm advised that provides for the recruitment of 100 additional officers. There's a squad in now, currently, and that will permit for another 100. That's head 2111103. 1103.
I don't think so.
That's 100 before I go with cap in hand to try and bag the contingency.
Thank you very much.
It has been moved and seconded that head 31 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 31 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 32, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that head 32 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 32 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 33, the Ministry of Works and Utilities, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 33 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy, you have line item on page 121, 223-1202, street lighting. Now, I heard the minister in his budget contribution say that this would begin in the August period, but then, and the other member's name, I can't recall who it was, said that street lighting has already begun in their constituency. Is there street lighting that has begun by the Ministry of Works? Because I recall the minister being thanked. So has street lighting already begun? And if so, how does it come under this heading?
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. The honorable member would recall that street lighting is under the Ministry of Finance.
But we wouldn't have members from the Ministry of Finance putting the lights up. I'm sure they would come under the supervision of the Ministry of Works. So the actual representation was made that it's begun in one of these constituencies of the 39 that we all represent. I would like to know if the minister is aware if in fact street lighting has begun in one particular or several constituencies.
During my budget contribution, Mr. Chairman, I would have reported in great detail the program which is about to commence. That is a combination of funding from the Consolidated Fund and from the Caribbean Development Bank to convert the street lights throughout the Bahamas to LED lighting. And I did report that BPL, with respect to the existing street lights here in New Providence, most of which are now obsolete, had been able to source some bulbs and other parts for the lamp pole, just to keep the light on. But throughout the New Providence and the Family Islands, and this is inclusive of St. Anne's, and my member of parliament will be included
A residential area.
the lighting program.
And a residential area.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved.
The most important thing is residential area.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, towards the end of Head 33, we have line item 2511205, Water and Sewage Corporation Development Projects. And the budget has gone up by 8,000 from 8 million, from 26 million to 34 million. Are there particular projects anticipated that would consume that 8 million amount? And if we can be advised, please.
Mr. Chairman, a number of projects are being undertaken by the Water and Sewage Corporation to extend the distribution of potable water in a number of family islands. and also their existing obligations to desalination companies. These foreign companies contracted by the Water and Sewerage Corporation to provide the service of the desalination plants in a number of family islands within the Bahamas.
Thank you, member. The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General comment again, under line item 2251302, building maintenance. Again, that's general. Again, I believe those numbers are extremely low. We spend a lot of time building government buildings, but again, they fall apart. We need to put real money in these budgets for maintenance. So far, of all the heads, I believe housing is the one that has really a good number for maintenance. So something that I think we should really reconsider. Moving down to 2251319, maintenance of Family Island main roads, 10,500. Now, one of the issues we have in Grand Bahama is because of the existence of Freeport, and the Port Authority does most of the work, but those outlying communities, Southern Shores like Williamson, Russelltown, Penn Point, Lewis Yard, that wasn't maintained in some 45 years. We need to look at how do we maintain those other communities in Grand Bahama, because as a result of Freeport, the government invests very little in roadworks in Grand Bahama. So we need to take a serious look at that and those outlying communities. So just want to put that bug in the air. And finally, under transfers, that nugget. No, I won't say nugget. Under transfers, NEC, I noticed that there is a line item for the, you could blame me for being biased. Under Professional Architects Board, there's a line item 40,000. Professional Engineer Contractors Board, a line item. I don't see anything for the Architects Board. Is that under another head?
Yes, in fact, Mr. Chairman, the amounts which, with respect to the Professional Engineers Board is a matter that we are taking up with them in terms of increase. The Architects Board has not been appointed as yet, and we are currently in discussion with the Architects Board for the due constitution of the board. So it is a matter that we're dealing with. Okay.
Mr. Deputy, under 2231202, street lighting, just a general question with respect to this. It is, I understand that it has moved from works to finance. And I'm just trying to get a clear understanding as to it. It has been in works for years.
Which one?
Street lighting. 2231202. It has been in works for a number of years, and Works has been able to, as I understand it, manage the, even though it may be from a loan, that Works has been a part of I believe this was where Works was a part of a committee with finance, and they would work together, and BPL, they would work together to administer this. What is the reasoning behind moving it to finance and taking it out of the capable hands of the Minister of Works?
Well, Mr. Chairman, under the government, the competent authority, if I can use that term, but the agency of the government which manages the resources of the consolidated fund, but also, and this is the point I'm making, the multilateral lending agencies. And those would be the Caribbean Development Bank, You also have the Inter-American Development Bank. No. And therefore, as the Ministry of Coordination for the multilateral lending, it is and also to ensure, again, it's not just with respect to the multilateral lending, but as we move beyond the pandemic and dealing with global warming, the focus is how do we economize, how do we achieve economy of scale in procurement, and how do we ensure the most transparent manner of managing the national resources, scarce though they are. And of course, we have a big infrastructure. We have big needs.
We're talking about lighting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but lighting, lighting involves BPL. And as the responsible minister for BPL doesn't have the money. That's the reality. And therefore, increasingly, a lot of the infrastructural work, such as lighting, will be funded to a significant degree by multilateral lending. In this particular instance, partly by the Caribbean Development Bank, and in addition to the Consolidated Fund. Right.
But the money still finds its way back to the, if you were to complete the actual.
But where it is in the budget is what is the issue here. Why isn't it in the Ministry of Works as opposed to in the Ministry of Finance? And I will repeat it, is that it is not unusual from my experience, whether in other ministries in which I've been associated, where allocation for the ministry is in the Ministry of Finance, especially when the origin of the funds is coming from a multilateral source in the form of a loan that has to be repaid.
Aviation was like that.
Yeah.
We had that $50 million policy-based loan.
I mean, Mr. Deputy, my understanding, and I've seen this in just from my limited experience, is that even if the funding comes from a multinational, because for example, the digitization project, citizen security, and actually citizen security is still in the Ministry of National Security. The digitization, which was the $30 million IDB loan, that was in DTAD. Because as I understand it, the experience of the, funding is one thing, but the experience of being able to deliver is in the ministry. And so one would have thought that the funding would be put into the ministry that has the expertise, the talent, the experience to be able to ensure that they are able to get the job done.
And also, what we're discussing is really a policy option, because what I have seen, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, is that in this environment where the economy was closed down, where we are in a global pandemic, where we have experienced a catastrophic event, which basically over the course of 3 days just wiped out 1/4 of the GDP of the Bahamas. Even where funds, Mr. Chairman, is in a line item within the ministry, we still have to make an application to the Ministry of Finance because the cash may not be there. In other words, we're living in a period of time, Mr. Chairman, we're managing, I would call it husbanding or wifing the limited resources
I like wifing.
of the country, where you have the very close supervision of the Ministry of Finance, which under ordinary circumstances may not be there. So I've seen it both ways. But I do understand that under the current circumstances, many of the functions where we would have had in different ministries are centralized in order to get economy of scale and a more transparent process.
You are the executor.
And indeed, it doesn't affect the execution because, Mr. Chairman, the expertise reside in the implementing ministry. And it's not, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, coming from the Ministry of Works, it is not unusual as an implementing ministry for this ministry to work for the Ministry of Health.
That's it.
The funds are in the budget of the Ministry of Health. To work for the Ministry of Education, the funds are in the Ministry of Education. And we could go on and on. As an implementing ministry, yes, we have the expertise of design. We have the expertise of quantity surveying. We have the expertise of project management. But the funding is in another ministry, and therefore we see ourselves as an implementing ministry.
On the same subject, by way of you, Mr. Deputy, will you be responsible for setting up the bidding process to determine which companies will in fact implement the street lighting? Will you oversee that? And then just to anchor the point made earlier, we just went through several heads where the particular funding came from a multilateral organization, but the funds will be distributed through multiple ministries. So citizen security would be an excellent program where funds are resident in various ministries for the execution of that project, but it's funded by a multilateral. So just in terms of the bidding process, are you responsible for that and executing that?
I'm really happy the honorable member for Marcus City brought this up because it makes the point, Mr. Chairman, under the procurement process within the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, you have committees, but the Act, if we talk about the Procurement Act, it reposes the supervision of procurement in the Ministry of Finance. If one wants to do a sole source, it has to be signed off by the Ministry of Finance, depending on the amount. In other words, the Act itself establishes that the overall process of procurement in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, prior to the passage last year or the coming into force last year of the Procurement Act, prior to the enactment of the Act, and today, the procurement exercise within the public sector is under the overall supervision of the Ministry of Finance. Right. So that's my reading. Yes. That's my understanding.
Yes. Yeah. But Mr. Deputy, may I rephrase the question for you this way? Will the Ministry of Works outline the scope of works, and would the application originate in the Ministry of Works? Because we know that the documents are open at the Ministry of Finance would be the place that first you'd have the tender. It would go to the tenders board. Ministry of Finance supervises it. But what we're concerned about is the scope of works, all of that initial work. Are you directing that? Are you responsible for that? Or is finance now because honestly, as the member mentioned, we're not familiar with finance previously doing what is being proposed now. We're accustomed to Ministry of Works doing that, or an individual ministry doing that. So in the past, agriculture, we were doing some of exactly what is being proposed now on a particular property we have responsible for. We originated it, but for streets, it just seems rather odd that you are not directing that whole process. No, this is a very important point, unless you're trying to consolidate power inside the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Works, in terms of the infrastructure, upon the request of a client ministry, would undertake the scopes, that is, investigate the infrastructure, prepare scopes of work. You also would have those scopes, once they're prepared, they would be quantified. In every ministry of the government, as I understand it, you have tender committees. No, seriously. No, I'm not. We are the implementing ministry. Look here.
It's your ministry. Street lighting is you. You're the client.
So I'm telling you, in the Ministry of Works, there is a tender committee. Yes. There is a process. Yes. In every ministry, you have. No, we're not making any point. I'm answering the question based on my understanding and also the practice. So you would have a tender committee in every ministry, to my knowledge, and there would be a process.
That's what's going to happen in street lighting.
Well, I'm telling you, that is the process.
Yes, I have one last question for the minister. Under 2H21105, it calls compensation for loss and damages.
Pardon?
2H21105, compensation for loss and damages. And I'm just wondering exactly what does that cover? I have a follow-up comment, depending on your answer. It's on page 123, 2821105.
So what page is it on, 123?
Yes, 123. On the transfers, NEC, right below that. And the reason why I'm asking that is that I know during Hurricane Dorian, a lot of private citizens were called on to use their private assets, and a lot of their private machinery got, I don't know if that refers to that, or maybe NEMA will cover that, but a lot of private vehicles and even when they went to East Grand Bahama, they had to rely on a private company to clear the road. Persons lost jet skis, they lost their boats, etc. And they've been asking for reimbursement, but there was no provision made at all for them to receive money based on the loss as a matter of policy. No, it's something that we need to look at moving forward. So I'm wondering if that is covered here or that will be somewhere under NEMA's head. I think Anderson mentioned that one bus driver, I think he lost his bus during hurricane transporting people. So how do we reimburse those persons? Is this a part of that, or is that coming under a different ministry? Just curious.
Loss and damage relates to miscellaneous casualties, for example, which may be attributable to this ministry. But generally, if there were loss, you have a legal process. With respect to BPL, you will also have a policy And upon the presentation of satisfying the criteria for reimbursement, in other words, it will depend from agency to agency. And of course, if it is a matter which is very serious, then it will perhaps result in a claim for negligence or some other legal basis to get recovery. But this would be miscellaneous matters which would not be very large.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that head 33 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 33 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, we now move that head number 34, the Department of Public Works, be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that head 34 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 34 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I ask for heads 35, 37, and 38 be agreed. They all relate to education.
37?
Yes, sir. Sorry, it's 35, 37, and 38. Department of Education, Department of Archives, Ministry of Education, Technical and Vocational Training.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that schedule 35, 36, 38, 35, 37.
36.
Yeah, that's it.
37, 38.
Okay.
37, 38.
Yeah.
Head of 35, 37, and 38 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor, the chair recognizes the honorable member from Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Wanted by way of you to ask the minister to confirm where exactly in the budget and by what amount the commitment made by the government to increase salaries to teachers. Where those figures reflected in the budget, and what is the amount?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Marco City. I don't know if you will recall when the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rum Key in San Salvador spoke, and he was asked about a global provision. He indicated that would be a all-encompassing figure to include matters of this matter. Of course, these are matters that are still in discussion, and he indicated that. And so it's the same argument for the same question.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The Prime Minister, while making that same comment, clearly indicated that there was a minimum that was mentioned in the budget that historically was added to the bottom line of salaries. That was the $50. One of the things we talked about is it should be at a minimum $100. And he was simply saying, I'm sorry, I'm just paraphrasing him. It's pretty much a no-brainer. It's not going to be those low figures. Is it then safe to say that you have a low end and a high end parameters within which the figures that will execute the increase to teachers, and can you share what those parameters are? So you're not fencing yourself into the negotiations. It does not compromise the negotiation, but at a minimum, the low end, what is the low end of that offer?
You know, out of respect for negotiation, I would never even seek to entertain that kind of parameter that you have just discussed. It's being discussed with the union members, with the union leadership, and hopefully we will have a solution that will lead to an agreed position that will appropriately add compensation to teachers. So I'm not trying to be facetious in any shape or form. It's a matter under discussion. It's negotiations, and I don't think it'd be appropriate to pull it off out of that realm and to say, well, we coming in here with this, and this is what we're dealing with. I don't want to do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Deputy, sorry, thank you. Mr. Deputy, on page 128, the 2721104, the National Lunch Program.
Yes.
We had raised the question when we were looking at the inflation issue. We had raised the question about not the overall global figure that is being allocated, but in terms of the actual amount, specific or individual amounts that are paid to vendors, whether there is going to be any adjustment to the individual vendors with respect to the payment that is given to them for the National Lunch Program. The reason why I raise it is because obviously the amount that they were paid, they can't buy the same amount of food that they were able to buy, a year ago. Is the government considering increasing the individual amount that is being paid for lunch programs?
Thank you. This is a very important item because this addresses the need for children who come to school, who have not been able, who come from very challenged circumstances and who would not otherwise get lunch. And so this is a very critical feature of what is being offered by the ministry. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island reminded us that we are anticipating that with the reduction of duties on chicken and items of that nature, that we are trusting, and they've promised, major retailers have already promised we're going to see price reductions. So I'm not sure we can project that necessarily there's going to be some cost, some huge increase in costing. There is a small increase. And I think the member for West Grand Bahama also spoke about the possibility of a breakfast program. So, it's the compounded assistance. So I don't think that there is an anticipation. Of course, if there is an issue, I will have to go back with my hands out to the Ministry of Finance. But we don't anticipate that, and it's not anticipated in the budgeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Referring to line item number 224-1299. Yes, Minister, yes, 35. Yep, 224-1299. Yeah, we see an increase in other supplies and materials of some 660,000. Is there an indication of what are those other supplies and materials in that increase?
This is reflective of the fact that we continue to be in a COVID pandemic environment, and these funds are to procure sanitizers and related products to outfit the various school properties. You might recall that under the prior administration, school was shut down for an extended period. And so the use of sanitizers was not a compelling situation. Thankfully, we now have children back in school, and the sanitizers now are there to ensure that we have a safe environment while they're in school.
It has been moved and seconded that head 35, 37, 38 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
Mr. Deputy, we now move that head number 40, Ministry of Transport and Housing, be agreed. Number 40.
40? It has been moved and seconded that head 40 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I believe it was the Prime Minister. I'm not sure whether the minister had mentioned this. She may have mentioned it in her presentation, but I recall the Prime Minister mentioning the rent that you are creating or reigniting the rent-to-own initiative. Can you give some details in terms of how this rent-to-own it's a general question. Yeah. If you all don't want to answer the general question, then you could not answer it. But it is a genuine question. If you can give some indication on the details of the initiative.
Yes,
And who is going to be assisted.
Can I answer now?
Well, let me ask a question. Who is going to be assisted? In addition to who is going to be assisted, the areas and the locations that persons are going to be assisted. Is this going to be where there are houses that are going to be used, or whether they're going to be apartment complexes that are going to be used for the rent to own? If we can get some understanding on those.
Mr. Chairman, I know that East Grand Bahama, I would put him in the category as a seasoned politician. So he should know better than raising those questions when we're dealing with the heads. That does not refer to a particular line. But I will answer, because I know there's many in the public that's interested in finding out about the rent to own. In my contribution, I made it very clear that we have an advisory council that will be appointed to help us design the structure for the rent to own, so that we can come back to the Bahamian public and provide clearly all of the details surrounding the rent to own. That was a part of my contribution when I made it in the House. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Again, the additional question that I have. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lee. You were asking go.
Thank you very much. By way of you, Mr. Deputy, on the exact same program, a part of the reason the member for East was raising that question is because we understand that there are cost implications for even a rent to own. And in looking at the lines, we didn't see any provision for any of those. So one option we know in rent to own programs that we've looked at would be one, government construct home, make those homes available in a rent-to-own formula. A second may be leasing or renting from existing homes. And so there are other options. And so in the budget, in looking at the lines, we did not see any financial provisions being made for what we think would be a very helpful program to the Bahamian people. And can you point us then to the lines that no matter which of those options you come up with, monies are already allocated for the program that you've announced?
Chairman, I also wish to advise that under the Housing Act, I am a corporation sole. So I also have a consolidated fund that's attached to my ministry. Much of the funds in that would not be captured in the budget. And so if we do come to a place where we provide a structure and provide financing, then some of the provisions related to the rent to own would be facilitated through my consolidated fund.
Thank you, Member.
I wonder then if the minister could indicate by which authority you are able to spend without getting the government's approval. And secondly, Without getting Parliament's approval. Without getting Parliament's approval.
When did I say that? He asked where the funding is coming from.
Can you point to the line item where your funding is coming from? Mr. Chair, we are trying to get an understanding as to how much money is being allocated for this rent-to-own project. We still have not gotten an answer as to how much money is being allocated for the project. That's all we're asking.
Mr. Chairman, when I first answered their question, I advised that there will be an advisory council appointed to provide the structure, and after which we will provide further details and further information about the rent-to-own program, all of which would be captured and provide further answers to them. And that is what we will do.
Thank you, member.
In terms of the consolidated fund, thank you very much, first of all, for indicating that in this budget there are no funds allocated for the rent-to-own program. However, you did indicate that in the consolidated fund that you have, there might very well. Well, I've asked whether or not you're able to point. I've asked whether you're able to point to the item in the budget which you're not able to do. Your response was you have the option of funding it out of your consolidated fund, which we say that's very possible. Are you able to indicate, since we are in a budget exercise, and any funds you or any other head of a government department have access to is government funds, are you able to say whether or not you have sufficient funds on your account? And if so, what portion of that you are likely to allocate to this matter?
Yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Chairman, we have belabored this. The question has been asked. The question has been asked, and the question has been answered by the respective minister. And Marco City has
members.
Do I have the floor, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Marco City has repeated the answer to the question, and the minister has promised this House that the details will be brought. So I'm not understanding why we belabor this issue, Madam Speaker, but we're happy to take any question related to the lines here.
Thank you, member.
Which line? Let's go.
It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
No, we're not on the road at the moment. But listen, Mr. Deputy, I just find it incredible. An articulate minister was on her feet and was bullied to the side by the member for Ragged Island. Allow her to make a point. Stay that on your feet, please, Elizabeth. Stay that on your feet. Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy.
Members.
Sorry, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it out of respect for my colleague from Exuma. It is rather inappropriate that he interjected when I thought she was speaking to it. But let me say this, Mr. No,
the chair recognizes the honorable member.
What is the point of order? What is the point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want us to get carried away here. Okay, we want to get back to the heads. If the member has questions in relation to the line items, we'd be happy to take them. But we're not going to be lectured. We're not going to be lectured. We're not going to be lectured by you. So simply put the questions.
Two members on the floor.
And we will be happy to
Marco
answer
City,
them.
let him
make your reference to your lines.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, we'll move on. We'll move on while they caucus on how to extricate themselves from this evasion. So, Mr. Deputy, the New Providence Bus Transportation Pilot Project provisions were made in the last budget item. As we were going through this, we did not see it. I just wanted to know if the minister determined that this was not the New Providence bus program. No, I'm saying it is absent in. Sorry?
Transport, we're not to transport yet.
Just give me a moment. I'm saying that the New Providence bus transportation system is not reflected when you come to transport. I'm saying we have questions about housing that are similar, and so I want the deputy to know that when we asked the question, it was because we did not see it. We did not see it in the section. You take my point. We did not see it. We did not see it in the section. Now, with respect to the housing project, we mentioned $20 million, Mr. Deputy. $20 million was allocated according to the member for, but what was borrowed according to the member for Elizabeth. We just learned, and I guess this is an update, that she's a corporate sole. We have not seen in the budget, other than in the capital section, $1.5 million allocated for housing. So we are looking for where exactly the member for Elizabeth was able to execute, according to the law, an arrangement, a loan arrangement, in order to get $20 million. We are interested in understanding, since it's not reflected here, nor in the capital section, where are they getting the $20 million from, and how was that executed under the present law?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I noted that in the Housing Act, I'm a corporation sole with the power to carry on any business or undertake for the purpose of any housing development. What I have done is a precedent that has been set from time immemorial, but they don't know of it because they built no houses in the last 4.5 years, so they were not able to use this formula that exists in housing. The formula is that housing has access. Housing used to do loans through BMC, housing used to do loans through NIB, and they put that fund into their corporate sole fund, right? And that's how we execute our housing programs. And so that's why you would not see it. This is a public-private partnership loan. We've done it before with BMC. We've done it before with NIB. And those loans you would never see on a line item for them because that's separate and apart from what is allocated here.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Deputy, let's say we accept because Elizabeth is honorable. We accept that somehow they executed that differently. However, our understanding is that in the event that you are going to spend monies, even those that you've gotten through a loan, that it has to come here at least to be appropriated. And so we'd like to know, because at no point we were ever involved in the discussion, nor have we heard of it coming to the Parliament. So is it that you have not yet reached that stage? And we would appreciate if you could share the documents with us. But to the best of our knowledge, we've not heard of any loan. We've not heard of any execution of the loan. Oh, I see. Where is it booked exactly? Where have you entered into any of the government's record the fact that the loan has been executed?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Chairman, the member for Marco City is electioneering again.
Yes.
He's filibustering. He's asking these long, irrelevant questions. He must make reference to the lines. We are at the head. We are on head 40. We want to know which line he's asking a question on so that we can answer them and we can move on.
Mr. Deputy, the member for Ragged Island he knows fully well that it is appropriate to ask about a major project that comes under the Ministry of Housing. And so, again, the minister answered in saying it was funded, but not at all through this particular budget. We are talking about budget. So I just simply asked the question, how else is she funding it? And I made my closing remarks. So for him to try to give the public the impression that we are not within bounds to ask a question about housing and how they obtain the money is absolutely disingenuous. That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, I'm asking that we move on. If he has another question in relation to lines, then we're happy to accommodate.
Thank you, honorable member.
On the same issue, was the loan guaranteed by the government? Was the loan, that was the $20 million loan, where you said that there's been, was that guaranteed by the government? Okay.
It has been moved and seconded that head 40 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 40 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy.
I just wish to make one correction because it's important that I not mislead in any way. The initiative, which is jointly with the foundation, is the Sullings. Let me just spell the name so that we have it correct. It is the Sallingsund, SALLINGSUND Bridge Foundation, a related foundation, but that is the foundation, Sallingsund Bridge Foundation, that provided the funding to lobby the United States Congress for an appropriation to assist with the hurricane restoration. And I would have been part of a delegation that met with 14 US senators and congresspersons in Washington on Monday and Tuesday. And I just want to say thank you to those congresspersons for a very constructive series of meetings.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
The housing, is that correct?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, we have. Okay. Just out of a courtesy, I want to just invite the minister to probably correct the record, because I was trying to find where housing had a consolidated fund. I was not familiar, but I've not been able to find in the record. So I don't know if she wants to restate that. But as far as I'm aware, housing does not have, as far as I'm aware, a consolidated fund. And I don't know if you want to lead on the record.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Elizabeth.
I don't understand where the member for Marco City is getting his information from. Okay, because I see he keeps going in and out of his phone. So do not come in here and claim that I am misrepresenting anything to the Bahamian public. I entered into the Ministry of Transport and Housing, and I met a consolidated fund, a corporation sole account in place. It has been in place from day one. When they split environment and housing, everything was transferred to housing because that account goes with housing. That existed before I came. So don't ever put words in my mouth and say that I'm misrepresenting anything.
Thank you. The question has already been put. We allowed the courtesy. Now we move to heads 43 and 44. We'll do those together. Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development and the Department of Social Services.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 43 and 44 of the schedule. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 225 1111 security services contract. Initially, I had made a observation, and the Prime Minister did answer relative to some of the heads that we've gone through so far, where there were increases in head 43, yeah. Line item 2251111. Security services contract. Yeah. No, that's head 43. It's head 43. Yeah, just want to note, want the government to give us an indication of this new security services contract and any details they can provide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That is for the allocation of security and fire alarm services at the Social Services Department. That's what that is in that section.
At the present time, there's none existing. There's no security at all. The question?
It has been moved and seconded that head 43 to 44 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 43, 44 of the schedule is agreed.
We now move that head number 45, Department of Housing, be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that head 45 of the schedule. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I draw your attention to head 2111102, salary contract workers. And notice we went from 20,000, 27,000, 61,200, and now we're at 475,000. Can the minister explain that in the wake of our proposed PPPs?
Thank you, Chairman. The funding increased due to the engagement of new staff. The Department of Housing is actually working under this government. We're building houses. And so we need staff to execute the mandate of our blueprint. And so that's what's happening. We have staff.
Thank you, member. It has been moved and seconded that head 45 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 45 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that head number 47, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 47 of the schedule be agreed. As the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Speaker. Under Mr. Deputy, under just a comment on the 224-1205. Let me congratulate the minister for keeping his ice and water money. I see that money was not transferred to the Ministry of Finance as the other ministries. Yeah, well done, Minister. My question is under 225-1302, building maintenance. Again, at $50,000. And I'll answer my question. I'll ask my question. And Balkan, you can just answer them because they are all interrelated. Under 225-1342, sports field maintenance. We see a number here of $230,000. Now, next year, with the implementation of the Bahamas Games, and we have to upgrade sporting facilities, unless it's the Nassau Games, the Bahamas Games, we have to upgrade sporting facilities in Grand Bahama, Andros, Abaco, all over the country. This number, 230 in the wake of our independence celebration, the Bahamas Games, and also the relays, this item appeared to be very low. Can you justify that low $230,000, please, Minister?
You want to do that now?
Yes, you can. Yeah, I have one more after that.
Mr. Chair, this budget line is not to
we intend to use the Family Island Consolidated Fund to service and repair all of those facilities in the Family Island. This is for minor repairs in New Providence.
And I accept that answer. Thank you very much.
There's no such fund.
The fund is not there yet.
There's no such fund. It hasn't been established. It is.
All right. But again, on item 228-1149, and I've raised this on several occasions, we have the National Youth Policy at $76,000. And we have always spoken about the seriousness of implementing this policy to ensure that our youth are, the youth are empowered and protected. And I believe at one point there's some move of $1 million to ensure that that policy was upgraded and implemented to protect and to empower our youth and our women. So this number of $76,000 appears to be very, I guess, under budgeted unless that is not a priority item at the moment.
Mr. Chair, the allocation for that item should be $1 million, but at this time, we have other items and other programs that we are focusing on, and we intend in the next budget year work on the youth policy, and that will pass in this House.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Okay. It has been moved and the chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Cardinals, I have a very selfish question. And I want to congratulate you first for the moving ahead with the Grand Bahama Games, which is supposed to be scheduled on July 4th. We would like to ask how much funds are being allocated for the Grand Bahama Games, for uniforms and T-shirts and all of the trappings that I'm sure that West Grand Bahama and Pine Ridge may not ask that question. But I will ask that question as to what amount of funds are going to be allocated for the Grand Bahama Games for us to be able to provide and outfit all of the teams.
I don't know if my ministry is responsible for outfitting any team in Grand Bahama. And we ain't gonna outfit any team in Grand Bahama. We got a budget from Grand Bahama from their sports council for a budget of $60,000 for them to host their games. If they want uniform in 8 Mile Rock, if they want uniform in East End, they want uniform in West End or Marco City. No, I'm just saying. They know where to go to get their uniforms. But we taking care of the logistics of the operations of the game, that the game will pass. Any uniforms that were allocated from the different constituency, I think they got 5 members of parliament, they can handle that.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
No.
Last question, 282-1272. $1 million is allocated for the Clifton Games. I noticed that $1 million is allocated for the RWF World Relays under 229-1013. Has those games been secured? Number one, and also the amount of monies that was allocated for the Bahamas Games itself. I don't see that as a line item. In the capital? Okay. 1 million? Okay. Okay.
Thanks again, Mr. Chair. IAA World Relays, I'll be heading to Oregon in July to secure that. In the meantime, there's facilities and there's things that must take place in order for us to prepare ourselves for those relays. That's what that 1 million is allocated for. Okay. The other $1 million allocated for Clifton Games, of course, preparation, Bahama Games, same thing.
Okay.
No, man, speaking like you okay.
It has been moved and seconded that head 47 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 47 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Chairman,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
as is our duty to assist the chair, the issue arose and there was some exchange. And I just wish for the benefit of members to just read into the record a provision of the Housing Act. The Housing Act, Mr. Chairman, and Section 3 of the Housing Act states, the minister shall, in respect the functions assigned to her by or under this act, be a corporation sole with power to acquire, hold, lease, and dispose of property, to enter into contracts, to sue and be sued, and do all things necessary for the purpose of this act, and all property transferred to the minister by this act or any other act or which otherwise become vested in her shall be held by her in trust for her majesty in right of her government of the Bahamas for the purposes of this act.
Which is precisely what she said. Yes, she did. That's what she said. That's what she said. It's exactly what she said.
Mr. Deputy, thank you very much, member for Fort Charlotte, for sharing that. I think all of us are familiar with that dimension of the rights and entitlements of a corporate sole. That wasn't the issue. The issue was we asked about the loan, and we were simply asking whether or not it's reflected in this budget, which the member indicated no. She will act on that or have acted on that in a different capacity through her entitlements as a corporate sole. And the clear indication was that they have a bank account that allows them to hold such funds, disperse such funds as they see fit. The only point we were making is that if any organ of government enter into a loan arrangement, they don't do that unilaterally independent of the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance, no, we asked the question, was it guaranteed? Just allow me to finish and I'll sit down because I wish to learn to be of benefit to the Bahamian people, right? But I'm saying we asked the question whether or not the Ministry of Finance guaranteed it. And the answer was no. So in the event that the Ministry of Housing, as a corporate sole, borrowed $20 million, our contention is they don't have the ability to, first of all, hold it on an account separate and apart from all other government agencies and appropriate it to however they want without reference to the Parliament. So if they aren't doing it in conjunction with finance, one, they must be doing it in conjunction with the Parliament of the Bahamas. And in both cases, she said none of those are involved. So I'm just saying it would be news to me that they have the ability to borrow $20 million, spend it how they see fit without reference to Parliament or without reference to finance. That's the only point that I made. That's the only point I made. And so I don't know, as far as we're aware, if you want to leave that on the record, are you saying that the corporate sole as defined by the Minister of Housing and corroborated by the former Attorney General, are you saying they can borrow $20 million and spend it how they wish without reference to finance or without reference to Parliament? Well, that's what she said. That's the point.
It certainly goes to cabinet.
That's the point. The chair recognizes the honorable member for
Mr. Deputy, the questions we put. Now I wish to move that head number 48, Department of Labor, We've exhausted that subject. We've exhausted the subject. You just spoke.
Okay.
You just spoke. You just referred. You just spoke. You just responded.
Members, the chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wonder if the member for Fort Charlotte, who spoke to the Housing Act, could also indicate how the Housing Act relates to the Public Debt Management Act, where the Public Debt Management Act, Section 16 under borrowing says that the minister, which is under the Public Debt Management Act, is the Minister of Finance. The minister shall be the sole borrowing agent for the government and shall borrow monies in accordance with this act and for the purposes set out under Section 18. So I understand that the Housing Act gives certain authority to the Minister of Housing. But under the Public Debt Management Act, it specifically says that the Minister of Finance shall be the sole borrowing agent for the government. Now, unless she is doing something outside of the government, this act limits who is the borrowing agent. So that's the point that we are raising. The Minister of Finance is the sole borrowing agent.
Thank you, member. The chair recognizes the member for...
Mr. Deputy, we wish to move on. We wish to move on. I now ask for...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
Mr. Chairman, I was told that this wasn't the place that I did most of my work for 30 years, which is a court. And that is because where you have a disagreement over what the law is, you generally have a person in the chair who solves it. Right now, we have one lawyer, another lawyer disagreeing over what the law means in Parliament. So the real lawyer steps in. No. The lawyer stands up to say, Marco City, what you all always tell me. That's for the courts. That's not for Parliament. And so I would say this is for the courts and not for Parliament because we're disagreeing on what the law is.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, member. We now ask for approval of head number 48, Department of Labor, be agreed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that head 48 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 48 of the schedule is agreed.
We now move, Mr. Deputy, for head number 49, Ministry of Economic Affairs, be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the government indicated that they had a $50 million intention to provide $50 million to small businesses throughout the country this year. Under line item 2521009, support for small business development center, there was an allocated amount for $4.5 million, and there's been a reduction by $2 million. Or there's been a reduction to $2 million. Could the government indicate why are we reducing the budget for small business, for support for Small Business Development Center? And if they could indicate where the additional $50 million will be, and where is it coming from out of the budget? But what is the reasoning behind reducing the support for Small Business Development Center?
The line referred to by the member for East Grand Bahama, 2521009, is in relation to the administration of the Small Business Development Center. The member would be aware that support of small business comes across several ministries. So we would have the small business development, several agencies. You'd have the Small Business Development Center, you have Bahamas Development Bank, you would have Venture Fund, you would have Tourism Development Corporation. There is a grant program in the Ministry of Youth. If you consolidate all of these various agencies, you will come up with at least the $50 million that we're referring to. And we'd be happy to give a specific breakdown, agency by agency, to the member for East Grand Bahama if it hasn't already been done in this debate.
No, and I would be grateful if
Consider it done.
the member could provide us with the specific, because I went through it, went through the Bahamas Venture Capital, I went through BAIC, I went through even the portion of funds that were allocated to the minister in Grand Bahama, went through the Small Business Development Center funds, the Bahamas Development Bank, and it does not add up to close to the $50 million.
As indicated, Mr. Chairman, we undertake to provide a full spreadsheet listing for the member.
Thank you, member. It has been moved and seconded that head 49 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Head 49 of the schedule is agreed.
Heads 51, 53, 54, 55, all the same minister be agreed.
That's 51,
53,
and 55.
54, 55.
Yes,
sir.
54 is in that. Yes. It is.
No, they're all the minister.
It has been moved and second. It has been moved and seconded that head 51, 53, 54, and 55 be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Under head 54, deputy, does 2251302 building maintenance cover the construction of a new Department of Road Traffic building?
Continue, St. Anne's.
Does that line item cover it, or shall I go from salary and permanent pensionables?
The chair recognizes the member for Elizabeth.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Thank you, member.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't see where there's a budget in here for the construction of a new road traffic building. Unless my eyes are not correct, I would assume that there isn't anything yet budgeted for the construction of a new road traffic department.
The chair recognizes the member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Chairman, it's the intention that that building will be built through a private-public partnership.
Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, who is the partner in the private-public partnership?
We'll provide those details in due course, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, member.
On the same subject, member for Exuma, as you saw earlier today, we laid a copy of the former government's public-private partnership policy. Does the government have a public-private partners policy that will guide you entering into this arrangement?
We'll undertake to lay that for the Parliament.
Sorry, I'm sorry. What is that? You will lay that particular document. That means are you saying on your feet that you have such a document?
We will undertake to lay this administration's policy on private-public partnerships.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that head 50. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you. Under head 54, road traffic automation, 225-1142. The road traffic department was a very important part of the digitization effort and was one of the first services that was provided under the My Gateway initiative. I believe we got as far as the renewal of driver's license. There was an intention to include, and I believe it may have been included, the registration of vehicles, to be able to register those vehicles online as well. There was also the intention to move to an automation with respect to the insurances, where the insurance companies were also to be connected to that software. What is the status of that initiative? Has that been moved ahead any further with respect to the My Gateway? I'm asking that question under road traffic automation, head 54.
Chairman, the road traffic department has been engaged in an agreement since, I think, probably 2014, 2015, with Data Talk. And there was a number of variables that had to be completed under this arrangement with Data Talk, which we had already entered into an agreement and funds were already paid for the services. And we are still in that active agreement to complete our automation of their services, the TMS system. And that's exactly what we are moving towards. We still have some family islands that are not on the system yet. And so it would kind of be outside of best practices for us to try to engage whatever plans was on the table for My Gateway until we complete the full and complete coverage of the TMS automated system for all of our substations. And that's what we're leading towards.
Thank you, Member. It has been,
Thank you very much. Just two very quick matters. One is related to the license plate initiative, which really was straddled by both administrations. My recollection tells me that in the last administration, it was resident in the prison that they were in fact producing this. I just wanted to know whether or not that has changed, or if it's still being administered there as well.
Prints the license plate.
Excellent. Secondly, the New Providence bus program, where studies were conducted, discussions were going on. I didn't see it reflected here. Is that still in train, or that's a matter you've pivoted away from?
Well, actually, your administration pivoted away from the plans and kind of botched up the pilot. And so we are now back to starting over, but we will be leading towards getting a proper system. I think the board is presently discussing with both of the unions that, because there's a union with the owners and then there's the drivers union, and they're discussing ways that we can make sure that it's properly structured to capture many of the concerns that they've raised from the previous pilot, and also so that they can stage it out. And so once we come to a final conclusion, we'd be presenting something to the Cabinet of Bahamas and then presenting to the public further information.
Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that head 51, 53, 54, 55 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 51, 53, 54, 55 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, we now move that sections 56, Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs, 57, Department of Agriculture, 58, Department of Marine Resources be agreed.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that head 56, 57, 58 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I wanted to raise a question with respect to the support for farmers, $500,000. If the minister would just share what are some of the kinds of initiatives that would be covered under that. This is 225113. 2251130.
Right. So this initiative will speak to the government's commitment to ensuring that the agricultural sector is supported through farmers. We understand that farmers do need a lot of assistance, and I think that we may agree that it might not seem enough, but it's something. So it's more cash in the pocket for farmers to assist them in different areas.
Yeah. I mean, have you decided on what the other type? That was asking more about the specific things. I think we're on the same page.
Right.
The money is needed. Just what sort of things?
Right. So, it'll vary. A lot of it will be specific to bankable products, whereby farmers are able to make money and recoup. So it won't be for backyard farming, it'd be for commercialized type farming.
Okay. And the next item, 2251139, food security. What specific items come under that particular provision? And how would that be different than the $500,000 that was allocated in the previous item?
Right. So the food security initiative, first of all, we increased this to over $6 million. We're going to spend all of it because we need all of it. So it's in various aspects. So some of it would be a hydroponics project school initiative, along with the Ministry of Education. It would be to engage technical skills for farmers and fishermen. A part of it would be the feed mill upgrade for out by GRAC. Leafy green containers. You've heard me speak a lot about bankable products. We feel these containerized farming, vertical farming is one way. So these will be some pilot projects that we'll put in Family Islands to support that. The layers. So the layers we'll continue the layer program, expand that, especially through the Family Islands. Fish pot project. So to expand that part through some of the Family Islands where we train farmers, similar to what FAO did in Grand Bahama and Abaco. So let's expand. I mean, that's some of them. We'll also do some extra concessions through that as well for fishermen and farmers to expand once we've used the $500,000 in the allotted spot. Yeah.
Under item 2821266, the boutique investment strategy. I noticed that this item is no longer included in the budget, but a number of the other items that you have spoken about, the studies that were completed, which forms the basis of those programs, were completed under that particular arrangement. So a lot of the data we have on the import substitution strategy that you're pursuing came through that study. I'm just wondering, any particular reason you've moved completely away from that, or have you shifted that into some other line item?
Right. So the boutique, when I took chair as minister, the boutique strategy did not have a popular formula on how to spend the funding in that specified line item. So what we've done is we have allocated support for farmers, and we increased our budget for food security, as well as some in food security capital to allot some of the stuff. But the boutique that have a proper structure, it was supposed to be something with BDB, but it wasn't a proper structure to spend the money.
I won't belabor that particular point, but the collaboration. I would only make a statement to say that the document is in the ministry that clearly outlined what that strategy is, and it was done in conjunction with IDB. Yeah.
So, report, right?
Yes.
But it still wasn't nothing specific on how to spend the allotted money in the budget in the line item.
I see. Okay. You made mention of the formation of an agribusiness department. I was going through. I didn't see the allocation for the creation of the agribusiness department. I've already said on record that BAIC is your agribusiness department. But that aside, I don't see the allocation for the establishment of it. Is that going to happen? If only the foundational work in this budget, but I don't see the allocation at all.
There's no allocation in this budget. We're looking at doing the proper structure for that. I understand the point with in regards to BAIC, which has a good structure of business plans and things of that sort. But we also understand that there are other countries that have agribusiness departments apart from a corporation that is able to be a one-stop shop in regards to land servicing, grants, as well as business plans, so that you eliminate the red tape. Guyana has an excellent program that is able to facilitate that.
Minister, I certainly pray that you don't go down that road for your sake, but that aside, we'll go to the School of Agriculture to BAMSI. I mean, just to save you time. I mean, you have it already. With respect to BAMSI, what portion in dollars or percentage of your BAMSI allocation is for instructors, that is lecturers, or even researchers? Because right now, the vast majority of BAMSI's workers are not for the stated purpose of the Prime Minister, yourself, who indicated that this is a research and educational institution. And the problem we face as before us, and now you, is that there were inadequate agriculture lecturers, marine science lecturers. And so for the person that is in charge now, I think Dr. Hepburn would need a large percentage of lecturers and practitioners to guide students. What percentage of this budget or dollar figure allows you to hire the requisite staff that you need?
All right. Well, I mean, I think as former minister, you understand that we provide a subvention to BAMSI.
Right.
We've increased by roughly $250,000 to assist them a little bit more. We have a lot of work to do. It's not going to be done overnight, but we're going to make sure it happens, and we're going to make sure it's successful. I mean, to give the specifics on that,
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that head 56, 57, 58 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 56, 57, 58 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 60, Ministry of Health and Wellness, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Leader of the opposition, you intend to announce a shadow cabinet? Sorry? You intend to announce a shadow cabinet?
item number, line item number 225, 1123. Okay. I know that the member had given an explanation on this $10 million for catastrophic health care service. We'd like the minister, the question we do have is that this catastrophic health care service, obviously we know that anything that helps the Bahamian people relative to catastrophic health care is a good thing. with why this $10 million could not have been allotted with the National Health Insurance Authority, as opposed to what has been suggested thus far.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Catastrophic health care. Yes, selective catastrophic care, as it stands right now, is being provided to some extent by the PHA and to some extent by the Ministry of Health and not NHI. As minister for the last 10 months, along with my counterpart, the managing director from the Public Hospitals Authority, we have been assisting Bahamians throughout our archipelago who need financial assistance to get these kind of specialized care. If you understand catastrophic care, it comes in two components. You have emergency and life-saving and life-threatening catastrophic care. We are in the business. There are certain services that are not provided at our public institutions. There are Bahamians who are on a waiting list trying to get these essential life-saving services. And in order to do so, it doesn't fall under the remit of the public service, and they have to wait if they don't have the resources. These people have been coming to our institution for years for assistance, and we have been assisting them to the best of our ability based on the budgetary constraints. There's budgetary constraints at the PHA, and there's budgetary constraints at the Ministry of Health. Because we want to do more, we need more resources to help these individuals while the National Health Insurance Authority moves swiftly to go into phase 2 of this government blueprint agenda, which is selective catastrophic healthcare insurance. So what this government has decided to do is to help poor people who've been on these waiting lists. We have definitely given the ministry more resources in order to do so. Yes. And we intend to do so. And we're so pleased with this line item because we finally has put our money where our mouth is, where we can do a lot more for poor people. Amen. That's the reason. This is not catastrophic healthcare insurance. Yes. National Health Insurance is the vehicle that will bring us catastrophic healthcare insurance. To manage catastrophic care, it has to be the PHA and it has to be the Ministry of Health. We manage care. Education 101.
And so, thank you very much, Minister. Can you give some indication so the Bahamian people can be fully aware how this line item will be administered and facilitated for Bahamians from all walks of life, those in particular of vulnerable, can access the opportunity?
Well, when you look at what we do at the Ministry of Health and the Public Hospitals Authority, we have patients who need these procedures, who reach out to us after trying every avenue to find resources to get this type of care. When they fall short, they write us. Yeah. Minister, I'm blind. I have retinal detachment. I cannot get the service. We need the help of the government. Yeah. We, in return, look at these cases as it stands now by a case-by-case basis. The minister is constantly bombarded, carrying these cases to cabinet so that the cabinet could give me the approval to get the resources to do the work. What is happening now is becoming so burdensome for us at the ministry that we need a better facility and an avenue to do it appropriately. A cabinet paper is in the process that I'm going to present to my colleagues that will begin to build on a system that we already have and make the system more transparent and the services across the board. This particular fund cannot solve all the problems for all Bahamians who need catastrophic care. It is a system that we are going to implement, that's going to do the best that we can, because we're going to move swiftly to put the insurance mechanism in place so we could get catastrophic insurance with a card. So this is selective catastrophic care, and we foreshadowed this in our Blueprint for Change. We told the Bahamian people that we're going, in this term in office, to produce catastrophic healthcare insurance by way of NHI. But in the interim, we need to do a better job because people are dying waiting for this care. And they cannot wait for us to implement the insurance component. They need help now. And we are putting a mechanism in place that is going to be transparent and it's going to be completely audited by an independent auditor so that we can eliminate this business that's coming from the other side, that is the government slush fund. It's not a slush fund. It's a fund for the people. I heard someone on the other side say it. No, you didn't say it today. I heard it when I was listening. I listened. Someone said it.
Members,
it's ungodly.
The chair recognized the member from Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, just to follow up on that question, and I just want to say to the member, he anticipated somebody would ask him that question, but I think he may be mistaken in terms of that having been asserted. Here's the issue. The concern is that we need a transparent system that is not manipulated by any policy maker or group of policy makers in order to gain some political advantage. So you permit me to finish. No, permit me. No. I'm saying, no, you missed the point. I'm saying nobody accused you of anything. You may not like it, but you're unable to control what I say. What I'm saying is we want a system. Listen, nobody accused you of it. No one accused you of it. No, the guilt. Now, nobody said you did it. Because you're causing.
Honorable member for Marco City, just, in the.
No, there's no need. No, come on. There is no need to remove it. We are talking. You're causing me to want to be mischievous to say the guilty man run when no one chase it. But what I'm saying is, follow what I'm saying. Follow what I'm saying. We want a system that is transparent and it cannot be manipulated by FNM or PLP policymaker, and therefore are concerned about $10 million as a line item being controlled by a minister, being advised by cabinet colleagues with a conclusion, lends itself to that accusation. So all we're saying is it ought to be set up in a system where you have a group of persons who are adjudicating this matter. And so, and so you have a department that's already focused on catastrophic health relief. And so I caution, let me just finish. Let me finish. Yeah. So
I have an authority that focuses
correct.
on delivering catastrophic health care.
Correct. So here's what we're suggesting. We're suggesting that before you spend that money and open yourself, your colleagues up to making colleagues. I mean, if you don't hear anything else, I hear this. You are attempting to do a good thing, which is to put monies that are required to help save our family and friends' lives. What you do not want to do is to end up being accused of choosing who lives or who dies. And so, no, I know you are purely political rather than about governance, so I don't want to answer you on this subject. I want to talk to him and others who are reasonable on this. So what we are suggesting is if you're able to put together a structure that takes us out of the mix in terms of where we are opening ourselves to that accusation, we think that may be a healthy thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I move on.
Under the same line item, 225-1123, under the same line item with the $10 million. The question is, would the minister or would the government agree to, in your process of setting up this system, would the government agree to, before a final decision is made in reference to the parameters of how this is going to be executed, would you agree to consult with the opposition in terms of how it is going to be set up? Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out.
Let's get to the question, and so we can move on.
The government will obviously.
Okay, members, let him get his question quickly so we can move on.
The government will obviously have its way in terms of the decision that is going to be made in terms of how it is set up. Because this system is going to affect everyone, it is in our view better to include the opposition during that beginning stage in terms of our recommendations. You obviously have the decision-making power to make a decision, but would you agree to include the opposition in your process of deciding what the parameters of
Members,
this is going
we have to ask questions, not suggestions, because in the interest of time, we have to keep moving.
My question, Mr. Deputy,
yes, sir.
Will the government agree to include the opposition in the process of setting this up?
Thank you, member.
Much. Member, if you want to be a part of this government, walk across the floor. That's the first one. No, let me finish. No, the reason why I say that is because I've had similar discussions, even to give recommendations that you refuse to accept. But I'm a reasonable person. I am a reasonable person.
Man of God, let him know.
Listen to me very carefully. If any member on the side opposite have any recommendation, please give it to us. As the government formulates its plans, we will take them into consideration. That's the honorable thing to do. But if you want to get involved in our policies, then you need to become a PLP.
It's a new day.
The last I checked, this country is made up of PLPs, FNMs, and everybody else. And so it's made up of all of us. It's made up of all of us. Yeah, it's made up of all of us.
You told me to come on over if I want to get involved in your policy, and I invite you over here.
It's made up of all of us.
Amnesia, man.
Members. Okay.
Line item would be in your process that is being set up. Is this process going to be independent from politicians?
Me and you, colleagues, I want to make it very clear. When the people of Tall Pines elected me as the member of Tall Pines, we formed a government.
Listen to the answer.
We formed a government, and I became the Minister of Health for the entire country. Politics and governance are two separate things. You're looking at a group of politicians who are prepared to govern for everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I leave that like that.
Thank you.
The question is, will the government commit to having a process that is independent from politicians when you are making decisions?
Remember, you already asked that question
when
in the interest of time.
Decisions with respect to whether people live or die.
Yes,
that's
members, I suggest. One second. Okay, now we in the interest of.
That's not a wrap.
Members. Yes, let's ask a question and move on. We can't be asking one question over and over.
I already answered the question.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the member for Pinewood.
Mr. Deputy, the reality is this. On both sides, some of the main beneficiaries of the benevolence of the government have been politicians, all of them being deserving. Let us not grandstand now. This term, last term, and the term before that have been people who have, individuals who have given public service, whose health have deteriorated and needed assistance. So we cannot keep politics out of this because politicians have benefited. Politicians asking other politicians for assistance in their time of need.
Thank you, member.
That politicians should be kept out of the whole process or whatnot. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when you are making the decision as to how much people get, who gets, under what terms they get, that process, the decision-making process, that should be an independent process from politicians, meaning you might have a group of doctors who make those decisions as opposed to a group of politicians who make that decision. That's the point.
Yeah, members, let's move on. And this is, the debate stage is over. We're in the committee stage right now. So let's move on, please. Let's move on. It has been moved and, sorry. Sin Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm referring to reference to line item 225-115 consultancy services. Okay? So we see an increase from 1.2 million, or let me do it another way, an increase of 3.5 million for consultancy services. Can the minister indicate why the large increase, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, St. Barnabas. Mr. Deputy, this particular line item incorporates the provision for the medication for the Monroe children, which was brought to the attention, I think, by the former Prime Minister. There's a group of kids who need specialized services that I think is in excess of $1 million per year. And we on this side have decided to continue with that service, which is deserving. We politicians, you made it, we continue with it, but it is the right thing to do for these individuals. The second thing is this consultancy line services is where we pay for the 50 Cuban nurses that have come to the Bahamas. It also incorporates the compensation for journalists, for allowances for the director of our communication group, and also for other areas as it relates to my new communication services line. So there's a lot of things incorporated in it. It seems as if it's consultancies from abroad, but I made it very clear. In this line item, we're paying for medications, we're paying for the communication staff, we're paying for our 50 nurses who we brought in from Cuba, and some additional staff members that is incorporated. So it's not consultancy for the government. It just happens to be in this line. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, member.
Okay.
Also, line item 224-1203, Minister. Drugs and vaccines. Recently, I was apprised of a statistic that I wish the minister to address, and this is a question about our measles coverage in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. That is down. I think in 70-something%, it should be higher. Will this line item, will we be addressing that issue?
In drugs and vaccines, yes, there will be funding to assist us to ensure that our children who needs immunization, we catch up We fell behind a bit as a result of COVID, and we need to catch up. In my contribution, I spoke about the digitization program for immunization, and I need to give credit where credit was due. The former minister, Minister Dwayne Sands, was the one who initiated the program. It actually fell behind, and we're now picking it up to do what we need to do with it. So it is incorporated in that. Also incorporated in this is some of the essential drugs that we need for COVID-19. When I came in, we had a deficiency of drugs in order for us, for individuals who are moderately and could potentially go into the intensive care. There was a protocol of a group of drugs, and this line item incorporates the drugs necessary for COVID so that we can continuously have them in stock. And that's the reason for the increase by some $500,000.
Thank you very much. Just a few quick questions. Mr. Deputy, it will only take about 30 minutes. The PHA, you have a reduction, by way of you, Mr. Deputy, you have a reduction in the allocation to the PHA. We're trying to understand. You are moving line 251123. Same. Yeah. Yes. The question is, in PHA, you're having some challenges at the RAN, challenges at the hospital. What we were trying to find in our discussions was where you are making the additional allocation to deal particularly with the emergency room. So ahead of your building a new hospital, where are you making provisions in this budget? I'm speaking, but just give me a moment. Where are you making the provisions for the additional resources to take the pressure off the emergency room in order to get persons in bed? And this is at PHA, Princess Margaret Hospital here and in the RAN. That's the first question.
Thank you so much. Marco City, through you, Mr. Chair. The infrastructural upgrade lines are in capital works at the Ministry of Health. I want to refer you to the capital lines. What we're looking at and what you're referring to is expenditure. Follow me and go to capital expenditure and look at head 60, Ministry of Health and Wellness. And when we look at hospital and facilities at 3311205, you will see that some $18.3 million has been allocated in the capital budgets. But it does not show up as the PHA. It shows up as the Ministry of Health, head 60, and the Ministry of Health manages the capital budget, not the PHA. We manage our capital budget. So it's in capital. It's not in expenditure.
Thank you very much, Minister. You have on page 173, looking at that list of grants, no one particular line, a series of them, Ragged Island. There's no increase for the various NGOs. Any particular reason why, given the challenges that they're facing in addressing some of the issues that are critical to the Ministry of Health?
Thank you so much. Former Minister.
You're speaking prophetically, it's okay.
Well, that's good. I mean, and you know, I don't wish you no well. One day you will get an opportunity. You'll get another opportunity. I know how it feels. I've been here and been over there too, so I know. So you get the taste, so it's all right. But I want to speak a little bit about it because in this particular budget, I have done something quite unique, whereby there is funding. They may not be directly allocated to areas as it relates to the Cancer Society, the Diabetic Associations, UWI separate and apart, the Pharmacy Council, and the list goes on and on. I have a new line item, and I'm proud of this new line item called Health and Wellness. This new line item is a very interesting line items, and all of these NGOs will benefit from what we plan to do with health and wellness. Yes, sir. So it's a lot of things incorporated in it, and it is really for us to make a strong push to do something with non-communicable diseases, and most of these NGOs deal specifically with areas as it relates to non-communicable diseases.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I know that you're paying attention with this health and wellness program. I know the minister is paying attention to this health and wellness program to persons with non-communicable diseases, and something that a large portion of the constituents of St. Anne's do is walk very early in the morning and walk late in the evening. I would ask that the minister give some consideration under this budget to providing funding so that we can have road markings for bicycle paths and walking paths in the constituent of St. Anne's, especially in the areas McPherson's Bend, Culbert's Bay, Village Road, and even parts of Nassau East through Yamacraw Hill Road, which would benefit the Yamacraw constituents as well, so that as vehicle motorists are on those roads, those walkers will know that they have a space that they should be protected in. It's still going to be up to the driver to observe those road markings, but that would bring great comfort to those walkers and continue to build a culture of safety and healthy living.
Thank you so much, St. Anne's. I think there's some excellent ideas. I live in your constituency, so we can talk. We intend to do quite a bit of things to try to improve healthy lifestyles. Thank you.
Thank you once again. With respect to the nursing item that you have for training, you have allocated in that particular area 800,000. We thought the amount was unusually low, given the extreme demand we have for nurses. I think before we admitted office, shortage of about 300 nurses, I understand, and it's more. And so what accounted for this low figure dedicated to training of nurses is the first question. And then secondly, given the fact that you're about to go into negotiations with nurses, is it possible, and have you contemplated anywhere in this budget, finding scarcity allowance as a means of adding to the salary once you increase it, which I gather will come out of the global fund, but looking at a scarcity allowance as a means of augmenting whatever salary you finally decide upon? So if you're able to speak to those two issues.
Yes, thank you so much, Marcus City and Mr. Chairman. The $800,000 that has been allocated, of course, for us where we sit, it's always good to get more. But out of the $800,000 in the last budget, hardly any of it was used. Maybe it could have been COVID. And when I went to the Ministry of Finance to get more, you can't get more when you didn't use what you had in the last budget because of the constraints with COVID. So we intend to go with what we have, being mindful that if we need more, we will definitely petition for more. The second thing you asked was relating to, sorry, refresh my memory on the second thing, Marco City, sorry.
Scarcity allowance.
Yes, the scarcity allowance. Yes, you made it. You actually made the point. We are in negotiations. We are in negotiation with the Nurses Union, the consultant doctors, and the Junior Doctors Association and unions. And we are at the table working with them to find out exactly what are the best packages from the consolidated fund and via the public service. We need to come to a working arrangement, and that working arrangement, once that's delivered, we'll sit back at the table to ensure that we are able to support our nurses, our junior doctors, and with the various negotiations at the table.
Final point for health. Sorry, Mr. Deputy, thank you. The figure you have for overtime seem dramatically low, given the shortages you already have of staff. So I'm just trying to figure out how are you going to negotiate providing the requisite services required by Bahamians, given the shortage of staff and the small allowance that you are now making available relative to overtime?
Thank you so much, Marco City. That's a very good point. It's been a challenge for me for the last 10 months of being in office. But I want to let you know that we are bringing on some 478 additional people. There is money allocated in the budget for these new staff that's coming in. Likewise, in the PHA, I believe that they're short staff about 180. We're going to bring them on. Money is allocated. But when you bring these individuals on, then there's less need for overtime. So we're going to try to figure out how we're going to do it to be able to work within the constraints that we have. And if there's a shortfall, we will have to actually go and try to get help. But listen here, man, you know, I'm pleased with the increases that I've gotten. I'd like to have more. All of us who sit on this side work within a constraint. The Ministry of Finance don't have an unlimited amount of resources. And so we felt comfortable with what we have at this time with the bringing on of an additional 478 individuals and bringing all the nurses in. We believe when we replace the staff, there's less demand on the current staff for overtime. That's how we're looking at it.
It has been moved and seconded that head 60 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 60 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 65. Head 65 be agreed. Department of Environmental Health Services.
It has been moved and seconded that head 65 be agreed. As many are in favor. The chair for.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I draw your attention to. Give you a minute. I draw your attention to line item 224-1210 and 225-1330, vector control. I see these numbers are consistent at 435. In recent times, we've had a major issue with vector control with respect to rodents. Over the last, pardon? Yes, in Grand Bahama, the last 2 weeks, it was difficult going outside because of the mosquito control, the mosquito issues. And oftentimes we call the environmental health department short staff, doesn't have the correct amount of chemicals. And I also noticed under 225-1330, upkeep and maintenance of instruments and apparatus, there's always a shortage. So I'm not sure if this number is adequate because it doesn't change over time. And also for respect to equipment and apparatus, because again, vector control, we have a serious issue in Grand Bahama, and I'm sure the other islands have a similar problem. So let's see if we can really do something, a real number to take care of that matter.
Did a workshop on rats and mosquitoes last night.
Mr. Chairman, you referred to 225-1330.
224-1210 vector control.
224? I don't know.
1210, page 174.
Okay, 2241.
Page 174.
Just give the speech you gave last night.
No, I want to be precise.
Just give it that.
No, repeat the number 224.
Number is 224-1210 vector control, and you have a consistent number of $435,000. Someone said you need the glasses.
Okay, let me say this.
It's under budget.
Yes, as Tall Pine stated, of course we don't have unlimited resources. With our vector control, we're challenged because and this is nationwide, the entire country. Okay, we have been meeting the demands, and we'll continue to meet the demands, and whatever steps that's necessary for us to take, we'll meet those demands. Now, as I said, with the vector, it takes place under certain conditions. If winds are over 10 miles per hour, can't do it. If it's rainy or shortly after the rain, we're unable to do it. As a matter of fact, the announcement just went out this morning that we will begin the process again because now the environmental conditions permits that. Okay, so whatever steps that's necessary for us to take to make certain that it happens, it will happen. As it relates to the equipment, as it relates to, that's been a challenge. It is a challenge. And going forward in the next budget, it will be. But we've been able to take advantage because sometimes there are outside organizations that make contributions to us, yes. And so that's always compensated. But there's still a challenge in the area, but we're doing the best we can, and we'll continue to serve the Bahamian people the best we can. I voted you for that.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Consultancy services 225-1115. There is a small decrease. In terms of what has been allocated. But what is those consultancy services for, and why has there been this decrease?
Okay, thank you. The consultancy services that you're referring to originally was in the budget for the waste collection, but what you would notice with the 18,480,000, what we did was we moved waste collection and we moved that to 225-1137 and moved the New Providence Ecology Park and placed that in the consultancy services that you're talking about. And it would reflect that. The monthly payment is $1,540,000 and it works out to that. That's where you get the 18 million from. And that was the reduction. But you'll notice if you go to operation of facilities and to 225-1337, and then removed originally the waste collection was in consultancy services, but that was moved and placed in the operations, and that's where you get that 19,820,000 from. So that's what happened there. Okay.
As many? It has been moved and seconded that head 65 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 65 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 66, the Department of Public Health, be agreed.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that head 66 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 66 of the schedule is agreed.
Deputy, I now move that head number 67, Ministry of Tourism, Investment and Aviation, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 67 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, just under the 225-1140, the tourism health visa expenses. Given the fact that we just canceled the health visa, will we still be using that $8 million, or that would be reallocated to someplace else?
It certainly wouldn't be used for the Bahamas travel health visa.
Right.
We would certainly engage with the Ministry of Finance to see whether it might be reallocated to more productive sectors. in terms of marketing and promotion and emerging markets, as I outlined yesterday.
Okay.
It has been moved and seconded. Oh, the chair
If you're looking for someplace to use it, East Grand Bahama could always use. We have a school that didn't make this year's cut, so we could use that for the school in East Grand Bahama. But under 2511203, Bahamas Air Holdings, where we've increased the allocation by $2 million. Again, the question is, are we looking this year to realistically make Bahamas Air self-sufficient? And if we are looking to start that this year, what are some of the initiatives that could be implemented that the government has in mind in order to start us on that track?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I pointed out yesterday that over the past 5 years, the total subventions to Bahamas Air was in the region of $150 million. We have seen a modest decline over previous years, and we anticipate that this is going to continue to decline modestly. We are doing many creative things in terms of assessing the profitability. We're looking at a hub and spoke system. We're looking at creating a hub in Exuma. We're seeking to do more charters to Latin America, new markets. We're developing interline and code-share agreements with other airlines like Qatar Airways. And they will be working along with us for certain technical assistance as well to improve the profitability of Bahamas Air. One of the things that we're going to be doing within the scope of what you see here is using Bahamas Air more strategically to bring more passengers to the country. For example, our new flight from Charlotte to Freeport. So we're working for Grand Bahama. We're doing big things for Grand Bahama, and we're going to ensure that Bahamas Air does its part.
We support any positive initiative for Grand Bahama 100%. 2521306, Grand Bahama Out Island promotions, where you've decreased the amount from 160 to 112. I'm sure that those folks are even wanting more. You've just given an indication as to the reasoning for reducing.
I would consider it a reallocation. We are ramping up significantly our marketing support for the island of Grand Bahama, but we're changing the approach and how we do it. So rest assured, Grand Bahama is getting much more marketing support
And while you're on
than
your
they
feet,
ever had.
the Bahamas Out Island promotion.
Same plan. We are doing major consolidation of our marketing approach. We will continue to work in partnership with these institutions. We're not cutting them in the truest sense. We're partnering with them more.
With the Valeria fast ferries, 2521391. I know that there was an agreement, for assisting. It's expired already. Very well.
There are provisions under the finance for subsidies where necessary for tourism-related entities. So there is a provision for it in the event we need to provide those.
I'm sure they're coming back for some more help.
No pun intended.
Thank you. Can the government shed some light on line item 2251337, operation of facilities or other services? $500,000.
That's related to the Bahamas Investment Authority. Originally, the budget for that would have been in the Office of the Prime Minister. It's been moved over to the Ministry of Tourism, Aviation, and Investments as a result of the reallocation of portfolios.
Line item 282-1407, operational expenses, Airport Authority, increased by some $3.6 million. Shed some light.
What about it?
The need for it to be increased by $3.6 million.
When we came to office, there was an agreement with the unions to the tune of some $8 or $9 million that your government signed just before election, but did not fund. Some of these allocations will go towards settling those agreements. Some will go towards the airport in Grand Bahama. Your government acquired an airport in Grand Bahama, you would recall, for $1, they claimed, but the annual servicing for the airport is in the tune of $3.6 million. So we're fixing some things that you left undone.
And just some edification needed on line item 225-1116, facilitation and support. 225-1116, facilitation and
What's
support.
the question?
What is it? What is it?
It's in relation to facilities. Generally speaking, we have operations around the world. As you would know, we have BTOs. We have facilities here. We support vendors, the markets here in Russin Square and Cabbage Beach and Junkanoo Beach. That's a whole myriad of things included in that area. But generally, that's what it relates to.
Thank you very much. Can you explain what is the purpose for the $10 million or so that's allocated for Grand Lucayan, given the closeness of the final sale of the property?
When we came to office, the Grand Lucayan Resort was being subsidized to the tune of $1.2 to $1.5 million a month.
Yep.
A month. You left a lot of things undone, Marco City, and we're trying to fix them. What you see here is a reduction in the overall subventions that would have been allocated to the Grand Lucayan Resort. The deal has not closed, so we want to ensure that we have some provisions in the event of delays. The deal is a 60-day due diligence and another 30 to 60 days to close. I'll give an update on that.
4 months, 4 to 5 months or so.
The outside was 4 months, but it's an allocation in the event we need it. We hope that we don't need it, and we hope that we are able to continue to support the island of Grand Bahama in some meaningful ways. We want Grand Bahama to understand that we're looking out for them. We're doing things for Grand Bahama that the 5 of them couldn't have done. All 5 of them. All of the failures that they had for the island of Grand Bahama, we're fixing them.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hear the Minister of Tourism, Investment, and Aviation talking about this Grand Lucayan deal that's pending and that we couldn't get it done. They wouldn't have ever taken it on to begin with. If it was not for our intervening, they wouldn't be here with something to boast besides Pinecrest today. The same is true with the airport. That still would have been in the hands of Hutchinson Whampoa, and like Glenna said, she would have had her hands out. Member for Engliston would have had her hands out. Only strategy, unless the F&M has set the footprint, is have your hands out. All right, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to bring attention to line item 2821417, Civil Aviation Authority, Bahamas. In 2021, the budget was $16,213,610. In 2021-2022, it was $653,484. Then 2021-2022 is $1 million, but now it's at zero. How is that possible, sir?
Aviation Authority, and if you wish to inquire also about Banza, a few lines down, they're being supported by the revenues from the overflight fees. Those revenues are designated for navigational services, and that's how it's being funded.
That's the overflight fees that the F&M. I hear. I hear Engliston being called, but in 10 years as Minister of Aviation and Transport, not a dollar was collected. In comes Dionisio Diaghilev, the past Minister of Tourism and Aviation, and he has turned the industry around. Money in the bank, budget item removed. That's good F&M once again.
Revisionism.
The new member for St. Anne's, new. You know, he's making political proclamations. I don't want to go into details of it. The country knows and understands. The minister of the Free National Movement took the position that we would never control our airspace. Never. That's right. The minister that you referred to, I won't refer to how you described his name because I don't think it was quite Dionisio. I think you said something like that. But that's what he said. When he took office, he made a complete momentum, and he merely completed it. He made some deviations in what we were doing, because they charge in the deviations. You're charging local aircraft, and we never intended to do that. And additionally, they abandoned the principle of an expanded airspace. They went with what the limited thing there, because his view was we would never be able to expand our airspace, even though ICAO and the Americans said they would support us in the matter, and on and on and on. And so, it'd be good if you don't misrepresent, because I don't want to get agitated and activated on these matters, because I'm dealing with education now. Thank you very much. No, he came at the end.
Deputy, I appreciate the minister from Engliston did the groundwork, but we actually got it done.
We did more than the groundwork. We entered an agreement with the United States of America, which was the foundation upon which the former minister, who came afterwards, was able to rely upon. He met a momentum, and he carried through with it. That's all it is. That's it. No. If we did not have a momentum, you would never have seen airspace, because you did not believe in it. You did not believe we could ever control our airspace and collect revenue. That was I'm saying, if it were not for what that minister. No, let me speak without you adding, please. If we had not done all that we had done, and we did everything except the final thing of quantifying what would be collected, that's really what he dealt with. He made some deviations in it, yes, which we don't agree with, because we believe that diminished our sovereignty to a large extent. So, let's leave that one alone now, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
It is being moved and seconded.
That's my MP.
That head 67 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 67 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 70, Ministry of Labor and Immigration, be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that head 70 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Head 70 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 72,
72,
Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources, be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that head 72 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 72 of the schedule is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that head number 73, Department of Transformation and Digitization, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 73. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. 223-1104, operation of data centers. There was an allocation for almost $21 million for it. This, as I recall, deals with all of the data centers throughout the country. I think maybe about 2 of them, but it maintains all of the licenses and so on for the government's IT system. It has been significantly reduced, and if you could just identify where I believe they've probably been moved to different areas. So if you could just identify where they've been moved to.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. On line 223-1104, the decrease is as a result of the insurance for the equipment being transferred to head 21. Also, the funding transferred to new line items, application licenses, enterprise licenses, communications, maintenance support, and network support also. They were transferred into new line items.
Additional line items, okay.
Digitization, right? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm wondering if this would be the head where the increased salary for the new Minister of Transformation and Digitization would come under? Or would that be under the cabinet head? I thought there was a new minister coming for digitization and transformation.
It has been moved and seconded that head 73 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 73 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 74, Ministry for Grand Bahama, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 74 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 74 of the schedule is agreed. The chair recognizes. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Time going. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item, and this is a serious question, Mr. Deputy. Line item 224-1211. I see that it's gone from 60,000 to 200,000. 224-1211. I deliberately didn't say what the line item was because I don't want to.
Which one is it? What's the name of it?
Cleaning and toilet supplies. Yeah, toilet. Yeah, that's fine. 60. Oh, no, it's from 60,000 to 200,000. Yeah, so I think that's a bit. Sorry.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pine Ridge.
Chair, the increase is for the centralized purchasing, which will be done through the Ministry for Grand Bahama for all agencies on Grand Bahama Island. So it's been centralized in the Ministry for Grand Bahama. Okay?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Item 225-1190. Other services. We went from 225-1199. And we went from 700,000 to zero. I'll go over it again. 225-1199. Other services. I don't think you have enough money. You went from 700,000 to zero. Why was that line item eliminated?
Okay, in last year's budget, that was $1 million, but it was moved to the new unit collab. Other services was just vague, and so it's now in that new unit.
And likewise, no contingencies as is indicated on the line 228-1178. Was that also moved over to collab?
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay.
1309. The line item itself may speak for itself. It just need to get some more, shed some light on 170,000 Sister City promotion.
What's the name of it?
Sister City promotion.
So in, ready?
Yeah. Yes, Minister. Go ahead.
On page 47 in our blueprint for change, we indicated that we would support the development of sister city relationships for business, tourism, cultural, educational, and humanitarian exchanges. And I think maybe about 8 members here would be familiar with me reaching out to them, these 3 right here from Grand Bahama, on the development of these relationships that benefits communities. Marco City, Central Grand Bahama. I actually sat across East Grand Bahama in his other capacity, promoting sister city relationships. We've done a sister city relationship with Cat Island, also with doing one with Exoma. So really it's for the development of these relationships. And the $170,000, it's really for each island of the Bahamas, where 2 people will be a part of it from each island, a young person and an adult, where we will have a Bahamas Sister Cities organization that allows us to promote these relationships.
Piggyback off what you just said. Yesterday I mentioned that the Miami-Dade Commission is seeking to name a portion of Coconut Grove, Little Bahamas. Are they going to get support to that same initiative, or will the Ministry of Tourism take that on, or on another government department?
Actually, we will. We've already met with Miami-Dade because we do have the Bahamas actually has a sister city relationship with Miami-Dade. And so definitely we're on that and we'll be supporting that.
That make Grand Bahama look good.
Yes, absolutely. And we are designated to be the events and entertainment capital of the Bahamas. So we'll be bringing all the conferences and events there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Wanted to continue the question along the line of the orange economy. You've made a series of announcements with respect to the orange economy and what is planned. I was looking through the budget. Could you help us understand where the allocations are, or whether this is in conjunction with other ministries and what their allocations are to augment the programs that you've suggested, which we certainly support. We just want to make sure the money is in place.
Okay. So yes, it's throughout the budget, I would say, but we have, through our new unit, COLA, we're partnering with various organizations for this. Actually, we had a visit by Caribbean Development Bank the other day and spoke to them about the creative industry, and they have committed 2 grants for the orange economy through our ministry and the new unit. No, it's to be determined, but they've committed to grant opportunities. Also, you would see other grants that I think it's 2821614. We have announced the innovation competition that is in our blueprint for change. It's a $50,000 award for the best app development by a person under 25. And it will, because we also consider Grand Bahama the home of innovation, we're gonna start it there on Grand Bahama, and it's in fulfillment with our blueprint for change. And so, and also we have the grant that we've announced called Empower Grand Bahama. And I know you mentioned that yesterday, but it's been published. It's online, and I think I sent it to the member for East as well. But it's a grant opportunity it's a micro grant fund for $5,000, where we're trying to promote new tourism product development, where people create authentic products for these visitors that we have. And so that right there, that's shared between the $210,000 that we have, along with the Small Business Development Corp, the Bahamas Development Bank, and based on the arrangement, the agreement that was done with Electra, who is about to purchase Grand Lucayan, they have made a commitment for social development and toward the Tourism Development Corporation as well, and that's a part of where we're going to get some of the grant funding.
Other grants. Thank you, member. It has been moved and
other grants really deals with, some of it is social, community, empowerment, that type of assistance. But I also said that the innovation competition comes from there. That's the 50,000.
It has been moved and seconded that head 74 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 74 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 75, Department of Emergency Preparedness and Response, be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that head 75 of the schedule be agreed. As many are, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under item 225-1348, I believe this is where that number for debris management was moved, but I submit that this number again appears to be inadequate. The reason being, not only do we have to manage debris that exist, but there was an event that happened 2 years ago when there was a pending hurricane. There's a lot of debris around that could potentially become projectiles or missiles that we had to move prior to the disaster hitting Grand Bahama. So I'm thinking that we need to take a second look at that number, because it's not only managing what we look at as nominal debris, but debris that can become potentially life-threatening in the event that there's a natural disaster.
To answer your question, member, that line is actually for Hurricane Dorian cleanup in Spring City and Green Turtle Key. As you're aware, after the hurricane, there was a lot of debris that was put on the sites in Central Pines, also in Treasure Key and Green Hop and Green Turtle Key. What is happening now is that we're moving to another stage in actual reduction of those sites. And so while the figure that we have we consider adequate, but in the event that they need to move up or down, we'll have to deal with it then.
It's earmarked for a particular project.
Yes.
For
management of the debris site.
No, but the point, I accept that. But the point that I was trying to raise too is that we do, sometimes we lack environmental bulk cleanup. And in the face of the pending hurricane, there's a lot of debris around in the communities that we had to pay attention to, and we had to move, even from private subdivisions, just to ensure that person was safe. So I want you to consider that with respect to disaster preparedness and management.
Okay. If you look at line item 2821420, where a sum of 1.744 million has been allocated, That's under the head operating expenses. So that is also included towards that.
Okay.
All right. So that
Madam, just before the member for Marco speaks, Mr. Deputy, I wish to move that we extend the hours beyond 7 o'clock.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond 7 p.m. today. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond 7 p.m.
Along the same lines, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. It was mentioned earlier in an intervention that the cleanup program that's going on in West Grand Bahama and East Grand Bahama, it's coming out of which line again?
It's coming out of Grand Bahama.
The current cleanup campaign is, it's not, that's something, that's a different line now?
You're asking if it's related to what was raised?
Yeah, no, you can answer.
Oh, no, he can.
Oh, okay.
Cleanup. What Grand Bahama is cleaning up is roadside beautification.
Project.
Yeah, that's not in this.
Okay, that's supporters employment program. Okay, I got you. Sorry, supporters employment program. Okay, but no. The resulting effect is to clean up as well. Okay, no problem. Now, with respect to the debris that is still in Grand Bahama, Minister, whether or not I know you mentioned the 1.73, but I think the last tranche of cleaning up, which was the second iteration of the cleanup program, was about 3 million or so, right? So I'm just wondering, is that likely to happen over the course of the next 6 months or so in terms of that cleanup?
It's important to say that I think that is. I want to word this correctly. As it related to Grand Bahama, although there was a lot spent on the cleanup of Grand Bahama as compared to the cleanup in Abaco, it is fair to say that Abaco required much, much more. Those two sites in Abaco, in terms of what was spent in the collection of debris and managing the sites, if you were to look at those two sites and compare to Grand Bahama, I think the $3 million that was spent would have been very, 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 very liberal.
But having said that, what is likely to happen? I mean, in light of the fact that we have
that will be addressed also, Minister. That you're talking the one close to High Rock, right?
No, not the sites. This is about just the neighborhoods where there's a lot of debris along the various streets. That's what I'm referring to.
That's in.
To provide more information, I know you're looking at the management site, but there also was a lot of debris deposited at sanitation services. A lot of it was so when we're doing our inspection, let's make sure we cover that too, because that was very well managed, and I think that there's an outstanding bill right now that is on the table to be settled for sanitation services.
And can I, because we're all Grand Bahamians here, and Grand Bahama representatives, and very active in the cleanup of the West. The truth is, it's going to take a combination of all the bodies. It's going to take the Ministry of Grand Bahama, the DRA, the Grand Bahama Port Authority, particularly the Freeport, which is their responsibility, to get Freeport cleaned again, and Grand Bahama generally looking better than it does now. What we have done was actually started by the minister responsible for local government. His initiation was to cause for the cleanup at Christmas time. That then became and was inherited by the Ministry for Grand Bahama. The whole idea is to, as best we can, cause for Grand Bahama to return to its grand life and to bring the magic back, and all of that requires us to clean up Grand Bahama effectively.
With respect to the repair of homes, that does not fall under this particular item, according to what I see. I invite the minister just to comment on how that is going to be executed.
2-0, with the 1.744386 will include the repairs to individuals.
I'm sorry. Please repeat that.
Same line. 282-1420.
1.7?
That's what you refer to, right? 282-1420.
No, I was asking about all of the homes that even where assessments have been done, approved, that would come under that 1.7 million?
Yes. The figure for the outstanding, I think, is around 400,000.
No.
That's
sir.
outstanding.
No, sir. No, sir.
For the small home repairs?
No, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, that number, you just check those numbers. I said what is owed. The small home contractors.
No, what we are referring to is those persons who were approved to receive the assistance, the 5,000, 7,005, 10,000,
Yes.
that have not yet been assisted.
Yeah.
Are you saying that the 1.7 is allocated for them?
Yeah. Yes. That is, the 1.7 is the DRA's portion that will deal with those individuals who have not been paid. As my figures coming to me from the DRAs, the sum of some $400,000. That is outstanding for the various payments owed to those contractors for the works that they would have done.
And the vendors?
That's what I'm talking about, the vendors.
But the amount that's owed to the contractors, as I understand it, is for work that has already been done. There are, at least in Grand Bahama, in East Grand Bahama, there's over 100 constituents that I've contacted the DRA. They've confirmed that they have them approved, and they've confirmed that they have not yet received any benefit. So that's 100 alone in East Grand Bahama, and I'm sure that there are similar amounts in the other constituencies as well. So the 1.7 seems to me to be insufficient to cover all of those persons.
The chair recognized the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very curious line of questioning by former ministers of the minister administration who superintended the recovery since Hurricane Dorian in 2019. It's quite frankly very distressing. But my honorable minister responsible for this area has got it in hand. He's working along with other agencies of government, and we will ensure that there's adequate funding between small home repair, between the disaster ministry, and between allocations from Ministry of Finance to address these important issues impacting the people of Grand Bahama. We're a government of compassion, and it is distressing to me that we are still talking about this from the days of Hurricane Dorian. It demonstrates failures in our system, Mr. Chairman, and we will ensure that adequate funding is provided to consider this important initiative.
As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Head 75 of the schedule is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that head number 76, Department of Public Prosecutions, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 76 of the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Head 76 of the schedule is agreed.
So, Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed. Further? No.
Yeah, but he has asked for it. Yeah.
I think about 50.
Mr. Deputy, I now move for the Appropriations Capital Development Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that Section 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 3 of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. Section 3 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that the head schedule be agreed. Sections 13, 21, 29, 32. Maybe do it better this way. 13, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Public Service. 21, Ministry of Finance. 29, Ministry of National Security. 32, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. 33, Ministry of Works and Utilities. 38, Ministry of Education, Technical and Vocational Training. 40, Ministry of Transport and Housing. 56, Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resource and Family Island Affairs. 60, Ministry of Health and Wellness. 72, Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources. 73, Department of Transformation and Digitization. And 74, Ministry for Grand Bahama.
It's been moved and seconded that the schedule be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. The chair recognizes the member for East Grand Bahama.
Under head 13, Mr. Chairman, building maintenance, 311207. The amount has been increased by about $800,000. If we can just get an indication as to what the additional amount is for.
The 2 million represents 1.8 million is provided for the repairs to the Chauncey building in Washington, and the other 200,000 for renovations in other foreign ministries. Missions, sorry.
Right underneath that, the 3112217, computerization of passport. I guess this also follows up with the question that I had asked the member for Fox Hill. There's been a decrease in just by $100,000, but could you explain what the computerization of the passport is about?
Well, I can tell you, and I'll be glad to and proud to stand up, Mr. Deputy, and explain this one. This is actually for the procurement of workstations for the computerization project in the Family Islands.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Chairman. Head 32, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, line item 3112102, sea vessels increased by 5.3 million. No, sorry. Oh, yeah, we going to 21? That's fine.
You say 32.
Notice that you called all, but we'll try and do it head by head, so we don't jump from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think we completed with head 13. No additional one. So we'll go to head 21. Under 2822010, public-private partnerships. You've increased that from 3 million to 10 million. Can you give an indication as to what this line item is going to be spent on and why the additional increase?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy, again. That funding is for the private vendors to contract various government buildings, mainly a new prison. That's what that line is for. That's line 282-22010. It's funding for the partnership with private vendors.
Yeah. So could you give an indication as to what is this? Because if there's an additional 7 million, who is the 7 million going to? What was the bidding process to find or to identify this person, or has this person been identified? Because if you've already quantified $7 million for it, then how is that $7 million going to be spent?
We have given the allocation for it, and further details on it will be provided at a later date. But we have the allocation for it right now. Specifics will be provided.
So how,
Mr. Deputy.
so how far are you in that process?
This is at a preliminary stage, and we'll undertake to provide further information to the Parliament on it as it progresses.
Under head 282-2056, National Sports Authority. 282-2056, sorry. Yes. Line item, my bad. Sorry, 282-2056. We going from $500,000 to the NSA to zero. Why was the number eliminated, and where did those funds go for the NFA?
We are satisfied that we have some grant funding in the pipeline for the refurbishment of the stadium, et cetera. All of the other expenditures related to the stadium would be accounted for in the line for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture that we previously covered.
Another Ministry of Works?
And the Ministry of Works. Yeah.
I want to go back to the top. I'd like to go to the energy restoration and renewable energy. Can we provide some details on the item 2822007? What accounts for the difference in the 4 million, and the project that you are contemplating? I believe it is in the Gladstone Road area. How do you reconcile that project? Is that reconciled by this particular item, or there is some other allocation for that? So two different questions. What accounts for the difference of
Give us the line again, please.
2822007? What accounts for the difference? I'll pause there, and then I could come back at the project that seemed to be underway.
We undertake to provide full details on that project.
We'll take partial details now if you have that. So it doesn't have to be full details. What information are you able to provide on that?
I've given you the partial. The funding in the amount of 5 million provides for street lighting project. I believe the member may have said that. And funding in the amount of 21 million is provided for solarization projects, New Providence and the Family Isles.
Interesting.
If this is the same project as I recall, there was a specific allocation of $4 million out of this project that was to go towards microgrids in East Grand Bahama. I didn't hear any mention in terms of any of the minister's presentations about proceeding with that initiative. And so can you confirm whether out of the $26 million that is being allocated for it, that you will indeed proceed with the microgrid solar project that was already in train and already started in East Grand Bahama? Can you confirm that you're going to proceed with that?
Grand Bahama is a part of it, and it was mentioned by the member for Cat Island where they were starting in the Michael area and then moving up.
So East Grand Bahama is still included in this 26. There was a specific project that was going to create microgrids in East Grand Bahama. So, for example, in Freetown, in McLeanstown, in High Rock, there were you already have a minor microgrid there. So, is this 26 included? Is the $4 million included in this 26 for that microgrid project?
Yes. So, Deputy Speaker, yes, it is.
Thank you. That's all that's
So if you're able to, Minister, we'd appreciate if you could elaborate on the item raised with respect to the renewable energy. I understand in the Gladstone Road area, there is a project being contemplated. And so if you're able...
We're still on the same line?
Yeah, same line. I before we had an intervention, the member was explaining the allocation relative to the renewable energy component, the $26 million. Yeah. I wanted to understand, where are you in that process? Have you already determined who the service provider or the vendors are going to be relative to this project of street lighting and the renewable energy in that regard?
We undertake to provide a full report to the Parliament on the subject, as we indicated earlier. We've provided you with all of the information we have at this time, and we will provide that for you at the next opportunity.
I'd like to then, Mr. Deputy, through you, to direct a question to the Minister with responsibility for works, if you are able then to provide some additional information on the project.
We've answered the question you've asked, and we've answered, and we've undertaken to provide the full details on the project to you at the next available opportunity of Parliament. And you keep asking the same question over and over again. We are very... But just a minute, Marco City. No. I have the
Yeah,
no.
Marco City members.
I have the floor.
Members.
I have the floor.
Members.
I have the floor.
Members.
The chairman.
Members.
The chairman has recognized me as having the floor. Right? So we've answered the same question for you now 3 times. On all 3 occasions, we've undertaken to provide the full details to you. We're a very transparent, accountable government, and we provide you the details.
So Mr. Deputy, the reason I continue to raise this is because you are now providing me and the country with less details than you have already provided as a country in the public domain. So since you have discussed, permit me just to finish. No, permit me to finish. So since you have already provided more, I do not know the answer. That's the point. But what I do know is you have provided more details than you are now. So all I'm asking is to give us a sense of where you are in the process, because you've given more information than you're giving now. That's the point I'm saying. Yes.
I mean, you want me to cuddle you?
No, I don't.
Right? You're suggesting now
members,
that you have the details, and yet you grandstand. There's ain't no time for grandstanding, man. We're trying to get through the lines. If you have a legitimate question, we will give you the answer to legitimate questions. Okay? So if you have one, we'll answer you. Not the same one, please. Not the same one a 5th time.
Yes, more information than before. So I'm just asking
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect, the question has been asked and answered. I have no further response to this member on that question.
I will then insist on asking the question, but only to say that it does give the impression in the refusal to give details that the member is stalling on just explaining something that is straightforward. I'll leave it there.
Mr. Chairman, the member's being hosted.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You announced several things concerning this. Why would you not say what?
This process over again. We've undertaken to provide details. We have nothing further to add. There's no
Last one, then.
provided.
Any other questions?
Any suggestion otherwise, Mr. Deputy, is disingenuous.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you. As many are in favor, we remain seated.
No, we just want to make sure he gets answered all the time to make sure.
Yes. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, on the National Disaster Recovery Project, has this been eliminated or has this been moved to, that would be 2822013, National Disaster Recovery Project. Has this been eliminated or has this been moved to a different line item? And if it has been eliminated, why has it been eliminated?
Repeat the line item.
That would be 2822013. 2822013. National Disaster Recovery Project. There was 1.6 that was allocated for it. Now it's 0. But we just want to understand whether that's been moved or whether that's been eliminated. And if it's been eliminated, why has it been eliminated?
Mr. Deputy, I just say that the small home repairs are included in the budget reserve and minor capital projects. That's where it was moved to.
The capital budget.
In the minor capital projects item, yeah. In the capital reserve.
The capital.
It was removed. It was
and put in the capital reserve.
Yes, correct, and also in the minor capital projects item.
So the question that I have on the capital reserve is if you've already allocated the capital reserve, when the capital reserve is for contingencies, why have you not allocated a line item for that? The capital reserve and the capital reserve. So you may have an answer for it. Under minor capital.
3112002.
Mr. Deputy, in answering the question that was raised by Marco City and Central Grand Bahama, you were right. Actually, $2 million for the disaster in Grand Bahama is in the same line here. The 1.734 million, as I stated, was actually for the operating expenses. I'd like to clear that up. You were right.
I didn't want it to be left on the record. So the capital budget reserve appropriation is for capital contingencies as opposed to having that allocated for a specific thing.
1.6.
I'm asking. No, I'm asking, just to be clear, the capital budget reserve, which is 2822065, that is for capital contingencies, and that doesn't have a specific allocation or a specific purpose that you already allocated it for.
Projects, it goes from 1.6 to 3.5, right? So the allocation would come from, that was removed from National Disaster Recovery Project, was then moved there to be allocated with an increase of $100,000, okay?
The question that I had with respect to that. On the development of Junkanoo, which is line item 2822026. There was a $1 million allocated for the development of Junkanoo. That now has been moved to zero. Has that been moved to someplace, or has that been eliminated? Has that been eliminated completely? If it has been eliminated completely, why has it been eliminated completely?
No, but you don't think the jungle needs to be developed? Bali boys need some development.
As many.
Junkanoo
The
is
chair recognizes the honorable member for Exome and Ragged
Junkanoo is
Island.
provided and funded under the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
So this, sufficiently, that figure is then incorporated in what is not, that was the increased amount to culture?
Yes, it's funding for Junkanoo is provided under the head of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture.
So you.
So the $1 million that was allotted in the 2021-2022 development of Junkanoo, is the government saying that Junkanoo is sufficiently sourced and that the Junkanoo could not use the $1 million that would have been appropriated in this last?
You take up. You took
No,
up.
I'm
No,
I'm not. I'm asking a legitimate. I'm asking a legitimate question. And everybody know I'm a Junkanoo. So I'm asking a legitimate
question. Another way.
I'm asking a legitimate question. I'm asking a legitimate question.
Asked and answered.
I wanted to raise a question. I think the minister with responsibility for. Oh, he's not here. Okay. So, Mr. Deputy.
Which head?
I know.
Which head and which line?
Yeah, Mr. Deputy, with respect to the item on Junkanoo, the only question we were asking is that if in culture, because I know the minister did talk a great deal about what he intends to do in culture, all we're asking is if there was a corresponding increase in Junkanoo allocation, we could see how this item could be eliminated. So that was the only point that we're trying to get at. Okay, so it appears as if that the government has eliminated $1 million, which could have been additional to Junkanoo. However, an explanation may come that shows that was not eliminated. Tonight, we don't have that explanation. So we'll move on from that.
Asked and answered, Mr.
And so we'll now move on to small and medium-sized business support. I know that amount was decreased. We'd just like to get a sense of what motivated that change in figure.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exome and Ragged Island.
Mr. Chairman, this question has been asked earlier by the member for East Grand Bahama. Yes. We've responded to it, and the answer is still the same. The Prime Minister laid out a plan to support small business development, $50 million, and we indicated that it's spread over multiple agencies, multiple arms of government, and we undertook to provide the breakdown. We gave that answer maybe 3 hours ago. It hasn't changed, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Deputy, as fatigue is obviously setting in with members on the other side, we want to go to, while they send out for Lucasade, we'll go to item 3111309, hurricane precautions. Actually, just before, I want to understand the $1 million that has been allocated. I want to understand what is the content of hurricane precaution before I give the follow-up question. 3111309.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The funding is allocated for NEMA to procure supplies, materials required for the hurricane preparedness.
You want to elaborate on that?
No. That's fine.
You mentioned material. Again, we know that one of the strategic decisions made by NEMA was that they would take material that is generally required in the aftermath of a hurricane, have them distributed throughout family islands and communities that have the potential for being cut off in the event of a climatic event. And this is precisely why I was trying to understand in the budget what set of items are going to be purchased to be distributed to just get a sense of the level of preparedness in the event that we have an event. And what 1 million just appeared to be very little. I mean, that is what occurred to me when I first saw it. That's all.
What? No, it's not allocation. Administrative for disaster.
You were going. Who was going to respond to it?
Huh?
We understand from NEMA that a part of their plan going forward, we've heard this multiple years, is to acquire adequate resources that are strategically placed in various family islands or communities that in the event that those communities are cut off. So I don't know if it's this item or there may be somewhere else in the budget. So I just wanted to get a sense on whether this was sufficient for NEMA.
Our shelters that's throughout the Abaco, Grand Bahama are stocked with certain items now.
Yeah.
There's also, apart from the line item for 500,000 that has been allocated to NEMA also. An additional 500,000. If you look at looking at subsidies under NEMA, 251120. You see that there's an additional $500,000 there.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay.
You must. I do want to, as I reference line item 3112202, I do want to underscore the point. I think it's important, notwithstanding the fact that members think I may be grandstanding. I do want to underscore the point that the Junkanoo, the Junkanoo has taken, like many other organizations, the Junkanoo community has taken a hit in the last 2 years. The usual sponsors that would give to Junkanoo, they're going to be heavily pressed. And I think it's important for the government to really reconsider the amount of money that's been given to the Junkanoo community. I just think it's important to say that. All right?
222026.
Okay. Line item 3112202, equipment maintenance. In the last 2 fiscal cycles, there was no allotment, no allocation for this, and now it's $1 million. Can we get some clarity on that? This new $1 million, please?
Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
This equipment maintenance has to do with something what East Grand Bahama asked about when he asked about the single window system for customs. This is the maintenance payment required, our yearly maintenance payment that's required for the system. So that's what it is for.
I don't know what's discussion about Junkanoo, but sorry for being at the step of. But if they look at 2251128, that is the money there for National Junkanoo. Well, what you talking about?
No. Let me explain. No, listen, man. Listen. No, I don't need anybody to explain it for me. No, I don't need that. I simply. No, the simple point that I've made.
Yes.
The simple point. Yeah, I'm just responding to the minister.
I just give him the line item.
That's fine.
2251128, which is amount of $1.278 million.
Okay.
Yeah, what was the question? It's a question and answer.
Yeah, let me just question. Let me just state for the record. Relax, please. Right? The point that I've just made, I was not saying that Junkanoo didn't get any funds. I was just
Members,
just,
members,
please,
members,
please, Mr. Chairman,
members.
please.
Members,
I was just making the point that Junkanoo could use even more money. That's all. I wasn't saying that. I was not making any indication that Junkanoo did not get any funds. I was just making the point that they could use additional funds. Just like if you ask any other minister, that's fine.
All right, let's move it right along.
I'm on Bay Street every Boxing Day, New Year's rushing.
Are there any more questions?
Well, you what? You know, scrap group. I got you. Yeah, I was just saying you can get money, coach.
You can answer about that, right?
Members?
No, I have something else, but you could ask. Mr. Deputy, under Family Island Capital Development, 311388, the $12 million, is this the seed monies for the Family Island Development Fund? And then I'll have a follow-up question. The follow-up question to that then is, can you give an indication as to the structure of the Family Island Development Fund, and some indication as to the rules, how is it going to work? How is it going to be administered?
The Prime Minister has detailed the Family Island Development Fund, how it works, how the funds will be accumulated. There'll be a seed funding, 10% of, I believe, real property tax and road traffic for the Family Islands will become a part of this fund. This is to be established. It is not yet established. Once it is established, it will come to Parliament and we'll provide full, transparent details on the mechanics of it.
Is it anticipated that there would be a legislation that would govern this, or how will the infrastructure be set up?
There will be an enabling framework, guidelines, regulations, and policies surrounding this fund, and that will be laid on the table here at the House.
I think we support you with respect to the women's shelter and the support center. That's 3111 318. 3111 318. Your allocation of $500,000 for the construction of the women's shelter. Could you give an indication as to how far the $500,000 sort of is going to take you in this in this year?
Is that a multi-year project? We'll provide full details on this for you. The reality of it is we anticipate that the $500,000 itself will not be adequate to fully complete a women's center, but we are committed to making it happen. This is in this budget period. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Point you to line item 3113003, acquisition of assets, government ministries and department, from 1.7 to 2 million. What is that? Can you give us some clarification on that, as well as further down on 3141101, the purchase of properties that amounts to another $2 million.
So Deputy, the acquisition of assets is the funding for the acquisition of assets for any government ministry and department without their capital funds.
Assets.
Yeah.
In relation, Mr. Deputy, to the second question, the former minister would be aware that over a long period of time, perhaps decades, the government has had on occasion to acquire land in the public interest. And this is a small beginning of the process of settling for some of those transactions.
That's fair enough. As many,
Final question on, with respect to the acquisition of properties. I know in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, there was a move afoot. I believe this administration was minded to continue it, but I'm uncertain, to provide every Junkanoo group with a parcel of land for them to build their multi-purpose Junkanoo shack. I'm just wondering if that's still a part of the mix or it's not.
I don't think there was any documentation with that. That was all talk. Yeah, no, I'm telling you. Listen, I'm going to understand. I was told that. Well, let me put it this way. I understand the parcel land was given to them, but they ain't got nothing in their hand to prove that they own that land. So until they get that in their hand, and I think if it wasn't passed on under your administration, I assume the land still belonged to the OPM.
For the record, and I mean, just as a suggestion, you could do whatever you decide. But from 2017 to 2018, a report was completed. A matrix included a matrix. No. This had nothing to do with before election. A matrix was completed, Minister, where all of the major Junkanoo groups in the A and B class submitted their requisition. And so what we had from them was even an identification of location in terms of what they had in mind for land. And so that was done from 2017 to 2000. No, I mean, we don't have to do the politics. My brother, you on that side, we on this side, and we on this side for a reason. So that's, you know, so no problems, right? So my point is, there is
Let's get to the question.
Only infantile assessments would cause you to say something like that, my brother. So what I'm saying is there is a matrix with each of the groups and the corresponding land that they're interested in. So I was just wondering if you were minded to continue with that, because it's something you could get done fairly. You could get something done fairly quickly. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I will do the investigation.
Yeah, that's all.
Be minded to know that we do support Junkanoo.
Of course, I know you do. I know you do. I don't have no doubt about that.
Because we need to move now and understand that it's a business and not just a recreation.
Correct.
As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The schedule in its.
We still have a number of questions throughout all.
You're gonna hurry
just,
up, man.
Just put you on notice. We have a number of questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Throughout this.
You have the floor, East Grand Bahama.
Head 23. Head 23. 3111206. Construction of customs warehouse. There was an allocation of $200,000. If I remember correctly, head 23. Head 23, construction of customs warehouse. Yeah, capital. Page 207. We just moved from 21 and we just go in to 23 and then we can move onward. Construction of customs warehouse. 23-207.
It is not in the capital, it's not in the head of expenditure, and we didn't ask for that. We asked for approval of 13, 21, and 29.
I accept that. My question though is, you have taken out the $200,000 that was for construction of the customs warehouse. Has that been removed? And are you no longer proceeding with the construction of the warehouse? Because as I understood it, this was an allocation that was to assist with the customs at the airport to repair the airport in Grand Bahama, to repair that warehouse for customs in Grand Bahama, to repair it. Yes, to repair it. Are you no longer proceeding with the repair of that facility? And if you are proceeding with it, then where has the funding for it gone?
Answer the substantive question, which is in relation to the repairs for Grand Bahama Airport. The Minister for Grand Bahama has spoken to this issue more than once publicly and in the House in relation to what the plan is We're building a world-class airport for Grand Bahama. And when we do so, we will ensure that all of the relevant facilities are there, including a proper customs warehouse. We're not spending big money on this airport at this time, okay? Now, in relation to the 200,000, you certainly couldn't build a warehouse for that, or repair one for that matter. And I'm absolutely certain that custom warehousing in other areas of the country would be covered in other allocations. But if you're asking about Grand Bahama Warehouse, we have no intentions at this point to do any repair to that facility. We're building a world-class airport in Grand Bahama.
Not going to repair it because unfortunately they're still in the trailer at the airport.
Why didn't you do something about it?
We did. We allocated the monies to go ahead and proceed, but you've taken it out.
Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the honorable member for Exum and Ragged Island.
Mr. Chairman, I won't belabor this issue except to say that the minister who had responsibility for Grand Bahama since Hurricane Dorian did very little. He stands here pontificating tonight about what's needed and how people in the warehouse. We're doing something about it. We're doing something about it. We're doing something about it. The Minister for Grand Bahama has laid out the plan as to what will be done. We are at the moment waiting for delivery of modular offices. We are making arrangements to do some temporary repairs to the old domestic terminal that wasn't completely destroyed by Hurricane Dorian. We've gone out to tender. We have people interested in building a world-class airport. We came to office and we understood the mission. We didn't just sit on our hands. We didn't get listen, Mr. Deputy. We understand what needs to happen, and we are doing it for the people of Grand Bahama. So all of the people who had an opportunity to do this work and now talk about woulda, coulda, shoulda, and what the people need ought to be ashamed of themselves, quite frankly.
Thank you, honorable member.
I will not prolong. I'll not prolong that. Under the customs officers, whether we didn't do it or didn't do it, they still require it. But under head 29, Ministry of National Security, 3112209, military, police, and prison equipment. You've decreased that from $10 million allocation to $7.6 million allocation. If you can just give an indication as to whether the 7.6 is going to be sufficient to deal with all of the military, police, and prison equipment.
I can say, Mr. Chairman, that the funds will pay for, well, there's some allocation for the drone solution that is still an open question, for software for communication, for other aspects of the drone projects, for ShotSpotter, for the Marcos alert that we managed to finish, and for bulletproof vests and shank-proof vests for prison officers. We consider it sufficient.
Thank you, member.
Was the K9 unit, item 3113004, went from 80,000 and it's not eliminated. Was that moved to another? Yeah, 3113004, police dogs or the K9 unit, went from 80,000 and it's now zero. Was that eliminated or was that moved somewhere else?
Yeah. The police last took possession of gun-sniffing dogs. They made no request to acquire additional dogs. I've directed all of the Honlia agencies to consider amalgamation of the dogs into one centralized national canine unit.
Okay.
And that's, we look forward to all of them combining.
You have anything else in defense force? Okay. Under head 33, Ministry of Works, the energy restoration and renewable energy. Is that a new allocation with a new project, or is that funds that have been moved from one place to another? If it's a new initiative, could you just give us an understanding as to what that initiative is?
This particular line item relates to the infrastructure to be installed at the Ministry of Works. The Cabinet has, in this current budget period, authorized the purchase of electric vehicles for the Ministry of Works, New Providence and the various family islands. And this is to enable the ministry to establish charging stations on the compound of the ministry to charge those vehicles. And we're hoping that the intention is rather that the charging station also have a solar dimension so that we lessen the carbon footprint and we begin the process and the ministry itself model for the country the incorporation of renewable energy in its power usage.
Support you on that. In line item 28222013, the National Disaster Recovery Project. If we just look at the history of it, 2020, 2021, about $9 million was spent. Within the first 9 months of last year, 9.5 was spent. There was 7.5 allocated, but we've reduced it to 6.5. I just wanted to get an understanding of why the reduction when for the previous 2 years you've well exceeded that amount.
Okay. This particular National Disaster Recovery Project, as you would recall, Ragged Island would have been devastated by the previous hurricane to Dorian. And this is phase 2 of that recovery project. Okay. For the construction of a clinic and a police station. Okay. Because the microgrid is already, in fact, it will be commissioned in the course of the next several weeks. Okay.
You got Ragged Island.
The 28222025, the PFR and the PFM. I believe that's the digitization project that was going on. Could you give an update in terms of what's happening with that project and the additional $3 million? How's that additional $3 million going to be spent?
This particular provision relates to the costs of engineering studies and design for several projects. The first is the Fresh Creek Bridge and the Stafford Creek Bridge. Okay. As you know, both bridges really need to be replaced. Yeah. And the second project is a consultancy services for the design and site supervision for the Gladstone Road Improvement Project. So the two bridges and the Gladstone Road project.
Okay. The under 3111-389, road remediation drainage infrastructure. There's a new allocation of $2.2 million road remediation drainage infrastructure. Which areas will be benefiting from the new drainage infrastructure? Given the fact that you have a lot of areas, which ones will be will this assist?
The areas to be covered by this road remediation drainage program would be Kalani Lake Parkway, drainage project in the Seabreeze Estates, drainage project in East Bay Street, drainage project in Chippingham, the Arco Storm bricks, and here this will be a prototype system that we will be piloting in Pinewood Gardens, and the drainage project in Coral Harbor. So those are the specific projects.
Just above that, the airport infrastructure program.
What number?
3111-377, airport infrastructure program. It's right above, just right above the road remediation.
Okay.
The allocation is 12.9. Well, it was 12.9. It's now 12.1. Which airports are going to be benefiting from this? And the member for Exuma and Ragged Island made mention about the Exuma Airport bill, which was, as he indicated, $10 million. Is this 12 million sufficient, given the fact that you already have, a $10 million bill just for one airport?
Yes. And this particular allocation is related to IDB funding.
Okay.
Okay. And there are about 6 projects: the repairs to Marsh Harbor International Airport, the Treasure Key Airport, repairs to Moores Island Airport, extension and resurfacing, new construction for North Eleuthera Airport, airside and landside, new construction for Exuma International Airport, specifically the air side. Purchase of airport fire and rescue equipment for 4 locations. Engagement of various consultants, project implementation units contracts. As ICAO audits, training, management contracts, X-ray machine, and other security equipment. So those are the elements which will come from IDB funding.
Okay, if you all have anything on Ministry of Works.
Underline 3111311, cemeteries improvement and upkeep. I had a lot of family members and constituents passed away last year, and there's always an issue with the maintenance of these cemeteries. It's always a struggle. Is it the Ministry of Works or is it local government? And we've had that issues consistently. But again, this number doesn't seem to be significantly improving. I'm not sure if that's adequate. Are we going to put more money into family island cemeteries? And who is really responsible? Because a lot of times, local government is saying it's Ministry of Works and vice versa. And we're experiencing that issue in Grand Bahama.
Indeed. In fact, there is a global review and study taking place now, because not only in New Providence, but in many of our family islands, there is the graveyards are not adequate.
Yeah.
And also in some instances, as we have in Moores Island, the graveyard is really right on the seafront. And it tends to be very vulnerable in terms of coffins coming up during hurricane and so on. So that study will guide us in terms of a national expansion, which will require acquisition of land and so on. But immediately, this amount allocated will deal with maintenance and repairs to a number of graveyards or cemeteries, and it proposes to establish a new graveyard in Hard Bargain, and that is in Moores Island. I visited Moores Island, and as you know, the graveyard is just about 10 feet from the water.
But this one is underwater.
Right. Some parts of it is indeed underwater. So that is an urgent situation, and the Office of the Prime Minister is allocating land in the Hard Bargain area or settlement in Moores Island for the purpose of creating or establishing a graveyard. So that's...
Will you have to move any of those bodies?
Yes, some of the will have to be relocated. Yes, so that the sacredness and of loved ones would be preserved.
Just one final question.
On works, the Minister of Agriculture, I just glanced at that budget and just came back to works to just ask No, I'm just making the point that I looked at the Ministry of Agriculture's budget just with respect to the BAMSI completion of capital works which are required, and didn't see it in his budget, so I wanted to come back just to see if works have given consideration to where it might allocate the funds in order to complete the physical infrastructure for BAMSI.
Yeah, I think if I recall, because of the urgency of BAMSI and the need to prepare the campus for this year, and allocation through the supplemental appropriation would have been made. And as you know, many of those structures would have been 80 to 90% completed. For example, I went into the kitchen area, dining area. You have equipment that was sitting there, brand new equipment, some starting to rust and so on. So in order to avoid any waste, it was considered urgent. And also on the instructions of the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources, as well as BAMSI, the chairperson, Senator Terrell, and certainly the president, given their projection to be up and running this year, in fact, within this summer, it was given urgent attention so that the contractors who were already on site, and I must say, did a splendid job. And we want to just get to 100% completion. Well, certainly the major infrastructure that they indicated to us, which would be sufficient for them to get started, which was from my recollection, the dorms, the dining area and kitchen, and the administrative building.
To Head 32 Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Line item 3112102, sea vessels, increase of 5.3 million. Just need some clarity on that, please.
Yes, Madam, Mr. Chairman, that under that head, one would see there was very little allocation, the $6 million. If I may say, even given the lateness, when I first took the chair, I went down to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and I asked to see the HMBS A.D. Hannah. And I was led to a vessel tied up to the jetty that was being cannibalized for parts. I asked what was being done about it. I was told that they had gotten quotes to either refit it or replace it, and that they had had them for years, but there had been no action on them. I assured them that this was the government of A.D. Hannah, and so the A.D. Hannah would patrol again. The $6 million is towards the acquisition of a new HMBS A.D. Hannah to be the flagship of the Royal Bahamas Defense
Force. Line item 3112107, dry docking. I'm familiar with what dry docking is, but just wanted to know, is this 1.1 million for one vessel, or okay?
Astonishingly, if one looks at the budget for the Defense Force, there was very little provision for maintenance of the vessels that were acquired in the Sandy Bottom project. There was no provision for dry docking at all, where you have two 60-meter vessels, a number of 42-meter vessels, a number of 30-meter vessels. And so we are actually just being responsible with the assets that were acquired for use by use of the Bahamian people's money. And so one sees dry docking there. It's a natural part to keep vessels operative.
Thank you.
I think we're done with that one. Sorry, education and technical and vocational training. I'm wondering if this is a typo or duplication. Line item 311201, page 211, speaks to construction of schools, and then line item 31111286 speaks to the construction of new primary and secondary schools. Is that a duplication, or they separate those two items separated? And can you please explain? Say new construction of schools, and then the other one said new primary and secondary school. What's the difference, or is there some kind of duplication?
And what's the second one you referred to? Sorry.
Sorry, the second one is 31111286, new primary and secondary schools.
Yes, okay. The first one, if you look at, well, the first one deals with structural repairs, but it also, if you might have recalled that I had indicated that we're building classroom blocks in 3 different islands on 3 different schools, and that refers to that effort. The second one, where you see the new primary, that is where you're talking now about the schools that I spoke of, which would have been Georgetown, Exuma, San Salvador, and if you look into I think the estimate is there for next year. we want to incorporate as we move forward in Agua. But this also will, but the funding also includes the completion of Staniel Key and also the in Grand Bahama, West Grand Bahama. The school in West Grand Bahama. Was it Holmes Rock, which has been, we've been trying to, well, this has been under construction now for about a decade. Okay, so that includes that. So they're described similarly, but they're different in terms of what the functions.
Okay, we have a school in Atlanta at 500,000, 311,137.
Rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Yes, that's to do with repairs of schools, which is different. Yeah. You have construction of schools, you have completion of construction, you have building of school blocks, and then you have school repairs. Yes. And this is related, I guess, to the hurricane, whatever the hurricane might have done.
Just on that same 38, the line item 3111215, government buildings. You had an allocation of 20 million and it's gone down to 7. Just give us an indication of what that's.
I didn't get to discuss this in my budget debate, but this is really about finding a location for the Center for the Deaf. And this location that has been approved is a workers' house location, which is significantly more practical in cost. The first option, which I think was near there off JFK, what would have been involved to acquire the land and rehabilitate that was exorbitant. And so they went in a different direction. So that's why you see a difference in the allocation, because they've gone to what is a more pragmatic, cost-effective, multi-purpose facility, which is there at Workers' House.
Are there, going down the list and looking at all of the renovations that you are contemplating, are there any buildings either in any of the ministries' inventory that you are presently working on that you do not own, that you're spending? No, I'm talking about Ministry of Works. So Ministry of Works, which would then include education. Are there any buildings that you are spending substantial money on renovating that you do not own as a government? Are you working, for example, on the building on Wolf Road at this time at all? Is there any work happening there or any other building where you're renovating that we do not own?
The building I spoke about, we will be owning.
Which what? Which?
Center for the Deaf.
Yes. So you're acquiring or you have already acquired?
They're in the process of acquiring.
Okay. What?
Center for the Deaf.
Yes. So where are we in that process? So there are no issues, no complications there. Okay. Okay. And there are no others. Yeah, so you were not working on the one on Woodford any longer. There's no work being done there. Start, yeah.
Not at this time. We're looking very favorably at that.
Is there any allocation in this budget for that?
Only reason would be better if it was free. If it was free, that would have been better.
That's it? Any questions?
Asking because we review. No, we're paying respect to you. We review.
And 40, line item 3111341, 750,000 for the renovation of government buildings. This is head 40, line item 3111341, renovation of government buildings, 750,000.
Yeah, so that's funding for repair and renovation of the government-owned building located on the perimeter of the LPIA, which houses the Department of Meteorology. Also, funding provides for phase 3 of the redevelopment of Potterski Dock, which would include, this Minister Housing, right? Which would include a freight depot, passenger holding, bathroom facility, and to
Central.
Huh?
I'm head 40, Ministry of Transport and Housing.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah?
I'm giving you that. I'm giving you that answer. This is housing I'm talking about. Because I don't like agriculture. I could be housing for a minute.
No. I just wanted to be sure. So just clarity. So you were listing off the government buildings then?
I was giving you the information.
Okay.
The answer.
All right. No problem. My apologies. Go ahead.
You want me to start over?
Yeah. Sorry. My apologies.
Airport. So this is funding for the repair and renovation of the government-owned building located on the perimeter of LPIA, which houses the Department of Meteorology. Also provides funding for phase 3 of the redevelopment of Potterski Dock, which also includes a freight depot, passenger holding and bathroom facility, and to erect proper signage at entry and exit points of Potterski Dock, which we all know is really needed. Okay, good.
Yeah, you did.
56. Two questions. 3111379. Construction of greenhouses. Are we getting one of those in Central Grand
So that funding is allocated to BAMSI for construction of large greenhouses, which would help with the development of the institute and what they're trying to do there.
Okay, very well. The line rate beneath that, 3111384, just a construction of building, 1.7 million. Can you give us more clarification on that, what that relates to?
Right. So this is a multifaceted. This covers a few buildings. So we know that the Department of Agriculture, the administrative building at GRAC, is old, over 50 years old. So a portion of that, $615,000, will be to construct a building there at GRAC. $840,000 would be a phased approach to build 4 slaughterhouses on the islands of Cat Island, Long Island, Eleuthera, and the one in New Providence, which has been in poor condition for a long, long time. And then $250,000 will be used for the construction of new office space at the Department of Marine Resources. The addition will bring some relief to the crowded office there and will demolish the building in back, which has been condemned. I got an answer for the furniture too. I got an answer for that too.
Any questions? Steve, 72.
The under 2822029 program to support health system, you have an additional 1 million. Could you give an indication as to what that's for?
Thank you, East Grand Bahama. That particular line item is part of an IDB loan facility for infrastructure development and the installation of isolation chambers in the family islands as part of our COVID response in the event that we have individuals who are positive and who need to be treated in negative air pressure. So we're about to install these isolation chambers throughout the family island.
In relation to hospital and medical, upkeep of community clinics, could you just give an update, and again for the those persons who are in Sweet and Ski who I'm sure are listening, as to any progress that's being made with respect to the folks with the living accommodation for the nurse and we upgraded that facility so it can be open.
Yes. Okay. First of all, the line item itself, which just says upkeep of community clinics, is sort of specific to the renovation of clinics in New Providence and the Family Islands. The Ministry of Health is responsible for the 80 clinics in our archipelago, with the exception of the 10 clinics in Grand Bahama, inclusive of Grand Key, which is under the Public Hospitals Authority. The Public Hospitals Authority have a robust renovation plan scheduled for the island of Grand Bahama. As a matter of fact, tomorrow we will be in Grand Bahama awarding a $1.6 million contract for the renovation of the morgue, and we'll be having discussions on the renovation strategies of clinics from Sweetens Key all the way to West Grand Bahama. I'll be glad to update you with the final outcomes of the schedule of how it's going to be done. But the residents of Sweetens Key can rest assured that they will not be left out. We've done the renovations to the clinic. It's an issue with accommodation. I know that the managing director, Auburnet Roll, is on it. And so you should be getting some results very soon. And the people of Sweetens Key can have their nurse who they love very much. You know that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Sweetens Key in reference to ensuring that that is done. Okay, go ahead.
Just to clarify what I had asked yesterday, just to
yeah, I ain't gonna forget you.
Get you again on
Member
the
Parliament.
matter concerning the
Coconut Grove.
Coconut Grove Clinic, on Auckland Street.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I forget.
You won't forget.
No, I got
and
it
the people
right.
of St. Barnabas haven't forgotten either. So, all right.
Don't let him elaborate, because you know you get on his feet and call that a fella then.
By way of you, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to ask a formal question, but I didn't get a verbal answer from the minister, so I want to make sure I get a verbal answer. Are you presently, in this budget cycle, have you allocated monies to be spent on any building that we do not own as a government at the moment? So I just like any building anywhere in the system, for any of the ministers, are we spending any money on buildings that we do not own in renovations, doing renovations in excess of $5 million, for example?
First of all, we have quite amount of clinics that is owned by the National Insurance Board. I know the Ministry of Health don't own them, but we renovate them anyhow because we have to provide services. The renovations that we have in store in this budget cycle in the Family Islands are pretty much 90% owned by the government. And we are getting ready to construct an additional 9 clinics throughout the Family Islands. But I can tell you there is probably 1 or 2 buildings that we are renovating, that we're renting, simply because we do not have sometimes the land space or the location where the clinic is so important to us that even though we may have crown land, the clinic really is too far out of the community, and I can pretty much figure out a few of them because I've visited them all. But, what do you mean the amounts? I don't understand what you mean.
Is there substantial, because it's not uncommon if you're to spend funds on a building that you may not own, because again, there could be other trade-offs that the government have with that particular owner. But I'm asking whether or not you or any minister at the moment in the capital section spending several million dollars on any building that we do not own as a government. Ministry of Work, Minister of Works, Minister of Education.
I can only speak for the Ministry of Health. I can tell you right now, let me give you an example. We have some clinics that are compromised. We need to remove the staff out of those clinics, put them in rented facilities while we renovate the existing clinic. And so to get them in certain clinics, we have to rent properties because they are in complete disrepair. So yes, the answer is yes. The amount of money that you're talking about, the answer is no. Because we have to renovate them. We need to make sure we get a residence. We need to make it appropriate to provide services while we renovate clinics that have been in disrepair for many years.
Under
Are you going to the letter of this or the spirit of the question? This is just curious. You want to say it on your feet? You want to...
under head 72. Yeah, Ministry of Environment. Under line 3111-319, you have subdivision development.
Yeah.
Head 72, line item 3111-319, subdivision development. There was an allocation of a little over $1 million. Has that moved to another location? And if it's moved to another location, then where has it moved to? If it has not moved to another location, why has it been eliminated?
Aware that there's been a constituted slate of ministries. The Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources would no longer be dealing with these matters. They would be under the Ministry of Transport and Housing.
Under, y'all had anything else under 72? Okay. Under head 73, project related to capital expenditure. There was a 1.5 million allocation. It's now been reduced to 500,000. Could you give an indication as to what that project was and why it's been reduced? Sorry, 2822001, project related capital expenditure. It's been reduced by $1 million, now 500,000. Head 73.
This is related to funding for a website portal, enterprise content management system, SMS gateway expansion, Port Department online services, upgrade and migration of DocuWare system, paperless project, cybersecurity and information system.
Under line item 2822025, the PFR, PFM, is that the line item dealing with the digitization
Yes.
project?
Yes.
If you can just, I mean, I'm not sure if you can, but if you can just give us sort of an indication as to
I can't give you a specific breakdown at this time, but it's costs associated with the ongoing digitization process, the project that you would be familiar with as you are a former minister for this area. Same project.
Okay. There is also a reduction in line item 3112201, computers. There's a reduction from 1.5 to 500,000.
Just buying the computers that we need.
Okay. Good.
74, I have a question, 74. Okay. Yeah, head 74. Line item, purchase of elevator, $1 million.
He's not New Providence Central.
That's right.
Well, this would have been the estimates that was received. And it's, of course, the elevators were compromised from Dorian. No, this is in the Harold Gregory building. Yes, yes, yeah. And it's 2 elevators. Yeah.
I have another question on 74. Line item 311307, and I spoke to this earlier. Road Repairs and Maintenance Ministry for Grand Bahama, 283,578 to now 0. And when I look at the Ministry of Works, 3111307, Road Repairs and Maintenance, that didn't move at all. Or very, very insignificant. As I said earlier, the road maintenance in the outlying settlement of Grand Bahama, pardon? Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, but the fact remains that there's been a lot of rainy weather and there's a lot of damages to the road. So the point is there's a need. There is a need, and the outlying settlements, like I said earlier, in Grand Bahama, Prentice Point, Lewis Yard, Hannah Hill, Hunters, Seacoast Town, they've been suffering as a result of the Port Authority working only in the Freeport area. So again, there's a need for the roads in those outlying settlements of Grand Bahama to be repaired. And there's no provision for that. And like I said, when I go back to the Ministry of Works, 311-307, also the increase is very insignificant. So how are we gonna cover for the very necessary road work in those outlying settlements? First, 311-307 on page 218.
Right, and so it wasn't budgeted in your last budget. And I'm assuming it will come from Ministry of Works and the Family Island Infrastructure Fund can be utilized for that.
Well, let me just say, I know you said it wasn't in our last budget, but I know a sum of $8 million was allocated for roadworks in Grand Bahama by the previous Ministry of Works. But again, like I'm saying, there's a need, and the outlying settlements are always neglected. So I want to make sure that we have provisions for those outlying settlements outside of the city of Freeport.
If you looked at the head for the Ministry of Works, I know you said that you're asking about $200,000 coming out of the budget 3 years ago. But if you look at that same line, 3111307, $26 million. No doubt if you were concerned about the $200,000 that was somewhere else in another head, surely you can find that $200,000 here.
Yeah, and East Grand Bahama and West Grand Bahama are areas of focus. And as I indicated, you have roads are being scoped throughout the Commonwealth. And I've mentioned some of the more, like, for example, in Abaco. I've also mentioned some of the keys where you've had a lot of devastation, as in East Grand Bahama. And those will be the areas of priority. As we get the scopes, we prioritize. And certainly, as we've indicated in this Honorable House, Grand Bahama and Abaco and their surrounding keys are foremost in our focus.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. With respect to the drains, I know that you're talking more about remediation and repairs, but one of the difficulties we have, 8 Mile Walk in particular, and I know the minister recently visited, we have a tremendous flooding problem. So I'm just wondering whether or not, in conjunction with Grand Bahama, whether or not there's some provision being made in this budget to assist We all saw the pictures recently with just a system passing through. That 8 Mile Rock is flooded, and so is West End.
Yeah, in fact, the matter of 8 Mile Rock was brought to certainly my attention by the honorable member of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, and the various research, because what we're doing, and this is why there's a new provision in the budget to deal with flood mitigation and drainage, is we're introducing a number of new methods. We have acquired pumps. We also will be utilizing tiger dams, that is, right, and also certain types of wells, which were never used before in terms of the depth, up to 600 feet. And we're also incorporating into existing dams a backrow valve, which is to keep the rising tide, high tide, king tide, keep it down while the rainwater is able to drain into a deeper well. 8 Mile Rock, especially given the recent experience, is being investigated to see which of these methods would be appropriate, and probably pilot some of these methods in 8 Mile Rock. But it's certainly a matter of high priority. I mean, I saw someone even canoeing on the street, so that is very serious. Okay.
As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The schedule in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move for the supplementary appropriations revenue account expenses 2122 Bill 22. Long title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
I move now that section 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 3 of the bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I now move that the schedule be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The schedule is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
So, Deputy, I now move that the Supplementary Appropriations Capital Development Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that sections 2 and 3 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 and 3 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 and 3 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the schedule be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Start the business license. Mr. Deputy, I move now that the Business License Amendment Bill 2022, long title, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Business license. Mr. Deputy, I move now that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Mr. Deputy, I'd like to make an amendment to clause 2 to delete paragraph B3 and substitute the following. 3, by the deletion of paragraph B and the substitution of the following. B, an insurer regulated under the 1 Insurance Act, Channel 347. 2, External Insurance Act, Chapter 348. C, a cooperative credit union under the Bahamas Cooperative Credit Union Act 2015, number 9 of 2015. D, a digital assets exchange or other digital assets business registered under the Digital Assets and Registered Exchanges Act 2020, number 28 of 2020.
What's the other one you want to do? What's your next area? So, Deputy, I now move that section.
To what the amendment, what the purpose of the amendment is for? No.
Yes, sir. Wait for the shit out. What do they want to find out?
No, they just
What is the effect?
We are adding a digital assets exchange or other digital assets business registered under the DARE Act. That is to include them for the purposes of business license, that they're excluded just adding that business as a service provider. They're service providers. That's not it. Yeah, yes. Yeah, just as insurance companies are. And external insurance.
Section 3 of the bill be agreed.
Section 3? 3?
Yeah. I'll get there.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that section 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 3 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that sections 4 through 14 be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that section 4 through 14 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 4 through 14 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy, that section 15 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 15 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move to make an amendment to clause 15 in paragraph B. A, in row 2 of column 1, delete the word dealer and substitute the word dealers. B, in row 6 of column 1, delete the words under the Insurance Act and substitute the words with respect to their operations in the domestic market. And C, in row 7 of column 1, delete the words fund administrators and investment managers and advisors operating with Bahamian dollar assets and substitute the words fund administrators, investment managers, investment advisors, and digital asset businesses with respect to their operations in the domestic market. In the domestic market.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
Is the word domestic market, Deputy Speaker, defined in the act? Because it's used here in 2 instances with an intent to, I would expect, expand the net. But if it's not defined in the act, it could actually put a huge hole in the net for all the fish to swim out. Is domestic market defined in the act? Who has the act to confirm?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San
Domestic
Salvador.
market means just that. In the absence of any specific definition in the statute, you go to the ordinary meaning of the words. And the ordinary meanings words you could find if you need to go to the dictionary, whatever the dictionary says domestic is, whatever market says, that's a rule of one of the rules and one of the canons of interpretation.
That's not clean.
You talking about clean or what?
It's clearly. It's clearly.
No, let's accept.
Understood. It's clearly understood in the industry. Take my word.
Until someone gets a request.
Then you'll get some legal fees.
Then you get the industry that gets frustrated because that's the only way to Privy Council for a decision.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that section 16, 17 be agreed.
16
and 17 be agreed.
And 17. It has been moved and seconded that section 16 and 17 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 16 through 17 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Real Property Tax Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that sections 2 through 12 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 through 12 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 through 12 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Finance. Mr. Deputy, I move that the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022, long title, be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that sections 2 through 6 be agreed.
Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
It has been moved and it has been moved and seconded that section 2 through 6 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama. Come, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe Section 3 is the section that gives the government the ability to collect or use the taxes that are collected from the specific family islands back into those family islands. I think the question that I'd raised earlier was how are we going to, for those family islands like Meguana and Agua, that may be different from, say, Abaco, and how are we going to ensure that there's equity to be able to deliver into those? Just for example, East Grand Bahama, which obviously is not going to have a whole lot of taxes collected. So how are we going to ensure that there's equity?
Each of each community will be met from that pool. And so just as you've noted that a community that may not be contributing as much as another community, that community who's not contributing as much is probably not contributing as much because they will not have as much needs as the country that will be contributing more. And so in that concept, that's how the rebalancing will take place. But it is in one pool, and there will be times when that community that is not contributing as much will get a bit more than the country, but there will be a rebalancing as it evolves.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the Stamp Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy, I move that sections 2 and 3 be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that sections 2 and 3 be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 through 3 is agreed.
So Deputy, I move that section 4 be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that section 4 be agreed. Oh, as many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Mr. Deputy, I move for an amendment to be made to clause 4 in paragraph A. Delete the words 13 to 16 and substitute the words 14 to 17.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
Yeah, 22, so you could go 5 to 21.
Deputy, I now move that sections 5 through 21 be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that section 5 through 21 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 5 through 21 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that section 22 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 22 be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, move to make an amendment to clause 22 in the proposed new first schedule A. In the third column of item 7, insert immediately after the word 1.00% the words of mortgage amount. B. In the second column of item 17, delete the word bank where it appears after the words from one. C. Delete item 18. D. Renumber item 19 as item 18. E. In the second column of the renumbered item 18, delete the word $100 and substitute the word $100,000.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the first schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the first schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated.
He said that.
Yeah, 22. Yeah, 22.
Okay. Well, then there's something wrong with that. Oh. Okay, there's a. Yes, only problem is. Yeah, there's a schedule problem here though, because 23 is ahead of the clause. Yeah, but that was not written that way here. There's a mistake made. Mr. Deputy, move that section 23 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill, that section 23 be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, I move that section 23 be amended and delete item 13 of the proposed new second schedule and substitute the following. 13, instruments relating to a transfer of property between two or more companies that are constitute members of the same group of companies and under the ultimate ownership of the same person, if not part of the consideration for such transfer, is payable to any person that is not a constituent member of the same group of companies. The ultimate ownership aforesaid remains unchanged, and no person other than the transferee or pre-existing member of the same group of companies acquires any interest in the property, provided that where the transfer and transferee companies are at least 95% ultimately owned by the same person, the exemption may be granted, but only to the extent of the common ultimate ownership.
Mr. Deputy, I move that section 23 as amended.
Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended and passed. Amended as read.
There's no sign. There's no 24 on this. Yes. Mr. Deputy, I move now that section 24 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded.
The schedules and the numbers.
Section 24. It has been moved and seconded that section 24 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 24 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill as amended be agreed. In its entirety be agreed. Sorry.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the value-added tax long title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move now that sections 2 through 30 be agreed. 2 through 30.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 through 30 be agreed. As many as are in favor, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
An article recently by the Bahamas Insurance Association, who had raised some questions and had sought a meeting.
Was it excise?
No, I was raising the question. There was an article recently that raised the question by the Bahamas Insurance Association, and they were asking for a meeting with yourself in reference to looking at changing that. I wonder whether you've had an opportunity to meet with them to hear their concerns.
This is hotels. This is as an amendment.
I'm aware that request was made. And I'd asked the technical people to meet with them. Now, whether that has occurred, I would assume that it did, but if it didn't, we'll just have to get back to you. But I know that I received the request for the meeting, and that meeting should have been held. But standing here now, I'm unable to say what it was, but we will I'll take account of that and follow up to see where that meeting was held.
Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the Spirits and Beer Manufacturer Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Seconded. Thank you, Carmichael. It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
The deputy, I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that section 2 and its section 2 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, I move to make the amendment to section 2A in paragraph B, delete the semicolon and substitute a period, and also delete paragraph C.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
So Deputy, I now move that the bill be, as amended, be agreed in its entirety.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Hotels Amendment Bill 2022 in its entirety be agreed. Long title be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
So Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, I move that section 2 be amended to delete clause 2 and substitute the following. 2, insertion of a new section 15A into the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by the insertion immediately after section 15 of the following new section. 15A, condo and hotel tax. 1, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary in the Hotels Encouragement Act, Chapter 289, or in any agreement thereunder, the administrator of every condo hotel or hotel rental pool shall, commencing the 31st of January 2023, by the 31st of January of each year, pay to the chief valuation officer a tax to be called a condo hotel tax. 2, the condo hotel tax is chargeable at 75% of the rate of tax applicable to resident properties under the Real Property Tax Act, Chapter 375, on the value of each property that forms a part of the condo hotel or hotel rental pool. 3, subsections 1 and 2 shall not apply to a property that forms a part of a condo hotel or hotel rental pool where the administrator files with the chief valuation officer by the 31st day of January a returning showing that the net value added tax paid to the comptroller in the prior year in respect of that property exceeds the amount of the condo hotel tax. 4, the return under subsection 3 shall be in the form and manner determined by the chief valuation officer. 5, where property forms a part of a condo hotel or hotel rental pool, the owner of the property is jointly and severally liable with the administrator for the payment of the condo hotel tax. 6, payment of the condo hotel tax shall be a condition for the renewal of the license under this act of a hotel to which this section applies. 7, where any condo hotel tax due under this act has remained unpaid for a period of 30 days after becoming so due, the provisions of sections 23 to 25E of the Real Property Tax, Chapter 375, shall apply as if the condo hotel tax was a tax under the Real Property Tax Act, Chapter 375. 8, in this section, administrator means the operator or other person responsible for the administration of a condo hotel or other residential accommodations that form part of a hotel rental pool. Chief Valuation Officer has the meaning ascribed to it in the Real Property Tax Act, Chapter 375. Controller has the meaning ascribed to it in the Value Added Tax Act, 2014, number 32 of 2014. Hotel rental pool means any collective rental agreement by which properties not owned by a hotel form a part of a hotel's bedroom inventory. Net value added tax means the value added tax payable by a registrant in accordance with Section 46 of the Value Added Tax Act, 2014, number 32 of 2014, and where the administrator is the registrant, the net value added tax in respect of the administration of each property for which the administrator is responsible shall be determined in accordance with the directions from the controller. The Tax Appeal Commission means that Tax Appeal Commission established under Section 3 of the Tax Appeal Commission Act 2020, number 3 of 2020. Value means A, the value of property as assessed by the Chief Valuation Officer under the Real Property Tax Act, Chapter 375, at the time that the condo hotel tax is due. B, where the value has been successfully disputed by the owner in accordance with the provisions of the Real Property Act, Chapter 375, the value as varied by the Tax Appeal Commission or the court or reassessed by the Chief Valuation Officer in accordance with directions by the Tax Appeal Commission or the court.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
No. Not the bill. The bill. No, the bill. They haven't moved to the bill. Right. No, it's only no more clauses. No. Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be read.
As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety as amended is agreed.
You have a great face. Yeah. Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Gaming Amendment Bill 2022 long title be read.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Oh, the long title of the bill is agreed. No, I thought you were standing up. No. Oh, okay.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the short title of the bill be read.
It's been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the Tariff Amendment Bill 2022 in its entirety, 2022 long title be read.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andres.
Mr. Deputy, I move for an amendment to be made to clause 2 of the bill, in 2.1 of the bill, in paragraph V1, beginning with the words, in chapter 85, insert immediately after subparagraph 4, the following as... Oh, 9. Yes. 9, the following a new subparagraph 10, in the tariff code heading subheading 8504.4090 by the deletion of the figure 45% in the column general rate and the substitution therefore of the figure 5%.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill is amended as read.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the bill is entirely as amended be agreed.
Seconded.
Economic empowerment. What is this? Oh.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill be amended in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety as amended is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2022 be agreed.
Seconded.
Road traffic.
It has been moved and seconded that the road traffic bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The road traffic bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that sections 2 through 8 be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that section 2 through 8 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 through 8 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the Excise Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Stay focused, Carmichael. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that sections 2 through 3 be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 2 to 3 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 to 3 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move for the Economic Empowerment Zones Amendment Bill 2022. Long title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Section 2, the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy, I move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Deputy, I move that the Customs Management Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is being moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the City of Nassau Revitalization Amendment Bill 2022 long title be agreed.
Good job. Good on it. It's been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill be agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that Section 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that Section 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 2 of the bill is agreed.
So, Deputy, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It's been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Come back now.
As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy, for your service today. We now move that the Speaker to take the chair.
One more. It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker of the chair, that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. You.
so you can now take a seat.
Come, darling. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to report that the Committee of Whole has examined several bills, making amendments thereto. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bill, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Move for the third reading and passing of the Appropriations Revenue Account Expenses 2022-2023 Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2022 and ending 30th of June 2023.
For the third reading? Chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Appropriations Capital Development 2022-2023 Bill 2022 be agreed.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. Appropriation Capital Development Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $371,146,142 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2023.
For the third readings? Stanley. Okay. Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses Bill 2022, and as well as Appropriation Capital Development Bill 2022. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move that for the third reading and passing of the bill, Supplementary Appropriations Capital Development 2021-2022 Bill 2022.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses Bill 2022. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass. You give me the wrong one? Thank you. Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development Bill 2022. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2021 and ending 30th of June 2022.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development Bill 2022. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move that for the third reading and passing of the bill, Supplementary Appropriations Revenue Account Expenses 2021-2022 Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2021 and ending the 30th of June 2022.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses Bill 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Spirits and Beer Manufacturing Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Spirits and Beer Manufacture Amendment Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Spirits and Beer Manufacture Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Spirits and Beer Manufacture Amendment Bill 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Value Added Tax Amendment Bill 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the bill Stamp Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Stamp Amendment Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Stamp Amendment Bill 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the bill Tariff Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Tariff Amendment Bill 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Tariff Amendment Bill Act 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2021.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Real Property Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a second? Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Business License Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Business License Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Business License Amendment Act 2022. For the third reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Gaming Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Gaming Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Gaming Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Gaming Amendment Act 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Hotels Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Hotels Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Hotels Amendment Act 2022. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Road Traffic Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Road Traffic Amendment Act 2022. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Excise Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you. I can hear you guys are getting tired now. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Excise Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Excise Amendment Act 2022. Further third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Economic Empowerment Zones Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Economic Empowerment Zones Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Economic Empowerment Zone Act 2018.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Economic Empowerment Zones Amendment Act 2022. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Customs Management Amendment Bill 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Almost at the end. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. Customs Management Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Customs Management Amendment Act 2022. For the third readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the City of Nassau Revitalization Bill 2022.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. City of Nassau Revitalization Amendment Act 2022. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the City of Nassau Revitalization Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be City of Nassau Revitalization Amendment Act 2022.
No further third readings.
Thank you, honorable members. Order that the clerk do now take the bills passed by this House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. And we will now move down the order of business. Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Earlier,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged.
earlier I undertook to lay on the table the regulations for the Gaming House Operator Amendment Regulations 2022. May I do so now?
You may so. Is there a second? Yes. Order that the document be brought up.
Madam Speaker, while I am on my feet, if it pleases you, please give me an opportunity to congratulate the leader of government business for having conducted a splendid session. And all of my colleagues and members of the opposition for what has been a gorgeous debate.
Thank you, honorable member. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your contributions. I would like to also thank the leader of government business for his execution today. I'd also like to thank my little vex now, but I'd like to thank my good buddy, Sinans. We'll get over it. We're gonna put a Band-Aid on it.
He behaved badly when you were there, Madam Speaker.
Yes. For all of their contributions. Thank you, everyone. It's been a wonderful debate. This is historical for me, my first one under the belt, and thank you very, very much. I will now lay this document on the table because I know we are ready to go home. No, we will go down the order of business. Third reading and passing. Please, in the name of Jesus, save those statements. Write them down. Send it to me. Email it to me, but don't get up and say nothing. Consideration of Senate's amendments. Resolutions. Oh, Lord. And then chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andros.
Madam Speaker, I move a resolution whereas Article 129, number 1 of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance before the end of each financial year to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the sum of $251,419,140 in such currency as the Minister may determine. 2, authorizes the Minister to borrow by way of A, government loan agreements or line of credit agreements, B, issuing securities, and C, creating any other debt instrument in local or any foreign currency, subject to the provisions that the total sum borrowed under paragraphs A through C does not exceed the sum of $251,419,140, except for such amounts as may be necessary to refinance or reschedule existing public debt, and the House receives communication from the Minister of Finance at the earliest opportunity after the appropriation among paragraphs A, B, and C. And 3, approves the proceeds of the said borrowing being used for the purposes of defraying recurrent and capital expenditure shortfalls during the execution of the 2021-2022 annual approved estimates of revenue and expenditure in excess of revenue.
Second. Thank you, Honorable Member. It's been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. All those in favor? Read this. Whereas Article 129(1) of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance before the end of each financial year to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the sum of $251,419,140 in such currency as the Minister may determine. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion has been agreed. Further resolutions? The chair recognizes the honorable member for South and Central Andros.
Madam Speaker, I move the resolution whereas Article 129(1) of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance before the end of each financial year to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, 1, authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the sum of $439,282,887 in such currency as the Minister may determine. 2, authorizes the Minister to borrow by way of A, government loan agreements or line of credit agreements, B, issuing securities, and C, creating any other debt instrument in local or any foreign currency. Subject to the provisions that the total sum borrowed under paragraphs A through C does not exceed the sum of $439,282,887, except for such amounts as may be necessary to refinance or reschedule existing public debt, and the House receives communication from the Minister of Finance at the earliest opportunity after the apportionment among paragraphs A, B, and C. 3, approves the proceeds of the said borrowing being used for the purposes of defraying expenditure in the 2022-2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure in excess of revenue.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? Second. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas Article 129(1) of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance before the end of each financial year to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure for public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the sum of $439,282,887 in such currency as the Minister may determine. Authorizes the Minister to borrow by way of A, government loan agreements or line of credit agreements, B, issuing securities, and C, creating any other debt instrument in local or any foreign currency, subject to the provisions that the total sum borrowed under paragraph A through C does not exceed the sum of $439,282,888, except for such amounts as may be necessary to refinance or reschedule existing public debt, and the House receives communication from the Minister of Finance at the earliest opportunity after the apportionment among paragraphs A, B, and C approves the proceeds of the said borrowing being used by the purposes of defraying expenditure in the 2020-2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure in excess of revenue. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions?
No further.
Thank you. Member statements. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Madam Speaker, given the lateness of the hour, I simply wish to wish a happy Father's Day to my father, who is in Calabash Bay, Andres, but also to all of the fathers in East Grand Bahama, but also on behalf, with the leave of I wish to offer a happy Father's Day on behalf of all of my colleagues to all of the fathers in the entire Bahamas. We wish you a happy Father's Day. We love you, and we wish you all the best this happy Father's Day.
Thank you, honorable member. Further statements? No further statements. Appointment of select committees. Instructions of two select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
Mr. Speaker, wish to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, honorable member.
Speaker, wish to continue all business in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment?
Madam Speaker, as we adjourn, we too, on this side of the House, join our colleagues in wishing all fathers a happy Father's Day and truly expecting for a wonderful weekend and certainly to be enjoyed by their families. Fathers and mothers, very special. Those of us who've lost both know how every day we miss, and we pray that they were here. But those who have cherished their presence, show them that love, and make sure that every day they know is very special to them. Madam Speaker, I now move that we adjourn to Wednesday, July 6th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House is adjourned until Wednesday, July 6th at 10 a.m. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Motion is carried. Final adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House stands adjourned to Wednesday, July 6th, 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. The business of this House is now adjourned until Wednesday, July 6th at 10 a.m.